口にしない。
言わなくても分かっている。そんな遊びをしましょうか。
君は大丈夫かと見ないふりもやめて。決して譲らない、失望させない。
決して置き去りにはしない。
決して残さない、さよなら言わない。決して急いでい続けない。決して譲らない、
Hello. Welcome in to what shall be the final Dream Daddy stream. It is me, Maverick Hunter Grade AA, and I am talking to you in this very, not exactly smooth voice, but this very kind of jazzy DJ voice. Because I have no idea why. Because the music's still playing, I guess. And usually I mute the music at this point. But this is music from the game, if it weren't obvious. Which I forgot plays even when it's just sitting on the menu. And then I forgot that I also have music playing on here. And I can't hear the music that plays on the stream itself. I can only hear the music that's playing on the game. And then I realized, oh shit, if I can hear the game music, then they can hear the game music. But there's also the other music. So for a bit, there was two musics going on. So I apologize for that. Brilliant. Alright, I'm going to turn this down just a touch. Because I don't know if it's so loud you can't hear me. I had it cranked up really high recently. For various reasons. One reason or another. Most recently for my sister's birthday stream that we just did. Dicks! And Dicks. We had it high for Dicks too. Alright, I'm gonna swap over. There it is. Where am I? Hello! Oh, I've got to resize me. That's right. I've got the... Hold on, I gotta fix that. Because I got the wrong PNG model up. So I gotta hide the group PNG, because I'm too small for that one. And I gotta load the regular PNG. There I am. Hello. Hi, Vash. Welcome in. Okay, there we go. Now we can dream some daddies. So we're gonna pick up where we left off, and we should have one more date left with every dad. Now, I don't know if the game will make us pick one dad and then be like, congratulations, here's your ending, game over. So what we're gonna do is, I don't know if it's, oh right, there was a cutscene happening, so we'll have to finish that first, but as soon as that's done, we're gonna immediately save it, pick the first dad we want to see the ending of, date him, get that ending, then load back up and date another dad, and we'll see every single dad's ending today. And if there's some kind of bonus golden ending for getting all the dads, then we'll see that too! I'm going to get a sip of water before I start reading, because this game always seems to wear out my voice. Cheers. Alright. Okay, here we go. So, I don't know if we'll go long because we're going to see every possible ending, or if we're going to go short because there's only one date left for every dad, and maybe not a lot of cutscenes left. I don't know. I don't know exactly how long we're going to go today, but we're going to finish this game, and we're going to get every ending. Another dreary night. Another listless stroll through Maple Bay. I've really been bonding with the community at Jim and Kim's lately. My strolls have been leading me there more and more often. No, I'm not going to keep doing that voice. Peter the man from the bank, Keith from down the street, Evelyn, who I saw at the deli that one time, and Guy whose name I think is Carl are basically members of the family at this point. Guy whose name I think is Carl. Oh. I'm not good with names, so I don't nickname people exactly like this. If they're people whose names I'm not familiar with, in my mind, I give them, like, nicknames relating to something I know about them. So, if, like, I know a person who I talk to, like, every once in a while, but not enough to have actually ever asked their name, but it'd be kind of rude to ask their name at this point, but I know they're, like, I don't know, really into sports, I'll call them Sports Dude in my head, not to their face. Because I'm not good with names. I admit it. It's kind of rude. I could do better about learning people's names and memorizing them, but I've just never been particularly good with names. But I do relate to that that whole sentence that just happened. Trying to list a bunch of people that you think of as family, but not being able to really describe any of them besides vague nicknames. In fact, I heard Neil, the surly bartender, mention that tonight is Keith from down the street's birthday, and that he'd have to get that little baby a little cake for a special little day. That's too many littles. That's too many Stuart Littles. I think he was probably just being a dick, but I head to the bar anyway. The mere possibility of cake is strong enough to lure me in. Okay, hold on. The mere possibility of cake is a strong enough lure me in. Okay, for once I don't think it's me. For once the actual sentence is fucked up. Sometimes I'll read these sentences wrong and be like, nope, that's not grammar. But this one is actually wrong, right? This is not grammatically correct. I'm not gonna judge because, I fuck up all the time and I've never made a game, so what do I know about making one? It's just in this particular instance, this time, it was the game sentence that was clumsy and not me. Normally I'm the clumsy one. But this time it was the game and therefore not my fault. I step inside just in time to see Neil washing a cake tray with a crime scene outline on with a crime scene. See, there you go. With a crime scene outline of pink icing on it. Huh. I guess it really was Keith from down the street's birthday. And I missed it! I sit down and order a beer. As I sit down at the bar, I notice Mary from next door. Uh-oh. Sitting in the corner of the room, drinking alone again. She must be having a rough day. She seems so weary and so sad. She's been doing this more and more often lately. A pang of guilt shoots through me. Does she know? Is this because of me? Am I a homewrecker? Whom I'm choosing. I don't know who we're going to choose first, but we're going to date every dad by the end. I'm debating on when to choose Joseph, though, because I feel like his ending's going to suck. So I don't necessarily want it to be first, but I also don't want to save it for last, so that ends up being the note we end the game on. So I think Joseph will probably have to be somewhere in the middle. Why would I be a homewrecker? I'm not even dating Joseph, really. We went to a bake sale and then we went to chaperone a dance together. How is that possibly me being a homewrecker? Do him second and creepy serial killer fourth? Got it. Get them out of the way. But that still leaves the question of who do we do first? Who do we do third? Who do we do last? For first, I'm leaning towards either Brian or Craig. I like those two the most, I think, so far. Third, I'm thinking probably Damien or Hugo. Craig first? Okay. Brian last? Okay, we can do that. It's a happy sandwich. Yeah, I get why my character might think this, but I'm really not doing much to be a homewrecker. I'm gonna say hi! I decide to go say hello. I walk over to her booth. She doesn't look up. The seat taken? She still doesn't look up. I take a seat anyway, and she finally notices me. You. Okay, this was maybe not the best idea. Hey?
Hey.
Having fun with your new best friend, Joseph? Not really. He's a great... I'm so glad! I'm happy for you two. Mary, I'm not...
Hey.
I'd never accuse you of anything uncouth, Jack. You're just having an innocent, very platonic time with my husband. A supportive friendship. It's really not even that much of a friendship. He's kind of an ass. Oh, but the game is really going down the road of guilting you for even considering dating a married man, isn't it? But let's be clear here. First of all, I don't particularly find Joseph attractive simply because He's a married man in an unhealthy marriage with kids who's also basically a priest. He's a youth pastor, but it's potato potato. Like, he's a good enough looking dude, but there's so many red flags about him. But if there was any defense to what he does, his marriage is clearly incredibly toxic. I'd feel bad about coming in between them if it weren't ultimately going to be better for both of them to not be together. Look at her. She's fucking miserable with this man. She deserves so much better. And I can't believe I'm saying this after how horrible my first impression of her was.
Give it a rest, buddy. Ugh.
You're a good friend, aren't you? Yep, just a friend. That's funny. Joseph usually likes his friends to at least have a spine.
Come on.
We can't all be as blunt as you are, Mary. So you're an expert on my marriage now? It doesn't take an expert to see that you two are miserable. See, that might be the thing she needs to hear, but considering the circumstance, I don't think she needs to hear it from me. Because while I'm not actually actively trying to steal her husband, it does seem to be what the scenario has set up and what she seems to think is happening.
Dicks!
Yes, I do feel like dicks. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be an expert on your marriage. None of these really feel sufficient. I'll just, I don't know. I'm really not trying to come between her and Joseph. I'm just trying to be there for my friend, okay? Oh, you're there for him. I see how you look at him. I bet you're there for him a lot. We've been on like 2 not even really dates. Takes a long sip of her drink. This was a mistake. You know, you're really not his type. I'm surprised. Mary pays her tab and strides right out of Jim and Kim's without looking back. Well, that was awkward, but, I mean, we kind of deserved it.
You've got dads.
Alright. So, Craig first, Brian last, Joseph second, Robert fourth. That still leaves these 3 in the middle. I'm thinking Damien third, then Robert, then Matt, then Hugo, then Brian. But we might change our minds, so. I mean, kind of deserve, yeah, I kind of deserve that. But again, it's not exactly what I wanted to happen. I'm just playing the game so I can see all the story. I don't even want to date Joseph. I just want to get all the endings. Stupid video game completionist mentality. Making me do things I otherwise wouldn't want to. Totally their fault and not mine. Alright, Craig, my homebody. My friend, my buddy, my bro, my fellow dad. My former college roommate. Oh, that's right. We do need to save. That's right. I did say that. I'm glad I'm not completionist with games. Yeah, but at least you'll get to see it from somebody else, right? And you'll know what it was, and you will never have to do it yourself. It's like watching somebody do the genocide route of Undertale. I would never do it, but I get to see somebody do it, and that's like, okay, that's the closest I ever need to get to that. Because I wasn't going to play this anyway? Yeah. I'm probably never going to do a genocide Undertale run unless it's some sort of reward thing for chat, if they really wanted to see me do it for some reason. The whole parenthood aspect, not my thing. Yeah, I get that, but I feel like they only added the whole dadhood thing for the overarching story, and also for the punny title, because what would you call it if they weren't dads? Dream neighborhood guys? But it's okay, I understand. Not everybody needs to be a parent. You know what they say about third dates? They get pretty serious. You might not have time to browse dad book for a while. Are you ready? Are you ready for this? Saw you hanging on the edge of your seats. Yes. Let's do it. It's fine watching, though. Yep. Mav gonna put out? Maybe. We'll see what happens on this third date. Let's see. We went running, and then we solved the mystery of the missing... What was it? Giraffe? Was it a giraffe? I don't remember if it was a giraffe or not. We found a plush toy. Mav gonna put it in. Huh. That's interesting. Does our character Jack... Is Jack a top or a bottom? And for that matter, what is Craig? These are interesting thoughts. It took some time for our schedules to line up, but I was finally able to find a weekend where Craig and I could go camping. It's a good question. Should find out. I guess we'll find out before the end of this date. Or perhaps at the end of this date. Perhaps it doesn't matter. Maybe there's no official answer, so you can fantasize either way. But, if I was picturing it, I think our character Jack would probably be the bottom, and Craig would probably be the top. Yeah, Mav Dad characters seem like a bottom, though. That's what I'm thinking, too. Because he has that sort of soft boy look. He always stays so busy with work and the kids, but it's good to know that we'll be able to just spend some time relaxing together in nature. Since our first run, I've managed to go on regular runs with Craig. I mostly do them because it seems like the only time we get to hang out. But the added benefit is that I've seen an improvement in my health. I was able to sift through the attic and find my old camping gear from college. Craig put me in charge of bringing the sleeping bags in the tent while he takes care of the food. So I double-checked to make sure everything is ready to go. Craig should be here any minute now. Any minute now! Amanda's going to be spending this weekend on a school trip to our nation's capital. We live in America, right? So, Washington, D.C., which stands for D's nuts, if you spell nuts with a silent C. Sorry. That was dumb. Oh. Silent C nuts. Oh, God. I believe it actually stands for District of Columbia. She hasn't been away from home without me for longer than a day since she was 14. Hope she isn't feeling as nervous about it as I am. Hey, Manda Panda. For what it's worth, though, we do look very much like a soft boy. But we could very conceivably be her father, biologically. I know we set it up so that we had a husband, so she was probably adopted. But she does look like she could have been our daughter. Hey, Manda Panda. I probably already said that, but I'm saying it again. Amanda's in the middle of sitting on top of her luggage in order to get it to finally zip. I've never had to do that. I've never had to sit on luggage to zip it. Hey, Pops. Ready for your trip? Once I get this bad boy all zipped up, I'm good to go. How much did you pack? This seems like a lot for 2 days. Dude, you have no idea. I'm only gonna be in Oklahoma for like a weekend. At most. But I've got to pack a shit ton. Because we're going to drive there, first of all, and that's going to take a full day. Which means it'll all take a full day to drive back. So that's 2 days right there. Plus the weekend, that's 5 days. So conceivably, it might take about a week's worth of time. Because I assume the day we leave will count as a day. So that's 1 day, then we'll get there on the second day, and then the 3 days, and then we leave on day 4 and get back. Or rather, we leave on day 6 and get back day 7. So yeah, conceivably a full week of travel, even though it's only a weekend trip. so shut up. You don't know anything about packing, clearly. Oh, it's all my camera equipment. Lenses, tripod, flash, all that. Yeah, see? Plus you gotta pack your shit to keep you entertained. Not just clothes. You think if I couldn't pack my computer, I wouldn't take it with me and stream while I was out there? I would, but I don't have nearly enough space in my suitcase for that shit. Are you even gonna have time to take pictures? I'll find a way. I need to get some good shots for my series on national monuments. Ooh, what's the series about? National monuments. She just... one of those internet series where I reimagine Disney princesses as founding fathers. What? I'm kidding. Nobody likes those. I'm taking portraits of my friends. Oh. Well, I'm gonna be in the woods. Out there in nature, you know, roughing it. Just me and Mother Nature. The old maitre de trees. Are you gonna be alright on your own? Mm-hmm. I'm not gonna have any signal out there. I won't be able to text or call you at all. It seems irresponsible. Oh, it's alright. I'll be able to survive a couple days without constant updates on who just got voted off International Haunted House. What? This might be the stupidest one they've named yet. What is with the shows in this game having such stupid titles? God, I love the writing in this game, but the shows just do nothing for me because they're all the dumbest reality shows you could ever possibly think of. International Haunted House Hunters. Ugh, like fucking those cringy ass house hunter reality TV shows with ghost hunter TV shows. Like the two literal worst kinds of reality shows. Neither of which is real. Thrown together into some sort of competition, I guess. Ugh, that's like... if there was a bottom of the barrel before, this show has just carved out the bottom from the barrel, dug into the dirt 30 feet down, and planted that bottom at the bottom of that 30-foot pit. So now the bottom of the barrel is 30 feet lower than it was, thus artificially increasing the length of the barrel. So we got even lower. Well, I'll miss you. And for the record, Bradley was pushed down a flight of ornate stairs by a ghost. They were really beautiful stairs. Amanda finishes zipping up the big zoot case. Zoot case? What? Suitcase and lugs it to next to the door of her bedroom. She turns around and gives me a big hug. Relax, Dad Tron. I'm a big kid now. I'm a big kid now. That's why I wear pull-ups. No, let's not. Let's not go any further with that joke. I can take care of myself. Besides, I gotta share a room with Monica Sanders and 2 mom chaperones. The most trouble I could possibly get in is falling asleep with a tub of ice cream on me. Oh, well, alright. Don't steal anything, okay? Since you asked nicely, fine. Promise. I step outside, hauling my bags behind me. Craig's already strapped some camping gear on top of my modest but stylish car. He notices me carrying my equipment and hurries over to take it from me. Such a gentleman. I almost had a case of the vapors there. Never fear, these muscles were made for picking up heavy things and putting them in other places. Remember, it's your weekend to relax. Take it easy. I guess I can't argue with that. Everything good with Amanda? Yep, on our way to a school trip to Washington, D's nuts. What about your offspring? Already at Smashies for the weekend. I'm ready to get my camp on. I load the rest of my stuff into Craig's car and we get in. Oh no! What's wrong? I think I left my juicer plugged in. We gotta go back. Are you worried that someone's gonna break into your house and cold press some carrots? No, it's just, He's panicking. He's trying to find a way out. Just try to relax, man. Let the juicer float away. Take all of your worries and blend them into pulpy good vibes. Craig takes a deep breath. We have anything to listen to? All I had at my place is a series of CDs that guide you through a thorough and intense calisthenic workout. You want to listen to those? Hard pass. I'm just kidding. Craig hands me a thick case filled with CDs. Take your pick. I thumbed through page after page of kids sing-along CDs. God, I remember those thick binders of CDs. We had one in our car back when I was younger. And, like, everyone had their own, like, page of CDs to listen to. And sometimes there were CDs we bought, and sometimes they were burnt CDs with a bunch of different songs that we liked on them. And it's surprising how often my older brother got to pick the CD. But we also had plenty of sing-along CDs. Oh yeah, Twinkle Twinkle Little Star takes me back. Twinkle, twinkle, little star. Yes, sir, 3 bags full. Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, and Z. Twinkle, twinkle, little star. How I wonder what you are. Nailed it. Totally nailed it. Don't even tell me I didn't just nail that fucking song. I get to the end of the case to find, in the very last slot, blank CD with Craig's handwriting on it. DJ Kegstan's Megamix Volume 1? I made it just for the trip. I think you'll like it. Then why wouldn't you tell me this? And why would you put it at the very last page? What if I'd picked something else before I settled on this? That feels like a bad plan. I pop the CD in the car stereo, and it's like I'm immediately transported to our old dorm room. Whoa, hold on. Pardon me, goodness gracious. Hit after hit plays, and soon enough we're both happily singing the lyrics to each other as we fly down the highway. We're on the highway now. On the highway now. Sorry, that was very pitchy. This song was Carl's favorite. The guy who I think might be named Carl? Carl, the third roommate! Oh, so there's 2 Carls in this game. Interesting. You brought that dog home one night and I couldn't pry you 2 apart. So we spent an entire semester fabricating a story about our foreign exchange student roommate who had a really bad cough that sounded exactly like a dog's bark. And then we had a room inspection. That RA was so suspicious of us, but could never prove anything. And Carl was just under a blanket, so Carl was the dog. That's what I'm reading into this. I may have talked about this before and I just forgot. It's been a while since I've played Dream Daddy, okay? Bless that pup's courage under fire. Man, we did some dumb things back in college. The hours fly by as we belt out tunes in whatever non-existent key our voices register in. Soon enough, we're surrounded by lush trees and spectacular vistas of everything amazing that nature has to offer. It feels good to be back out here. Real good. I feel good. Na 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 na. I knew that I would. Holy cow. Listen to the music of nature. Nature. Well, it sounded like it was going to stop for a second, but then it didn't. Anyway, we park our car at the entrance to a familiar trail and load up our gear on our backs. I'm thankful that I've been working on my health over the past couple weeks. Otherwise, I'd be dreading all the hiking that's about to happen. Craig looks intently at his phone. Everything all right? Yep, just had to fire off one last work email. Craig pockets the phone and we start off on the trail. It's relatively easy, but I know I would have been huffing and puffing at this point if it weren't for all the murder sprints. I look around me and take in the tall trees and animal chirps. Everything okay back there? There's no reception out here. Oh yeah, being out in the middle of nowhere will do that. I recognize the look of anxiety on Craig's face. What if there's a problem? You've trained for this. Look, Craig, we all know that if you really wanted, you could flex your calf muscles and fly out of here like a rocket ship all the way back to Maple Bay. You're gonna be fine. We're gonna be fine. This is our weekend. We keep marching down the trail, but it seems like Craig is still worried. After a bit, he stops in his track. Well, I didn't get a reaction from him, so I guess that wasn't the correct answer, but it also wasn't the wrong answer. Maybe we should go back. We can find another campground that gets good cell phone reception. That's actually a reasonable idea. Craig, seriously, what's wrong? I mean, I'm just really nervous. My dad instinct is kicking in. My mind keeps conjuring up all sorts of worst-case scenarios. What if something happens to the girls? I don't have a signal. I would have no way of knowing. Let me tell you, that feeling never goes away, no matter how old your kids are. You just gotta remind yourself that they're in good hands. Greg doesn't say anything. I give him a reassuring punch on the shoulder. Try to remember why we came out here. The plan was to get away from it all and just focus on ourselves for this little trip. No distractions, no cell phone service, just two dads relaxing out in the woods. Just like Brokeback Mountain. Pretty sure that's what that was about, just two dads camping. Craig looks me directly in the eyes. Directly. That's supposed to be two? No distractions, no cell phone service, just two dads relaxing out in the woods. We're gonna have some fun this weekend. Craig and I get back to marching. It's not too long of a hike before we get to the campsite, and we're both glad to see that we're the only people here. Can't believe you still have this tent. Found it in my attic and already checked it for holes. It's seen better days, sure, but I think we'll be able to survive. I dumped a bag of fabric and poles on the ground. We unfold the tent in the desired spot. I hand Craig the steaks. Steaks. With a little bit of A1 sauce. Oh, wait, no, that's steaks. A-K-E-S, and not E-A-K-S. Well, shoot. I guess we're gonna go vampire hunting then. Just as long as we don't kill Damien. We still know how to do this, right? Of course we do. We do not. After 20 minutes of struggling like people in a bad infomercial, we somehow managed to build an upright structure that closely resembles what a tent would look like if you would ask somebody to draw a picture of one with their eyes shut. I wouldn't put this up against the storm, but I think we'll be able to survive for the night. We set out a couple of chairs and our cooking equipment, admiring our handiwork. If that's the tent, it looks fine. Pardon me, goodness. Bro, look at us go. Bro, look at us go. Wake me up before you bro. Don't leave me hanging on like a bro. Look upon the kingdom we have built. Upon this rock we shall grill our meats and drink our brews. For we hold dominion over this land. Verily, and look at our camping chairs, which we're going to sit on. What's next on the camp extravaganza docket? Well, now that we have shelter settled, I think it's time for us to do some exploring. There's a waterfall a little bit up the way that I'm sure we could hike to. Let's get hiking! Craig and I venture into the woods. To grandmother's house we go. We amble along, taking our time to chat and admire the wildlife. Craig reaches an arm out and stops me. Dude! Does that look like what I think it looks like? Does it look like a penis? I look it over where he's pointing. Oh my god, it does. It does look like a penis. That tree looks like a... Well, I guess... right idea, wrong body part. That tree looks like a butt! Can't get over how detailed it is. I examined the butt tree further. I wish there was a butt tree for us to see so we could picture it. So we could see it too without just having to picture it in our minds. It's so unfair to people who can't imagine things. Like, I can imagine things, but some people have, like, issues where they just don't have the imagination to picture things in their mind. This is why you give us pictures, so we can see them. I wanted to see the butt tree! I examined the butt tree further. The contour is perfect. It even has back dimples. I thought we were going to have a great time camping, but this makes it even better. Red holds back a snicker. I aspire to have every hike be as good as this one. I'm snickering now, too. Snickers. You're not you when you're hungry. Let us aim. Oh, kitty! Welcome in, Raiders! We absolutely did not rage quit. I think that makes me think that you rage quit. Oh my god, Kitty! Hi, how you doing? How you doing, honey? Did you enjoy the rest of Dave? Sorry I wasn't there for the last bit of stream, but as you can see, we've been busy. We are analyzing this tree that happens to look like a butt. A lot of questions that the raid message already answers. I also keep forgetting to actually put on my ending screen. I don't have one of those, so... I just sing a goodbye song and then quit end stream. But that's another one of the things the revamp is going to change. We'll get an actual end stream with some music to go with it. Yes, our characters are on a camping trip, and we went out hiking, and we found a tree that looks like a butt, and now we're making butt puns, which are the best kind of puns. Oh my god. It's fantastic. But hello, yes, welcome in, Raiders. I am Maverick Hunter Grey AA. If you are not familiar with me, I stream gameplay, and we're going through a big revamp right now. That's why there's a little bar down there. And we are going to be finishing up Dream Daddy today. Please make yourselves at home. If you do know me, then you already know the drill. But if you don't, feel free to make yourself at home. We got coffee and donuts in the back. But just remember to put on a new pot if you finish off the coffee. Because if you kill the Joe, you gots to make some mo. Okay, welcome in. Kitty, it's so nice to see you. Alright, hold on. Let me get you, a shout out. Hold on, can't get the mouse off the screen. No! I need to get it over to there. We're out of grinds. Oh no, that sounds like a thing that might be potentially bad. I don't know what that means, but... Best get on Grinder. Ah. We're grinding coffee. I get it now. Hold on. It won't let me off the game to the other monitor to type in the chat for a shout out for Kitty. So give me 1 second while I open Twitch on my phone and type it in there. Hey, you can't shout me out on my own channel. There we go. Success. Craig and I share a huge belly laugh at our awful jokes. Those were not awful jokes. Those were fantastic jokes. And yes, if anyone who was here is unfamiliar with Kitty, Kitty is one of our favorite mods on the whole channel. easily top 3 material. And they were just playing Dave the Diver, and apparently they did not rage quit. Very specific that they did not rage quit. So I'll have to go back and watch the VOD and see what actually happened. Thank you very much. You're so welcome. So if you're not following Kitty,
You should fucking follow Kitty.
sorry. I got really close to the mic for that, so I don't know how it came across for all of you. I was hoping it was a little distorted like a fucking demon. I could feel your spittle. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. I would never spit on you unless you like unless you liked it. Oh man, this game's got me acting up already. We're only on the first dad. We're gonna be dating all the dads tonight. We're gonna see all the endings. And we're on the first one. The best thing about this is that there's no daughters here to tell us our jokes are bad. We high five. Craig and I hit the trail again. It's been a long time since we've been out here, but everything seems more or less familiar. We point out our old landmarks that we remember from our college days. I think we're getting close now. Check it out. There's a clearing up ahead. As we get closer, I can hear water running. Oh, damn, that looks nice. You want to go skinny dipping, Craig? Huh? Cresting over a hill, Craig and I are greeted by a wide clearing surrounded by trees. In front of us is a beautiful waterfall, spilling into a large body of water that runs into a river. Mouths agape with the genuine beauty of the place, we go to investigate. The old waterfall.
Hey,
It's gorgeous. Nature is so rad. Peering further, we get an idea of how deep the pool is. Think we could jump off it like in the old days? Ha! This old dad is happy here on dry land.
oh,
Looks like you could climb right over there. Right up over there, sorry. We didn't even bring swimming trunks. Skinny dip, skinny dip, skinny dip, skinny dip. Everybody in the chat, say it with me. Skinny dip, skinny dip, skinny dip. I get whiplash every time I see your character. Why? What's wrong with our character? I think he looks nice. Not at all like a French person who's also sort of a gothic jerk, like going through an emo phase in their late 40s from France. He looks actively suicidal. I don't think that's true. Why would a suicidal person wear a shirt with kitties on it? He's just tired because he's a dad. So he's got the lazy eyes. What are you talking about? Craig immediately begins taking his clothes off. Score! Ha ha! You're right, that checks out. Ironclad even. Good. I'm glad we agree on this. Hello. Look at Craig's butt. Don't look at Craig's butt. Look at the butt. Look at the butt. Look at the butt. I can't help but sneak a peek. That is a good butt. Butt. Look at the butt. Craig turns around suddenly. He catches me looking. I do a lot of glute workouts. I immediately turn away blushing. He appreciated that. He loves it when we eat that eye candy. You coming or what? Oh, I will be coming soon. Very soon. I don't know about this dude. Butts in the chat. Butts in the chat. He's already making his way over to the waterfall by the time I finish my sentence. When he realizes I'm not right behind him, he turns around and rolls his eyes. We've lived together for years, and I've seen your ass more times than I can count. It's no big deal. You got it, Chief. Let's put on a show. Who needs pants anyway? All three are interesting options. If I put on a show, is that like deliberately attempting to seduce him? I really like those pants. You want those pants? You want those pants? By the way, I have not gone over this yet, but I haven't gotten the Snom bit alerts uploaded yet. I'm gonna add a Snom bit alert that makes the Snom cry happen, which will summon Snom. So Snom is just kind of chilling with us today. I'll get that added eventually. I just need the free time to do it, which should be soon, because next Tuesday is my last day of my current work, so I'll have plenty of free time. Let's put on a show! If the clothes are coming off, that's someone's birthday. Greg gives me a wolf whistle. Yes, he liked that. I turn and give my booty a good spank. That one's for you, big boy. I take my shirt off and drop it on a pile of Craig's clothes. Our clothes are intermingling together, contorting, and becoming one. I put the rest of my clothes on the ground, feeling exposed. Craig and I climb up to the top of the waterfall, making sure not to slip on any wet rocks. He reaches the peak before I do and offers me a hand getting up. My lice become your lice, how intimate. Nobody's wearing hats. We're not like furries. We don't have lice all over our bodies. We don't have fleas. At the top, we look over the cliff and into the tiny lake. It seems so much higher up from this perspective. Craig has always been a daredevil. He pulled some stunts in college that I'm honestly still shocked he survived. I was always the one standing on the sidelines, watching and hoping I wouldn't be bringing him home in a gurney. Speak for yourself. I'm a walking biohazard. Biohazard? How dare you? The only bios we like here are bioshocks. Sorry. Man, this could be dangerous. I mean, if I could walk, the lice have eaten my legs down into two little lumps. Why don't you just get, like, peg legs, then? They make them. Those little artificial legs that go all the way up to the lumps. You totally get them, and then you can walk again. Sounds like you're... I did, got termites. Oh, okay. You should have gotten the stainless steel ones, not the wooden ones. You want to get like either the stainless steel type or the plastic type. That way termites aren't a problem anymore. This could be dangerous. Craig looks me in the eyes. Don't think. Just jump. Did we just establish I'm not suicidal? I did. Elon Musk stole them for Cybertrucks? Damn. Reality just doesn't want you to have legs, huh, Sizzle? Craig cannonballs off the waterfall and into the lake, creating a huge splash. I'm worried for a moment before he finally resurfaces from under the water. From under the sea, under the sea. Darling, it's better down where it's wetter. Take it from me. Up on the shore they work all day. Out in the sun they slave away. While we devoting full time to floating under the sea. I'm glad someone isn't. I made sad clown jokes. Might be karmic balance for all those kids I crippled. You know what? I'm gonna say yes. Probably that. I've never crippled a child, but I've crippled many enemies in Fallout games. Does that count? Woo! He treads water and looks up at me. You coming or what? Don't think. Just jump. How are you supposed to just not think? I'm pretty sure that's not physically possible. My toes grip the edge of the rock. The water looks so far away. Now that we're here, so far away, all all the struggle we thought was in vain. Sorry. I don't know why I'm using that for all the 90s songs recently. But I did it once while I was playing with my nephew. And now I'm obsessed with singing songs in that weird high-pitched voice. It's terrible. But it's hilarious. It's Telaribus. Don't think. Just... I run off the edge, trying to do my best cannonball. Somewhere in the middle, it turns into a really graceful belly flop. I hit the water with a loud slap. I resurfaced to find Craig giggling. I rate that belly flop a solid 8 out of 10. Your form was lacking, but your heart was in the right place. Well, now my heart is, probably somewhere down in my lower intestines. I playfully splashed water at Craig.
Nice.
Kitty, you gotta spell ad quote right. The O comes before the T, Kitty. Wow, they really don't want you making this quote, do they? Quit! I thought you didn't rage quit. Oh my god. I think... Hold on. I'm gonna make sure the bot didn't turn off because of all your fucking shenanigans. Do you try just exclamation mark quote so I can see if the bot's still working? Okay, good. I always like to come when I conclude. Speaking of Fallout, that's something I said during that playthrough. Alright. So the bot is in fact working. Oh, there you go! Perhaps it was just taking a nap because you failed so many times. Kitty currently on the floor crying hysterically. Are you sure about that? This is where the John Cena face needs to pop out right where his face is and say that. Just a bit. Oh man, that quote gave you so much trouble. I splash him again. You've given me no choice. Craig splashes me in the face with a huge wave of water. He probably does that big double-handed backhand swing. So he creates a giant-ass wave. You've awakened the beast. Hey, Kitty! Thank you for gifting a sub to Sizzle Monty. How you doing, friend? Welcome to the Hunter base for realsies. Hey, and that officially puts you in first place for gifting subs, Kitty! You're finally in first place! You did it! Number one! Number one! Number one! Number one! Sizzle, thank you. That may have been my goal. Sizzle, please enjoy all our brand new emotes. Well, they're not all brand new, but enjoy your access to our emotes that are new for you. There we go. Nailed it. Oh my god, that person, Pandafer, has been number one since the Dark Cloud 24-hour stream. That's been over a year that they were holding first place. And they just gifted me so many fucking subs just so I could reach the sub goal and get more emotes. And then they just never came back. That person was insane, but I super appreciate them still. Because we got really cool emotes out of it. I like the image of Kitty crying on the floor, clutching their phone, and gifting me a sub. I don't know. With Kitty, that's entirely possible. But they have finally been dethroned! He launches another wave of water at me. He uses surf. It's super effective. Don't you put me in a corner here. Don't put a wild animal in the corner. Okay, squirt water at him with your hands. Hammer fist. Dunk him. Huh. Dunkachino. What's my name? Dunkachino. By the way, first of all, Jack and Jill. Terrible fucking movie. Possibly one of the worst movies ever. But that scene at the end where it's got Al Pacino doing a Dunkin' Donuts commercial, and he's like, it's not Al anymore, it's Dunk. And then he's like, Dunkachino? It's like, that's not how it work. If he changed his name to Dunk, it would be Dunk Pacino, not Dunkachino. Mav came back to Craig in boxers. Mav stripped that man so fast. Oh, Vash came back. I don't know if I said Mav came back. Sorry. Anyway, my point is, yes, that was deliberate on my part. Okay, so do we want to squirt? Do we want to fist him? Or do we want to send him down? Do we want him to go down? Say hello to his chocolate blend. I'm not mistaking Vash for Mav. Yes, it's true. I can't read, and I'm an idiot. New achievement unlocked. Thank you, Vash. Thank you for giving me an achievement. It's all I ever wanted out of life was a video game achievement. Okay. Let's dunk him. Let's make him go down. This is just our excuse to put our hands all over his body, though. I lunged for Craig and managed to get him in an arm lock. Time for the finishing move. I summoned all of my dad strength to lift Craig out of the water. We can all go to idiot support group together. Yay!
Nice.
Hey! And I drop him down for the splash. Craig bounces back out of the water. My turn. Oh no, it seems like Craig was simply allowing me to pick him up and dunk him. He grapples me with his clearly superior muscles and quite literally tosses me across the water. I emerge from the water devastated. You think I did all those pull-ups just so I could look good with my shirt off? Nah, bro. These arm cannons are dad launchers. Craig does a playful flex for me. Damn. Craig, truce, please. Craig thinks about it. Yeah, sure. We shake hands. There is peace. Was that actual game dialogue? Sometimes this game be cringy. It does, sometimes. But you gotta remember, it's supposed to be a little cringy sometimes. Man, that jump was such an adrenaline rush.
Oh.
Not so scary now, huh? I'll race you to the top. Race, 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 race. We run all the way up the slick rocks and cannonball out the waterfall again. What a rush! Only my wrestling fans will get that reference. Which means nobody in chat currently will, probably. Sadly. No, it's fine. I should play a wrestling game one day for stream. That'd be hilarious. Because I'd have to stop and explain the history of whatever game I'm playing. Like if it's one of the older games and there's stuff going on, and I have to be like, oh, well, this was back when this guy was doing this thing, and he had this thing, and that guy, and there was over there, and blah, 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 blah. I think that would be hysterical for me as a wrestling fan to do for all of you who are probably not wrestling fans. I could be wrong, though. Maybe one of you is secretly a wrestling fan in the closet. Good form on that one. Want to go again? You know it! Woo woo woo! It's another wrestling reference! Woo woo woo! You know it! Oh, man. Woo! With the same energy we had in our youth, we climbed back up to the top of the waterfall. I'm brave enough to try a flip, which I'm sure looks incredibly graceful as I belly flop into the water. Whew, man, this is fun. Got one more in you? Ah! Cringy Craig, thank you for the $5! That puts us at 205. I believe that's $45 away from our next revamp goal. If someone wants to type in !revamp to see our current stretch goals, to see our current milestones. Yes, we've already done the $100 spooky stream. Next, yes, at $250, so $45 away. The community chooses the next playthrough I do, and I've got a selection of games set up. So once we get to that, I will pull up the list. At $450, we get to do a 24-hour stream. At $700, we do a collab stream. I've got some feelers out to reach out to some people. And at $800, the final tally, we'll do a second 24-hour stream. We've got some gaps in there, but that's so we can add stuff in. I'm definitely going to add another karaoke stream, probably somewhere around the $300 mark. I just haven't updated it yet. There's also a big sizable gap between the $450 and the $700 in case I need to add something there. So don't worry, these aren't the only things we've got. We will add more stuff as it comes. I'll definitely add the karaoke stream once we reach the 250. Add spooky stream? I mean, I suppose we could add another spooky stream. It'd have to be somewhere between 450 and 700, though. I mean, there's plenty of space for that, of course. So there'd have to be a lot donated to get there. $600 spooky? No. 666. Vash and I on the same thought. Maybe do a $300 and a $500 and ditch the $450. Well, I'm trying to keep the progress, like, paced out in a certain way. Like, okay, we've reached this, now we need to do it again, plus a little extra for the next goal. I didn't want to do it in just every increment, in increments of every single 100, because that would have been more stuff than I'd had in mind at the time. But yeah, we can totally do another spooky game at 666. Unless, of course, that happens during October, in which case I'll already be playing a spooky game. So, if we reach the 666 goal in October, I will wait until after I finish that month's spooky series to do a different spooky series. But that's possibly not going to happen, so it may not matter. It does help, though, that I've already got the next spooky game picked out. I went ahead and bought it. It's a game called Soma. So, if we get there before October, great. If not, we'll do it after October, and I'll find something else. I mean, I know it's not the most convenient way to do it, but the way I did it was not Benny's or the fuck it was called. Nah, it went off sale before I could actually get it. Bendy and the Ink Machine. It might go on sale again before then, though. So it's still possible. It was on sale that day, but it also went off sale that day, and I didn't check it until later, and it's like, oh, okay, well, it's already not on sale anymore, so. Meanwhile, Soma was on sale for like $4. So I was like, that'll work! I live for danger. I'm debating Pal World or Final Fantasy XIV. Well, if you do Pal World, you could always invite one of us to play. Takes us a little more time, but we get to the waterfall and both do our best running jumps into the water below. Alright, I think that's my limit. We should get back before it gets too dark. Are you kidding? I've never felt more alive! I don't know. I feel like that might be pushing it. Although it would be almost teasing him like, I've got more stamina than you now. Vash would love to pal around with Mav and Kitty again. Mav just dreamed at it for palling around. Others too. Let's see what happens. Alright, bro, you sure? It's my time to jump. I'm done daving, but might be up for PAL. Like I mentioned several times that I'm just gonna like finish Dream Daddy tonight, and I just like blue ball everyone by not even finishing the first date with the first dad. Speaking of our revamp, by the way, since we've been discussing it, I've already mentioned this to some people, but the first major commission of our revamp goal has been set. I have contacted an artist, and they have begun work on it. They have been paid, and I will be having a ref sheet made of my character, an official ref sheet that will be used for all artists going forward doing any work of my character. Called Dream Daddy, not Real Daddy. You drop out before anything can happen. If not today, maybe we pal around this weekend sometime. I mean, I've got Dark Souls 2 tomorrow, and I canceled the last time I was going to play that so I could take a break instead, because, you know, I was doing stuff with Kitty. We were making plans for 420, blaze it. So I really need to get back into that, especially so I can finish up that fucking boss. But if we're all free on Sunday after I'm done babysitting for the day, totally. Or if we want to do it early on Saturday, before I start streaming, I could do that too. I scurry up the rocks once more and do another classic cannonball. Wow, this is so fun! Getting kind of cold. Want to go back to the camp now? I'm done. We should probably head back. We go to put on our clothes back and notice they're soaking wet. Maybe a splash fight wasn't the best idea. Good kitty for Sunday. Sounds great. Yeah, if we're all free on Sunday, totally. Ah, it's okay. We'll get a fire going in no time. We can dry off and get some dinner going. Sopping wet, we hike back to the camp and unpack everything we need for dinner. Craig pulls out a couple of steaks and some chopped potatoes in tin foil. You ready for a feast?
Sounds like a plan. Excellent.
Hey man, take a seat. The Craig train is pulling into the relaxation station, and I'm your conductor. Let me cook for you. Then we have a plan for Sunday. Absolutely not. Cooking is one of the things that relaxes me the most. I'll take it from here. The main issue with starting right now is I don't want to ditch map and levels too much. Feel that? Oh, well, I see. I am the albatross around your necks. Good to know. No, I'm kidding. I mean, if you guys want to play your own worlds in the meantime, though, you've got to have another server to play on or whatever, right, Kitty? Want to play with the Mav? Yeah, like, we've all got our own independent worlds and then a world for all three of us, so if anyone wants to play their own separate world and then we can play together, that's fine too. Thinking maybe Vash World, but can also Final Fantasy XIV? Either's fine. I have not played Final Fantasy XIV a lot since I got it. I've played it maybe twice. Craig cooks now? I remember how his entire sophomore year diet consisted of microwavable mac and cheese, but not microwaved, and have trouble believing the thing he just said. So he didn't microwave his mac and cheese? He just ate it cold? Dude. What the fuck? No, hydrate. Thank you, Vash. Yeah, besides, I don't know how long we're going to be playing this today, because cheers. Because I want to get all the dad endings. And depending on how long the dates go, it could take a while. If we play on each other's servers, we will be level 0. We play the shared server. But like I'm saying, if we have our own independent worlds where we can just play by ourselves for a bit. I'm not saying you have to. I'm not like forcing you to. But I'm saying it's okay to play without me because you will have other options to play. You don't have to play that world. But that's also fair. I just don't want to be like, oh, you can't play without me. Are you fucking crazy? I'm the only one. Yeah, I don't want to be that kind of guy. So I'm just saying, you can play Power World if you want. You don't have to necessarily wait on me. Anyway, yes, I'm having a ref sheet made. And right now there is a rough sketch of it in place. I will share more once more work has been done. And I don't want to give away too much about the artist yet because they mentioned they weren't currently happy with how the horns were looking. So I didn't want to share the current rough sketch because they weren't happy with it. But once more work on it gets done, I'll reveal it and I'll talk all more about that. So first thing for our revamp goal is getting started. Let's plan for Sunday. Fair enough. In which case, we can play something else tonight. I mean, I'm already playing this, but Vatch, you could play Final Fantasy XIV if you want to. I'm so excited, and I just can't hide it. I have alarm set. Excellent. At least let me start the fire. We didn't start the fire. Something, something, don't remember the words. Sure, let me just go grab my matches. Craig reaches into his backpack. He rummages around his bag, pulling things out and checking every pocket. Uh-oh.
Oh.
I know I packed it. Are we going to have to huddle together for warmth? Craig checks another bag and still can't find it. My stomach grumbles and now I'm more acutely aware of how cold and wet I am. We really need to get a fire started. Okay, well, it's not the end of the world. Gosh, I'm so stupid. I could have sworn I packed it. I'm sorry, dude. Don't be. We can figure this out. Huddle for warmth. Huddle for warmth. Huddle for warmth. We can start a fire. We're smart guys. I mean, how hard could it be? I watch plenty of survival programs on TV. If a naked reality TV star can do it, so can we. Those guys have help. It's TV. They're never in any actual danger. We'll need some wood. You got any in your pants? Never mind. We're wet and cold, so probably no wood, actually. It's very hard to have wood when you're both wet and cold. I gesture to the trees around us.
Hi.
There's no shortage of that. And some tinder.
Oh.
I'm not really on Tinder, but, you know, it's cool for some people. We could make that work. And then I think some ancient aliens are then supposed to come by and give us advanced technology, or renovate our house. Depends on the show. Craig and I gather a variety of wood, bark, and moss until we have all the materials that could conceptually make a passable-looking campfire. Bark is wood, though. Like, it's part of the tree. It's still wood. Just add fire, right? That's the fun part. The sun is now setting and a cool breeze rustles the leaves of the trees around us. We have to work quick.
Oh.
I've done this in the past and I know I can figure it out. Just give me a second. Any way I can help? Give me some moral support. Lift my spirits and we'll make this fire happen. Go overboard with compliments. You can do it! Never knew a better Craig. You're really giving that fire the business. You're an amazing, hard-working father with a steady work ethic and everyone loves you. Your daughters think you're a superhero and the neighborhood dads respect you immensely. Also, your butt looks great. Bro, stop. You'll make me cry. Okay. Don't want your tears putting out the fire. Eventually, Craig is miraculously able to get something going He blows on the embers and gently places the glowing moss into the base of the pit. Soon enough, we have a nice little fire going. Yay! Fire! Way to go, man! We're regular old outdoorsy fellas. Hooray for not dying! I take a seat in one of the lawn chairs Craig brought and cozy up to the fire, warming up my hands.
Oh.
Relax, man. Take it easy. Let me handle the dinner. I watch as Craig stokes the fire and sets up a makeshift grill for the steaks. After all that hiking and swimming and fire starting, I'm able to relax a bit. With the sound of crickets and the scent of a steak filling the air. Oh, the scent of a steak. I think I said the sound of a steak. With the sound of crickets and the scent of a steak. If I fucked it up, then I fixed it. There we go. I can read sometimes. I actually feel pretty calm. Greg expertly sears 2 steaks in a pan he's been heating up on the fire, cracking thyme and crushed ginger over it while basting them both in butter. I mean, what kind of steak is he making here? Why would you crush ginger over a steak that's already basted in butter? It's an odd choice, my man. Wow, I didn't know he was actually good at cooking. The fanciest I ever saw him get in college was when he started sprinkling the seasoning packets on the dry ramen and eating it straight up. Why do people do that? It's not chips. That's super bad for your teeth and it tastes disgusting. When did this happen? You used to eat cereal every morning with beer instead of milk. I grew up, I guess. I think these are just about ready. Greg puts the steaks on a paper plate and sets them aside. Dry ramen chips tasty? No, they are not. Stop lying. And filling. It's just as filling if it's cooked. The only thing they could possibly do from not being cooked is soak up some of your stomach acid, which could actually be bad for you. I have not seasoned them properly. Maybe not, but I still don't want to do that. First of all, my teeth are bad enough already. I don't need to be eating anything that crunchy. I start to reach for one, but Craig smacks my hand away. Dude, let them rest. It'll be more flavorful that way. I patiently return to my seat, eyeing the steaks longingly from a distance. They smell incredible. Bash bad teeths only eat ramen chips rarely. Fair enough, but I'm not eating them even rarely. Crunchy nudes? I prefer my nudes soft and tasty. Nothing worse than a crunchy nude. The image is all out of shape and everything just looks weird and blocky. I'm talking about. Anyway. Crunchy nudes, and even so, they have multiple sitting snack. Not eat all in one sitting. I guess that's fair, like normal chips would be. But still, I don't think that's for me. I love that he still hasn't put his pants back on. I think we're trying to wait on them to dry because we just got the fire going. But I'm not complaining. Yeah, naked man. It's okay, Mav. Doesn't have to be for you. It's true, I guess. But I don't particularly care for eating raw ramen with seasoning on it. It just does not sound tasty. I prefer my nudes to be dripping wet. They should be dry. You took them off before getting in. But they got wet because we splashed around. We had a splash fight. Worst crunchy nudes are when lasagna nudes are exposed and baked hard. Oh, yes, that is absolutely terrible. That is the worst. I fucking love lasagna, but when the lasagna noodles get exposed to the oven air and get hardened, and it's just like that one little corner that's... You don't like tasty brick? No. Oh, okay. All right. It's just the worst when a lasagna noodle does that. And I fucking love lasagna. I love it. I have one of those little what do you call them? Oven baked lasagna thingies like every month. Greg prepares a side salad for us in the meantime, sprinkling feta cheese on the freshly chopped greens. He plates it next to a generous pile of roasted potatoes covered in olive oil and rosemary. If you had all this shit that you didn't have to cook, why were we sitting here patiently waiting for you to get the fire going when we could have already had the fucking salad? I love Hub so much. I make sure he not have to eat crunchy lasagna nudes. Bash takes the portion with crunchy nudes if they exist. Very generous. That's how you know it's love. If love is not eating the crunchy lasagna noodles so that your partner doesn't have to, I don't know what love is. Once it's all ready, we sit down by the fire and dig in. Everything tastes okay. I'm in heaven. That's what I like to hear. Remember how for an entire semester we would eat burritos for breakfast, lunch, and dinner? Okay. I've done something like that, but never quite that extreme. I have eaten burritos for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and like the little microwavable burritos, but never all on the same day. If I get like one of those packs of microwavable burritos, they'll just be like I'm feeling hungry, but I want to get something done quick. Burritos. I just throw them in the air fryer and cook them for a few minutes, and like tasty burrito. Love is letting your partner put the cold as fuck feet on your calves so they don't freeze. That's true too. It's so hard to not go back to that. It's really not. It's really not hard to not go back to that. Just stop buying burritos. It'll stop happening. I wish I could still eat burritos, but I can't eat beans. I know. I was about to say, that's right, you can't have beans. They make beanless burritos, though. Or letting your partner put glitter in your beard when they depressed because you know it makes them smile whenever they see it. I'm gonna assume that's something your hubs does for you, Vash. I'd be good at that. I'm like a human radiator. Look at you now, man. You have kids, a great job. Now you cook like a vengeful wizard whose arch nemesis is microwavable food. I'm really impressed with how much you've gotten your life together. Vengeful wizard. It's the image of that. I don't particularly care to use the microwave these days. It's just, I don't know. I don't like the taste of food that gets cooked in a microwave. It almost nukes all the flavor out of stuff. I have a hard time finding just beef and cheese that aren't riddled with jalapeno or bell pepper. Huh. I was also a human radiator. My life is not nearly together as his. It does, yeah. I don't like using a microwave. I have a microwave, but I don't use it much. At best, I'll use it to reheat something that's like leftovers from the fridge. And then it's only for like a minute max. Stir it up and then maybe throw it in the oven for a little bit just so it doesn't dehydrate for being in the oven again. And that's only if it's something I can't reheat in the air fryer. Craig laughs, but there's no humor in it.
Oh.
I'm glad you think that. I glance at Craig while he picks at a salad. He really grew out of his baby face, but there's something about his expression that makes him seem so much older than he is. A sense of maturity he didn't have in college. He looks exhausted. Also, Hubs get brownie points at work when they ask about his glitter beard. He tells them, and they're all, "Aw, that is so sweet." I've never had glitter in my beard, for what it's worth. But considering the sheer tidal wave of glitter that my sister currently has received from somebody for her birthday, I could imagine it happening eventually. This reminds me, I need to buy more of my makeup glitter dry spray. I don't know what you're talking about. Oh. You okay?
I don't know.
Yeah. Come on, dude. I've known you for long enough to see when you're down.
Oh, man.
Glitter and resin can give lovely effects. Well, there's plenty of resin molds and resin and such. I don't know what my sister will do first, but I'm betting there'll be glitter in it. I'm tired, bro. I think being out here is making me realize just how drained I feel. I'm gonna like it when Moon Sis makes dice sets with glitter in them. I think she's already promised to make one for our dad. She wants to make a set with ducks in them for her, though. She wants to get, like, little tiny plastic ducks, because she was talking about this, and make a set of dice with ducks for her. Etsy will sell them? Yeah, I'm sure they will. The ducks. You work really hard, Craig. It can't be easy.
Oh.
I have to, for my girls. I volunteer at their school. I cook healthy meals for them. I do everything I can to make sure they're safe and happy. And with their mom, I'm always working overtime so I can support them. Easy to get tiny add-ins on Etsy. Etsy! I Etsy what you did there. Etsy is almost spelled like easy. And then you work out a lot so you can crush anyone who's... and then you work out a lot so you can crush anyone who stands in their way?
Oh.
That, and I don't want to fall in my old habits. I need to set a good example for my girls. Everything I do is for them, and I wouldn't have it any other way. But it seems like it's bleeding you dry. Yeah, you really... As much as I can respect him doing everything he does for his children, you can't live your life devoted solely to someone else and never doing anything for yourself, because you will eventually just run out of fuel to keep going. If you just push and push and push and you never take a break to recharge, you're just going to find yourself without any energy one day. It's like... Ooh, perfect analogy, because it's something we were talking about in Kitty's chat during stream. It's like he keeps borrowing all of his spoons from his next day, and he's running so spoon negative that he'll never have spoons again if he doesn't take a day to just recharge all his spoons. He's using up all his spoons on his family, which is respectable, but he's got no spoons left for him. If that's what it takes to raise them well, then it's worth it. Greg, buddy, I know where you're coming from here, but you gotta take care of yourself, too.
Dude.
I do, though. I eat right and exercise, and that's not what we mean. That's not what I mean. You're too little butter and not too much toast, you know? Oh, you're too little butter on too much toast. There we go.
Nice.
What? You're spreading yourself too thin. Life needs balance. It's great that you care this much about your kids, but you can't neglect your own needs because you're too busy taking care of everyone else's. You matter too.
Oh.
It's just, I know I can provide for my family. And if I take a step back and look at everything objectively, I know I'm doing right by them. But I can't explain it, man. There's always that voice in the back of my head telling me that I need to do more. It's like it's never enough for me. Every time I try to relax, that voice keeps telling me I don't deserve it. To be honest, I even feel guilty about being out here. Greg, you're trying your best and you're doing an amazing job. That's a fact. But even if you weren't, you would still deserve happiness.
I don't know.
Do I, though? Everyone deserves happiness, Craig. This got very emotional. Enjoy your lurk, Vash. I'm going to assume you're doing something for dinner, possibly, and not because it got too emotional and too real. Which it also definitely did. It's got way too real. Hell yeah, bro. I look at Craig and think about what a good friend and even better father he is. He's compassionate, he's hardworking, he's relentlessly positive, and palling. Ah, that works too. He encourages everyone to be the best version of themselves. He makes me want to be a better person. If you could only see yourself the way I see you.
Oh.
Palling. Palling around at the speed of sound. Got places to go, gotta follow my rainbow. Craig beams. He gets up and walks over to his supplies. Come on, I brought dessert. Ooh, are you gonna use the campfire to torch the top of some creme brulee?
Oh.
What? I know little to nothing about cooking. Clearly. The fuck did you think that would work for? Greg pulls out marshmallows. S'mores! Classic.
Bro.
Well, you still know how to make s'mores, right? I think the more important question is, do you know how to make s'mores? As I recall, you used to just completely blacken the marshmallows. Oh, I stand by that. It's charred on the outside, but the gooey center is preserved. Brutish. Craig throws a marshmallow at me and I catch it in my mouth. Pro move. We used to be able to do that at a great distance against a wind disadvantage. I'm talking like about a marshmallow in my mouth. Give me a week of practice and I'll be competitive again. Craig and I sit in the warm glow of the campfire, watching embers float up towards the sky. Stars are so much brighter out here. Damn, we're already an hour and 30 minutes in. We're still only on the first date. I did want to get this all done tonight, but if they all take this long, it's going to be like hour and a half, 3 hours, 4.5, 6 hours. It's going to be like almost 8 hours to get all the dads done. Possibly even 9. So if we get to that point, then again, I've gotten distracted a lot, so that could be adding to it. But if we get to, let's say, the 5-hour mark and we're nowhere close to done, we might have to call this a part 1 of 2 finale. Oh, I didn't even read that, I don't think. That was something about the stars. Yeah, I miss this, Jack. Me too. We stay here until it gets late, half remembering stories from college. We watch as the fire dies and eventually clamber into the tent. We crawl into the tent and I unfurl my sleeping bag. Wait, where's the other sleeping bag? I look around for a second. Oh. Oh no. I must have left it at home. Share the bag! Share the bag! Share the bag! It's all yours, dude. I'm sorry. I'll just curl up over here. No way. Here. Craig unzips the sleeping bag and spreads it out so there's enough room for both of us to lay on top of it.
Nice.
Night, bro. Good night, bro. I roll over and we face away from each other. For now. Without a blanket, it's really cold. Embrace each other. It won't be cold anymore. I shiver. Without realizing it, I find myself nestling closer to Craig. I'm sure he won't mind. He turns over and I can feel his breath on my neck. It's hard to focus on anything else. I turn over, trying to get more comfortable. I open my eyes to find Craig's face only a few inches from my own. For once, he looks at peace. His eyes flutter open. His hands find a place on my waist. I'm not sure who leans in first, but suddenly we're kissing. We look at each other again, my heart racing. Craig,
Hi.
I got strong feelings for you, bro. Feelings I can't deny anymore. Bro, me too. I run my hands through his hair, then down to his chest. Craig brings me closer, wrapping his arms around me. I feel so secure. You know, talking about old times is fun, but I like making new memories with you. I smile, tracing the lines of his hip with my finger. We kiss again. I'm not worried about us getting too cold tonight. Whoop, 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 whoop.
Bro, that was perfect.
Yeah, S rank. S for sex, which we just had with Craig. Probably. I still don't get what these are. How did I get points from Aranero when nothing like that happened? Yeah, keg stand champion. All right. Let's see if that immediately takes us to an ending or if we can then do all the other dads. Laserdisc is clearly a superior digital video format. Woof, I think I have everything finally set up. Mana should be here any minute now. I think that's her car in the driveway. Okay, gotta act natural. Be cool, Jack, be cool. Mana walks to the door with a suspicious look on her face. Hey, Dad. Thank you for that, Vash. Off to a good start. Something fishy? Rats. What? No, you ask too many questions. Sorry, sweetie, it's the feds. We're gonna go with this one. That life of crime is finally catching up to you. I tried to send him in a different direction, but even I'm no match for the power and funding of the US government.
Ugh.
Well, if they think they're gonna take me alive, they got another thing coming. I'm kidding. You're right. I have a little surprise for you.
Ugh.
Yeah, I can tell. You're very bad at lying. I consider that a positive quality, though. Amanda, my dear, would you care to join me in the kitchen? Father, it would fill my heart with glee. I lead Amanda over to the kitchen table, where a present lies covered under a tablecloth. Nothing special, but I wanted to get you a little something. You graduated high school last week, and I know you told me not to make a big deal about it, but... Aw, Dad, you... I dramatically whip the cloth off the table. Amanda's jaw drops. No way! I figured you probably won't be able to get cable in the dorm, so I thought it might be nice to take pieces of home with you. A DVD box set of Long Haul Paranormal. Why would you get her all 19 seasons? This show went on for 20 years? No. Out of protest, I'm not even reading any more of this dialogue. Until they stop talking about it. Okay. Okay, I'll read now. Oh, okay. Whoa. So many dads. I'll read now that we're back at the scene transition. What? You told me not to make a big deal, but you seem to have forgotten that my entire mission in life is to make a big deal out of your accomplishments. So consider this your graduation party. I invited all of my bedroom bays to your party. So clearly that's not awkward, right? I mean, they probably brought their children, except for Robert, whose child I've never met. Is Robert even a dad? I feel like he's got to be because it's Dream Daddy. And he might have talked about a kid once, but I've never seen his kid. Surprise! Dad, everyone's here. Oh yeah, everyone wanted to come and support you. That a mac and cheese bar? Sure is. Fully customizable, down to the type of mac. That actually sounds delicious. And there's an ice cream cake, the good kind with crunchies in the middle.
Yes.
I don't know what to say. Don't say anything. Just go have fun with your pals, alright? In your own little world with your pals, like some kind of... I don't know what the right word to use here is. Huh. If only there was like something that would describe a world you could be in with your pals. Ah well, I guess someone will have to invent that later. I'm so proud of you, Amanda. Amanda smiles and runs to her friends. I should make the rounds and make sure everyone's having a good time. But first, mac and cheese. Jack, my dude. Pablo, how's the shirt business going? See, you still can't find one that fits you properly, but that's okay. My butt, I got men's shirts, I got women's shirts, I got tank tops in a variety of sizes, shapes, and colors. Each one of them of fine quality. Screen printed with a logo and visage of world-renowned witch house outfit, Vacant Veil. Purchasable at most respectable retailers. But more specifically, out of the trunk of my car. I'm also selling my mom's world-famous homemade apple butter. Never stop hustling, Pablo. Baby, you got it. Jack. Brian, you made it. Ha, I don't pass up on good mac. What do you think of the party? It's not bad. Just not bad? Yeah, it's not bad. Don't let him bait you. Don't let him bait you. Thank you for the lovely compliment. Sure thing, pal. Say, let me know if you ever want to head out on the lake. I'd be happy to pull you out of the drink again. Deep breaths. Daisy trots up. Hi, Amanda's dad. Hey, Brian's daughter. See? See how that feels? This is a really great party. Thanks so much for inviting us. You're very welcome, tiny child who knows how to pay a compliment. Still not using her name. Brian and I lock eyes. This isn't over. Looks like you've settled into this neighborhood quite nicely. Yep, couldn't ask for a better cul-de-sac. Or a better sack than Craig's. Ha ha ha! Talking about the sleep sack we shared, obviously. Sick degenerates. Well, I'm glad. Hopefully we'll see you more at church events. We got a big schedule planned for the rest of the year. I'm sure the kids would love to see your dance moves again. Sure thing, Joseph. And maybe if you aren't doing anything later, we could hang out sometime. Sure, Joseph, that'd be great. Well, see you later. Hugo comes up to me with a plate of mac and cheese. The perfect cheddar to mac ratio. Beautiful work, Jack. Thanks, Hugo. I learned from the best. I've got a pocket full of gift cards that say you already know a thing or two. Let's get together for trivia night again sometime soon, huh? You know it. You know, I'm really pleased to see Amanda going to her dream school. I'm glad she turned around for finals. Me too. That scholarship money will really help, especially since I don't seem to have a job. Amanda, whoa! Walks by and pretends not to see Hugo. She's just like zoom past him. Amanda, come say hi to your old teacher. Hey. Congratulations on graduating. I know you're going to do great things at art school. Pew pew. Yeah, thanks. Amanda starts to back away. Wait, I just realized that you're not my teacher anymore, so I don't have to be afraid of talking to you. You no longer hold power over me. You're right. Go forth, adult. I can no longer give you detention. Yeah, I'm gonna break anything I want, and there's nothing you can do about it. I don't think perhaps that's the best thing to say in front of your former teacher, but especially in front of your dad. Are you still mad about that time I gave you detention for breaking my globe? Nope. And I'll have you know that globe didn't even fit to the basketball hoop in the first place, so you'll fit into college just fine. Hey. Hey. Good talk. Robert gestures vaguely to the snack table. Good stuff. Yep. See you later. Good talk, Robert. Very poignant. Hey, man. Matt! Let me know when Amanda leaves for college. I'll have a fresh batch of grateful banana bread ready for her. Thank you. I know she'll love that. Have you gotten that oregano smell out of your upholstery yet? Still working on it. What a splendid garden party. My deepest thanks for extending an invitation to my son and I. This icebox cake is divine. Yeah, thanks, dude. Good cake. I stare at Lucian. He knows. I know. But I am a man of my word. The story of his oregano betrayal will go unsung. Thanks for coming by. Hey, looks like Amanda's hanging out with Briar and Hazel. Let's see what they're up to. Yes. Okay, Briar, think of a shape. Hazel, what's she thinking? Square. Briar? Star. We'll get it next time. Is she trying to teach them telepathy? Amanda leans in closer to Briar and Hazel, lowering her voice. Listen, you guys can be real with me. If you're downplaying your psychic abilities, I want you to know that you can trust me. Heck, even think of me as a third twin. Amanda, that's a triplet. You know, Dad, by the time I'm done with these kids, we're gonna be finishing each other's... What? You didn't finish your set? Get an EP, thank you for the stream app. Good night, Sizzle. Thank you for stopping by with the raid and such, and congratulations on your gifted sub. I will see you later, my friend. What are we gonna be finishing? Each other's sentences! See? Third twin! I have to go. Good night, my friend. As the party starts to wind down, I take a seat on our back porch step. The sun is setting and everyone seems to have eaten their fill. Amanda wanders over and sits down next to me. Killer party, Pops. I didn't talk to Greg yet. I guess because he's the one we dated, we'll get a special scene with him. What can I say? I was inspired. So, I also have something for you. For me? Why? Not to be completely genuine about my feelings for once or anything, but growing up wasn't easy. It could have been a lot harder if it wasn't for you. Dad, you've been there through me through everything. You've been there for me through everything. Oh my god. I'm ruining this very nice sentiment with my inability to read. If only my left eye wasn't so fucked up. There's been times in my life where you were my only friend. I was really scared of going to college and being so far away from you, but I realized that everything you've done for me has been to prepare me for this, and I'm ready. Learn to read, loser. You're making fun of my physical disabilities. That's so mean. Just because I can't see well out of one eye? I wouldn't be who I am today without you. Don't cry. Don't cry. I swear to Jack. I swear to Jack, God. Oh, man. I was expecting you to come back with learn to spell. I would never make fun of your disabilities. Oh. Sorry. I'm sorry. Oh, man. Woo! That was a doozy. I swear to God, Jack, if you cry again, you're the best, Dad. I love you. And I'm crying. I'm crying too, but from laughing. Anyway, that was enough emotional vulnerability for one day. Present time! Amanda hands me a tiny wrap package. I tear the wrapping off to find a framed picture of me and Amanda. Aw. It's us. Kinda shocking all of our photo albums are just pictures of me, huh? I figure we need at least one together before I leave. Amanda, thank you. Watching you grow up has been the happiest experience of my life. You're such a talented, intelligent young woman, and I'm so excited to see what the future holds for you. Knock 'em dead, kid. Always do. Amanda and I share a hug. This is only the beginning, Pops. Plenty more memories for us down the road. Memories to make and stuff to break, right? Aw, I'm gonna break so much stuff, intentionally and unintentionally. I got world's best dad. Get Amanda's good ending. There's a bad ending for Amanda? I don't want to be there for that. You're probably gonna have to pay for most of it. It would be my honor. Amanda hops up. Looks like someone's been waiting to talk to you. It's probably Craig. Yep. I glance over to the back of the yard where Craig is sitting on a bench beneath our cherry blossom tree. He smiles at me. I'll leave you two to it. Me and the Emmers are gonna go get ice cream. Love you, Pops. Is she making friends with her friends again? Are they problem solving and fixing their friendship and improving it for the future in a more mature way? Amanda runs off to join her friends. I take a seat next to Craig as the last guests make their way out of the party. Bro. This reminds me of the parties we used to throw. Fewer keg stands, of course. Probably for the best. I don't want to get my hip replaced after a party trick goes wrong. We can leave keg stands in the past. I'm, taking this weekend to relax. Party was my first stop out of the express train from Relaxation Station. Next stop is Napville. Pull into the Jack Concourse. I'd like to book a ticket to Napville as well. I might have to meet you halfway at eating food directly off of your own stomach town. Hello? We both giggle, but man, do I want to pour some chips on my belly while I hang out in a hammock. Wait, is he gonna eat the food out of his belly or mine? I'm confused now. Craig, I'm glad you're making time for yourself.
Oh.
Me too. Stress is a funny thing, dude. I didn't realize how overworked I was until we got away from the city. It's honestly just as destructive as binge drinking every night and eating burritos off the floor. I guess we need to get out of the city more often then. Craig kicks his legs over the side of the bench and leans onto me. Lying down on my lap, I run my fingers through his hair. You're looking for balance. I admire that. I'm trying not to feel guilty about doing things for myself. It's a process. And it's gonna take me some time to figure it out. I might need your help, bro. Craig, I'll be your bro till the day I die. And if being your bro means forcing you to take care of yourself, then I'll happily oblige. Craig looks up to me, smiling. Bro. It means so much to me. Craig sits up and pulls me into a kiss. Bro kiss! Bro. We both laugh. You and me, we're gonna be alright. Dad tip 21. Eat a lot of broccoli. Bros Kiss? These bros did. Created by Leighton Gray and Vernon Shaw. Vernon Shaw, ain't got no flaw. Jory Griffiths. That was the guy who did, last Halloween's game. Our spooky stream for Homebody, that was it. Voice credits. Nathan Sharp, Aaron Hansen, Dan Avidan, Brian Weck, Susie Burhow, Nathaniel McDonald. Yeah, Jory Griffiths was the guy who made Homebody. The game we did for last Halloween stream. Our last spooky game before, Alien Isolation. Which was not Halloween. Gonna be your dream. Dream daddy. Dream daddy. Okay, so I can click to make it go faster. Skee-ball minigame. I never got to do a skee-ball minigame, did I? Concept minigame. Gargoyle minigame. Okay, I remember that. Running minigame. I did that. When did we do a skee-ball minigame? Did I miss something? Dream Daddy. DVP. This is not DVP by Pup. Ballad of a Fallen Dad. Daughter Brag Battle Theme. I remember most of these. And all of our dads. A game from Game Grumps. Hey! You're the best, Pops. Love, Amanda. Alright, will that take us back to... Oh, hello? Ooh! Hello! Awesome! We got some artwork of Craig getting soaked in Gatorade, and we can see one of his nips. Alright, well, let's pick up right before we did the last date. Oh, we can just go right to another one, or will we have to load? Hey, look, he's like lit up on this menu now. He's not like colored out like these ones are. Alright. If I click load epilogue, is it gonna... Then I just load the epilogue again, or will it take me back to the You've Got Dads and show me like... Okay, yep, just right back to the... Tries to sneak in, but trips over stuff. Hi, Punk! Welcome in, you're just in time. We just finished dating the first dad for the night. We've got a couple more dates to go. Hopefully the next few go a little bit quicker. Okay, so we cannot load the epilogue. But there's our picture of Craig. Alright, so we just have to load the file from before we went on the final date. Continue. Jack, 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 Jack. I'm gonna click this one. Because this says Craig date 3, so this says dad book. So this must be the one.
Welcome. You've got dads.
We're gonna save it. That way this goes to the top of the save list. Alright. I believe we said Joseph second just so we could get him out of the way. I'm not gonna particularly care for this one too much. I'm not invested in Joseph's story. And I'm pretty sure it's going to end in tragedy no matter what. So, you'll forgive me if I just kind of power through this one. I should try for a different route in Dream Daddy. Well, we just finished Craig. We're gonna do everyone's today. I'm not super excited for Joseph's. And I'm not particularly into Robert, but I hope his has a happier ending than this one probably will. I really want to see Joseph again, but after that weird encounter with Mary, I don't know. He's my friend, right? I should be able to hang out with him and it not be weird, right? Right? Computer pings as a message flies out of my inbox. It's Joseph! Hi, Jack. We should hang out. Like, actually hang out. No manual labor, no impromptu therapy sessions with sad DJs, no kids, just you, me, and the open ocean. Wait, how are we gonna get on the open ocean? How are we getting on the open ocean, you ask? Good question. Wow, he's prescient. So which route have you done, punk? If you're interested, I'll meet you down by the marina, and you can check out the goods, if you know what I mean. I mean my yacht. Let me know. Joseph owns a yacht? Joseph owns a yacht?
Yes.
I'm as surprised as you are.
Hmm.
Just blowing up your phone. He's desperate. You've been holding out on me, your only daughter whom you love. What, did you think having me as a father would somehow afford you the fringe benefit of getting to go on a yacht?
Hmm.
What else did it get me? Healthy upbringing and a supportive environment. I'm literally paying for your college. Not a dog, that's for sure.
Aw.
Your words cut deep, Pops. Real deep. Dad, if there's one thing in the world that's better than a dog, it's a yacht dog. You and your yacht dog. That's a bond forged through the trials at sea. Damien? I should have guessed. Relax, kiddo. Joseph's inviting me out onto his yacht. It's going to be a yacht of fun. I'm glad you're excited, but that doesn't mean you get to start throwing out puns. Why yacht, Amanda? That's barely even a pun. Victorian goth dad. You do have a thing for the gothics, don't you? Well, I gotta go get ready. Go on my friend's yacht. Start to walk away, but Amanda stops me. Hey, in all seriousness, I hope you have fun. But make good choices, okay? But Dad...
Huh?
Don't stay out too late or you can't go to Jennifer Longforth's birthday party this weekend. You promised you would propose to me, but ended up going with Logan Crutchfield. I'm not going anywhere near that party. Good bit, Dad. Good bit. I respond back to Joseph, letting him know that I'll be there. You got pissed at me for sleeping with Robert? Look, I'm gonna see all the endings. I'm not super thrilled about Joseph or Roberts, but we're gonna see them just for the sake of seeing them. Besides, I didn't sleep with him at the first chance it gave me. So when we get our ending, it'll be actually, like, I don't know, meaningful? I don't know. I assume it'll be at least more meaningful than it would have been otherwise. A quaint marina complete with local mom and pop shops and a small diner frame the bay. I've gone for a few walks by the bayside and stare enviously at the nice boats before. Joseph should be around here somewhere. Gosh, this is fancy. I feel a little out of place. Jack! That doesn't sound like Joseph. I turn around to find... Oh, please tell me it's not Robert. Please tell me it's not Robert. Please tell me it's not Robert. Please tell me it's... Fuck! Robert! Hey... What's he doing here? So, how's Joseph? Robert comes off cold immediately. I get the feeling he's not happy I'm here. And what's with that look? He seems very angry. Very, very angry. Well, no shit. You're here with Mary's husband. He's going through some stuff? Robert blasts through a cigarette.
Dare you?
So I guess he's your friend now, huh? Your pal? Oh, Robert, you're my friend too. And I suppose two friends just spend the night out on a private yacht together, being buds, chatting about friendship. Is that what two friends do? His voice is getting louder. What has gotten into him? Robert, come on, you know I'm not like that. Jack, you might be an idiot, but I'm not. What's your problem with Joseph anyway? I don't like Joseph. I don't trust Joseph. Joseph is a bad guy, and I don't want him around you. Robert, you committed petty larceny last week, and I think you've been haunted by the Denver ghost.
How dare you?
It was the goddamn Dover ghost. Robert pauses to calm himself down. Joseph's not who you think he is. What?
Oh?
Ask him about it sometime. Ring it up. And watch your back when you do. Because a guy like that'll put a knife right in it. Robert flicks a cigarette into the front seat of a recently cleaned schooner before turning around to leave. Takes a step, hesitates, then turns back to face me. You're both awful. You deserve each other. Damn. I'll tell Mary you said hi. With that, Robert storms off down the pier. Oh, man. I already felt bad about this. You didn't have to guilt me more. I'm doing this more or less against my will. Well, okay. That was awkward. I wander deeper into the marina. All these boats are really, really nice. I wonder which one is Joseph's. Hey, Jack. Joseph! Where are you? Up here! I look up. Joseph waves to me from atop a huge yacht. I've never been on a yacht before. You never forget your first. I glance at the name at the side of the boat. The St. Peter, huh? Inherited this thing from my pops. Real fire and brimstone type. Loved yachts. So what's the plan, Captain? I figured since last time we went a bit sideways, we could cast our lot out on the open sea, wrestle with Neptune, set sail on seas of adventure. Kind of a goofball when you're not wrangling your kids, you know that? Joseph smiles and winks from his perch. I have no idea what you're talking about. Joseph hops down and extends a hand to me, helping me onto the yacht. I'm thrown off by how soft his hands are. Is he moisturized or what? Jack, stop thinking about his hands. Your thoughts. You're gonna be on a boat, alone with Joseph, on the open ocean. It's a yacht, he's married, it's fine. This is fine. Oh, this is absolutely the evil playthrough, isn't it? This is the evil route. After undoing the mooring and climbing into the captain's seat, Joseph slowly takes the boat out, ringing the big steel bell with extra emphasis even though nobody else seems to be around. Going off! Boat launching! Man and boat launching as one! St. Peter navigates out of the marina and into open water, Joseph doing the occasional steering flourish as the boat bobs along with the waves. He seems a lot more relaxed out here. Joseph is definitely in his element. This is the part where we wrestle Neptune, so please remove your shirt and roll in some talcum powder. Luckily I brought my Neptuning fork. Ha ha! Joseph stifles a laugh. Collegiate level dad joking there, Jack. For a while, we watched the trees and waves pass us by. Where are we going? A little further out. It's a lot quieter once we get out into open water. Plus, we could see whales. Whales are cool. And if I murder you, no one will be able to witness it. And I can dip your body over to the drink and just float away forever. It can wash up in Argentina, and it'll never be traced back to me. I don't trust whales. Nothing should be that big. Noted. Joseph maneuvers the boat past some buoys and goyles. He sighs. Wish I could get out more often, but you know, family, wife, saving souls. So many souls. I can barely hold them all. I watched Joseph work the boat. Despite his age, he doesn't seem like he's slowed down at all. And from here, I can see how toned his muscles are. Impure thoughts! Stare out into the ocean. Joseph's right. It's a lot quieter out here, but something about the conversation with Robert still bothers me. So, I ran into Robert. Was he... He wasn't waiting for you at the dock, was he? Yes, and smoking like a chimney. That's Robert, all right. Is everything okay between you two? He seemed angry. It's... How do I put this? Oh my god, are you gonna fucking tell me? A big storm is rolling in, I'll be able to stream tonight, I'll take tonight off? Oh, I'm sorry about the storm rolling your way, punk. Weather can be such a cruel mistress. Is Joseph gonna tell me that he slept with Robert? Why? Why would anyone do that? Did Robert ever proposition you for escapades? Yes, he did. Let me guess, he did it to you two, and you took him up on it. Actually, he did. And did you take him up on that? No? Ah, well, that is where we differ. What? I fucking knew it. I know. Father of four, family man, married for Christ's sakes. I should never have even... But I was in a bad place, and with Mary constantly out, Joseph settles himself before continuing. This definitely gets under his skin. I made a hasty decision. One which Robert does not exactly... he has a weird thing about casual, But he asked you. You'd have to ask Robert about the weird Robert politics of that. He's been weird about it ever since. So, he asked people if they want to have a casual encounter as like a test? And if they take him up on it, he's like, okay, so you're not actually worth it? It's kind of fucked up. Huh. But it's over, right? Oh, yes, absolutely. That began and ended on the same day. Well, okay then. So you're not upset? I'm not. Things happen, Joseph. I think you of all people deserve a little forgiveness. I'm not quite so sure I'm convinced. Thank you, Jack. That means more to me than you'll ever know. Joseph and I boat in silence as the bay gets smaller and smaller behind us. I decide to take a peek over the edge of the ship. And then Joseph bashes me over the head with a pipe and knocks me into the water and then drives away in his ship, his yacht, whatever. That way no one can know his terrible secret. The wake this thing kicks off is intense. I wonder if Joseph would ever let me water ski off of his yacht. Hey, dolphins! Joseph, there are dolphins! So you're scared of whales, but not dolphins? I feel like there's an unspoken truce between man and dolphin. I would be more than comfortable riding a dolphin into battle. Dolphins are way more dangerous. They sometimes drown their own babies for fun, you know? Can I trust nothing on the open ocean? I like to think that I'm pretty cool. You just admitted to having an extramarital affair. Alright, Joseph, it's you and me versus the entirety of marine life. I yell out to the ocean. My life goal is to punch as many fish as I can before I die. You're all spineless invertebrates. You tell him, Jack. And here we are. Jack, welcome to the ocean. I look out into the vast expanse of blueness. Yep, that's the ocean. I'm suddenly struck with an overwhelming sense of claustrophobia despite being in a wide open space. I am on a boat. The handsome man. A handsome married man. There are whales beneath us. Nothing should be that big. It's a little daunting, isn't it? Do you trust the whales? You know there are more dangerous things in the ocean than whales, right? Like tuna. The tuna is an apex predator. What about sharks? Sharks are tight. It's the tuna you gotta watch out for. And the whales. Hey, wanna look out wistfully over the sea with me? Joseph and I head to the bow of the ship to do some quiet contemplation. You know, Shh. Contemplation.
Oh.
I'm alone with my thoughts. Cool. I look out to the sea for a bit, then over to Joseph, then over to the sea, then back at Joseph. Like those Old Spice commercials. Those are timely. He looks so commanding as he surveys the ocean. He feels like he really is at home on the water. Mary said to me at the bar, "Can't stop thinking about it. Is she right? But it's terrible to him. He's unhappy. He deserves better. Maybe he's not the one who deserves better." I don't know what to think about this, but I just feel so drawn to Joseph. I should say something. So, about Mary. Joseph continues to stare off into the distance. It's, well, if you really want to know.
Lawrence of Arabia.
Suddenly, I hear a sputter coming from the engine room. Joseph runs over the boat's controls and taps on some dials. I guess we can talk about Mary later. Oh, okay, so we might have a small problem. What small problem? We are out of gas. The whales are gonna get us. The whales siphoned our gas.
Oh.
It's okay. I can just call one of my boat buddies to come and tow us back in. Joseph pulls out his phone. Just kidding. I can't do that because there's no service. I check my phone. I don't have service either. We're gonna die! We just submit ourselves to the whales? Well, I do have an old radio in the office, but it's broken. Are you handy with tools? I am a dad. If the radio is anything like frantically putting together a bike on Christmas Eve, it should be no problem. Let's take a look at it and see what we can figure out. Joseph directs me towards the radio and showcases its insides. I don't know how radios work. I think there's just some frayed wires in here. If we can reattach them, we should have a working radio in no time. We stare into the interior of the radio. I'm not entirely sure what I'm looking at. I don't think Joseph knows either. You know what? Let's just throw some stuff around in there and see what works. Is this a mini game?
MacGyver, that radio.
No, that's not where I wanted that. We connect into things. No. Grab the coin. Fuck's sake. Oh god, this is awful. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what I'm doing! What the fuck? What is this? What is this? I have no idea what's going on. Have the duck. I think this is a condom. Take it. What? What the actual fuck? I literally just threw everything into the radio and I got an S rank? This is bullshit. I should not have gotten an S rank. I put a fucking coconut and a rubber duck in this radio. Not to mention the goddamn gum. These ranks are such bullshit. There's no reason that should have worked. None. Not even a single reason. Hey, it works, kinda. Sure, let's just pretend that it does. The radio springs to life. Whoa, we did it! Joseph speaks into the receiver. Hello, hello, can anyone hear me? He tries a few other channels. Nobody responds. We might be a little far out. I don't think there's anyone in range. How big's the range? Well, this radio came with the boat when my dad bought it in the 60s, so not great. That's reassuring. Now what? There's worse places to be stuck than on a yacht. Wine? Wine. I keep a couple emergency bottles below deck. Want to go grab some while I fiddle with the radio some more? Let's see. Wine. Wine. That's probably it right there. But this would also be a brilliant opportunity to snoop through Joseph's stuff. Gotta be around here somewhere. Definitely just not sitting right here on the table in obvious view. Examine. How about we examine the shelf? And take a look at everything on the shelf. Examine photos. There's a few photos on the wall here. Looks like a picture from Joseph and Mary. Looks like a picture from Joseph and Mary's wedding day. Nice grandpa glasses. Looking real slick there, Joe. Another picture of Mary and Joseph on this very yacht. Quality's 90s fashion right here. Mary still has her patented stink face, but at least Joseph seems happy on the water. Hey, it's all the dads. Looks like it's from a couple years ago. The gang's all here. Brian, Matt, Hugo, Craig, Damien, Robert. Wow! Robert's actually smiling. And wearing a sweater. Sweater? What fucking color is the sweater? That's... I know that sweater. Oh my god, is it fucking Joseph's sweater? Is it that blue sweater he's always got tied around his fucking neck? And there's one guy on the end I don't recognize. Hugo's ex, maybe? We established that Hugo was married to a man before? And hey, here's Joseph go-karting with the kids. That's fun. Oh my god. If Robert is smiling and wearing Joseph's sweater, does that mean their relationship was not a one-night stand like he just said it was? Did it actually go on longer than he said? And the real reason that Robert hates him is not because of that weird one-night stand rule he's got, but because he led Robert on and then didn't leave his wife or something? Oh my god. I think we just cracked this mystery wide open. Examine books. Looks like a bunch of different Bibles. On brand. A couple of old vet magazines. I guess those must be Mary's. Wait a minute. Is this... Well. Not the hot body shoe. Now the hot body shoe is on the other hot body foot. I take a look at everything on the shelf. Wait, what? Did we find, like, magazines of nude bodies or something? There wasn't enough description in that. Examine knickknacks. If there's one thing Joseph does right, it's the odd stuff he puts on shelves. I take a moment to closely examine what I think is an old submarine clock. Ah, and there's the crosses again. Boy knows his crosses. Really cool design, too. Take a look at everything on the shelf, focus on the rest of the room. Examine the lounge. For an old yacht, this lounge is pretty high class. Wood panels on everything, leather couches, clothes everywhere. It's like an old Playboy photo shoot in here. Examine the floor. There's some clothes strewn about the floor on the bed. Socks, slacks, yep, a pink polo shirt. Well, I guess now I know if Joseph prefers boxers or briefs. The place seems a little lived in. He's been living on his yacht because his wife kicked him out because he's a scumbag. For an old yacht, this lounge is pretty high class. Oh, we already did that. Examine side table. Hey, wine glasses. I must be hot on the trail. But no wine. Grab 2 glasses and get back to searching. Examine the bed. Ooh, a California King. Swanky. It's unmade and a little messy. Less swanky. For an old yacht, this lounge is pretty... Okay. Examine the cabinet. It's a sturdy cabinet, a little dusty, but I'll bet there's some treasures in here. Might be a little dust on the bottom, but don't let it fool you about what's inside. Examine the fire extinguisher. Look, you can tell a lot about a man by how seriously he takes his fire safety. Nice, Joseph, nice. The sturdy cabinet, blah, blah, blah. Flashlights. Well, this is a solution to a different problem. Maybe if we're stranded out here for days and run out of electricity, we'll need these. The chief concern right now is wine intake. Drawer. Hey, it's wine. A whole drawer full of wine. It's a yacht club miracle. Twilight Rouge, huh? Come to daddy. Finally, time to get back to Joseph. Swear to God, if Robert was wearing this blue fucking sweater that he's always got around his neck. Pardon me. Bring up the wine and glasses up to the deck and find Joseph still hunched over the radio. Sorry, I'm a little agitated with Joseph right now, so my spirit's not in this. Jack, wine, good to see you two. Just in time for the sunset. Didn't take you for a drinker. Haven't you heard I'm a cool minister? How cool, I can land half of my kickflips. What is that, like 4 or 5 on a good day? Pour me. Regular pour. Now this is how you do Stranded at Sea. We clink our glasses and drink up. Wine's not bad. There's a hint of, am I tasting grapes? This is why I never dated Joe. I know. And I didn't want to date Joe either, but I figured for the content, you know, everybody can see how badly it goes. That way they'll know for sure that they never want it to happen. No, I said I was going to get all the endings, and I did. I'm doing it just so I can say I did, and I'll never date this motherfucker ever again. You have a discerning palate. It might be grapes. Thank you for suffering for us. I'm just like the Jesus of streamers. I suffered for years. It's funny because it's the perfect thing to say to fuck Joseph because he's a pastor. Something blasphemous just to get under his skin. Joseph and I lounge on the deck with our yacht wine, taking in the ocean air. The sun starts to dip below the horizon. We'll be stranded out here forever. I can't think of anyone else I'd want to be stranded with. Just you, me, and all those whales. So many whales. Killing the vibe. Revive the vibe, Jack. Generally it takes 3 days and a gigantic stone door rolled over in front of a tomb. Oh, revive the vibe. I get it. He's making a Jesus reference. It only takes 3 days and a gigantic stone door rolled in front of a tomb, but I think we can save it. Because that's what happened when Jesus was revived. I got it for a second. Took me a minute, but I got there. I'm gonna do the pun. I bet we'll have a whale of a time. Back to whales, huh? I'm trying to alleviate my fear of whales by making jokes about them because I don't have any healthier coping mechanisms. Cheers to that. What's it like owning a yacht? Fuel prices are up on the rise. Yearly maintenance is a bit of a strain on the finances. Can't really take it out in the winter months. But also sometimes you can have a party on your yacht and everyone thinks you're cool, so it evens out. Jack, if you had a yacht, what would you name it? The Salty Swallow. Long, hard, and full of semen. Fuck you, whales. The first two are fucking gold. Oh, especially the Salty Swallow. Been there. Oh, God. Oh. I don't know. If I had a yacht, I wouldn't name it Long, Hard, and Full of Semen. I'd prefer to be Long, Hard, and Full of Semen. It shouldn't be salty. Depends on the diet. Depends on the diet of the swallow. In theory, what does that swallow eat every day? I'm tempted to pick fuck you whales and just pick every whale related answer. They should get their health checked. Yeah, probably. I'm keeping on brand here. Running on the side of the boat like that is basically asking them to attack. That's the goal. I'd be ready. You know where to find me, you cowards. I'm gonna take another sip of wine, but stop myself. Wine an acceptable beverage in Margarita Zone? That it is, Jack. All beverages of leisure are welcome to the Margarita Zone. This is almost what we wanted, right? No responsibilities, no worries. Hakuna Matata. Other than the possibility of dying out here. But the possibility of dying exists everywhere. You literally can't take a step in your life without the possibility of it somehow ending up being your last. You could trip, fall, and break your neck on something. It's as easy as that. Mortality is extremely limited and incredibly fragile. You never know when you're going to die. You could have a heart attack right now. You don't know. You're not a doctor. We're all dying, slowly but surely. And some of us will get there faster than others. But guarantee that death is the specter that humbles and equalizes all beings. And the whales.
Huh.
But yeah, I'd say we're in the zone. Joseph and I clink our wine glasses again. To the margarita zone.
Wink.
Wasted away again. If you have any salt shakers, we can arrange them into a pentagram to summon Jimmy Buffett. Maybe he can save us. As a youth minister, I make pacts with neither the devil nor island jammers. If we're to get off this boat, it will be by the grace of God. We're gonna fucking die. Or Steely Dan. Ha! Amen.
Hey.
Our laughter dies down. We're both silent for a moment, looking into each other's eyes. Joseph leans in closer. I feel myself doing the same. This is a bad idea. This is a bad idea. I can't help but feel like doing this will only end up hurting someone else. But his face is really close to my face. Jack, I have to tell you something. Mary and I are done. I pull back. I think about the clothes strewn about the lounge, the undone bed. Are you living on this boat? I didn't want to mention it, but he sighs, strolling back to the controls of the boat. I lean on the console next to him. We had a very long talk, and it's unsalvageable. I'm staying here until everything's sorted out. Oh, I'm so sorry. If there's anything I can do. I'm fine, actually. It was a long time coming. For the first time in a long time, I'm seeing a path to happiness. Now I can focus on myself and stop trying to deny the things that make me happy. Like, it's hard to be positive about this because he's been such a kind of a scumbag the entire time. But it's clear that he and his wife would definitely be much healthier separated from each other. But I don't want to be the one that does that. Because no matter what you do, if you're the person who breaks up a marriage, that's never going to end up as a healthy relationship. Even if both parties end up in a healthier space because of it, you're always going to be the one who ruined that marriage in the eyes of at least one person. Even if the marriage was already falling apart, would he even leave her? And that's another good point. Maybe he's making this fucking shit up. Because he seemed to have been lying to us about his one-night stand with Robert. Because it's implied by the fact that Robert was smiling in his photo and wearing his fucking sweater that their relationship probably went on longer than the one-night stand he said it did. So he might just be fucking saying this. It might not even be true. He might hit us up with, oh, actually, we decided to work it out for the kids after all. Sorry. I don't know where this is gonna go, but no matter where it goes, I'm gonna fucking hate Joseph for it. I don't even want to read any of this right now. For the kids is the worst reason. It is because the kids end up learning terrible lessons about relationships because of growing up watching an unhealthy, toxic relationship. It is actually better for kids if you break up an unhappy marriage. And let them know that it's more important to be happy than to just stay together out of some sort of obligation that doesn't actually matter like that. Kids want you to be happy, that way they can be happy. And if you are not happy together, then break up. That's better for the kids overall. Nah, I don't want to even read any of this. Okay, this is kind of funny. I've been leaning on the talk button, and some dude has just been listening to us almost kiss. Oh, hold up. The game's locked up. There we go. I thought it was going to crash for a second there. Okay, I do kind of like these Coast Guards. That's the only thing in this circumstance that's currently funny.
Oh, Kirk Douglas. Yeah. Oh. Yeah.
Okay, things are happening now. I wasn't actually given a choice to possibly turn him down, but I guess that's my fault for expecting a game about dating dads to give me a moral choice when I'm decided to deliberately go on a date with a dad I knew was married. The game's like, you knew what you were doing. You can't walk away at the last second.
Oh. Wink.
Okay, well, date's over, I guess. So I'll start reading again, but it's still gonna get very awkward again. Amanda, I'm Dad! She runs up and hugs me. I was genuinely concerned about your well-being, but upon closer inspection, you seem to be okay. What happened? The yacht ran out of gas and we got stuck. I was okay, because I was on a yacht. Aren't you scared? Your father feels no fear. Are you able to take care of yourself for the night? Yeah, I just did a ton of drugs, vandalized a few cars, and then embezzled some funds from my school. All in all, pretty low-key night. Where'd you learn that from? I learned it from you, Dad. Well, if you did, you would have funneled those funds through a legitimate cash and carry business, fudging the books over the course of the years so you don't arouse suspicion from the feds. Rookie mistake, Panda. I'm glad you're back in one piece. Did you make good choices? Yeah, I think I did. I did not. I did not make good choices. I made a bad choice. I made one really bad choice. And it wasn't actually a choice for me to make at the end. The choice was going on the date, and it was the bad choice. But hey, I'm starving. Want to make sandwiches out of whatever we can find in the fridge? More than anything, Pops.
Hey, let's do that again sometime.
B. I'm almost tempted to just skip past Joseph's entire fucking ending. Just because I know how cringy and gross it's probably going to be. And uncomfortable. Okay, so we did do all this. Alright. We can fast forward this at least until we get to Joseph. Wait. Oh. I skipped a little bit past what I intended to for Mary. I didn't expect Mary to show up. I'll read his on the next one. Ah, shit. Reconciliation. Ah! He is gonna try and work things out with his wife.
Oh.
This motherfucker. Not worth shit all. Exactly.
Diet.
Did I do something wrong? Was there another way this could have ended if I'd done things differently? No, I think this is just the bad ending for the game. No wonder Robert got big mad. Absolutely. He fucking deserved to get mad at us. He should have fucking punched us in the face. Ice cream cake is my new boyfriend. Amanda is Erica Ishii. Brian is Barry Kramer. Craig is Nathan Sharp. Damon is Jason Larac. Fuck it, I didn't get to read all those names. We already went through the credits once. I just didn't get to read them all. Maybe the skee ball minigame is something that hasn't happened yet then. Maybe it'll be like the final thing for Brian. I don't know. Fuck you. Fuck you. Don't even. Nuh-uh, none of that wish you were here bullshit. Fuck you, Joseph. Let's go out with a dad on a dad date that's actually worth going out with. Load.
Welcome. You've got dads.
Save. Alright, we're saving Brian for last. And Robert is after whoever we pick next. So, Matt, Damien, or Hugo? Who do we pick? Who should we pick now? Who? Fuck you, Joseph. Fuck you. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Catch a tiger by its toe. If it hollers, let it go. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Of course, eeny, meeny, miny, mo is predetermined by who you start with. Matt? Alright. Matt it is. Let's go! This would be much nicer. Matt and I have spent a lot of time together lately. After we went record shopping for the first time, it sort of became a weekly tradition for us to scope out Final Fantasy VII. Final Fantasy VII! Oh, that's good shit! Oh, for new releases. On quieter days, I'll go to the Coffee Spoon just to hang out with him. Have I mentioned how much I love the fucking writing for this game? He's been trying to get me to branch out from my usual black coffee to try new drinks, and they're always delicious. I don't like black coffee. I need my coffee to taste like a fucking dessert. Since I've been spending so much time with Matt, Carmencita and Amanda have been really close friends. Amanda's taking Carmencita under her wing, teaching her about photography, helping her with her homework, and introducing her to music that's not just boy bands. Well, she did end up taking her to one of those Scream Cry Dancing Boy concerts so Matt wouldn't have to go. A truly heroic move. I can tell that Carmencita really looks up to her a lot, so it's great that Amanda's trying to be a good mentor. The open mic night is tonight. Amanda and I are busy getting Amanda and I busy ourselves getting ready. I try to pick out a nicer outfit than usual and pace around the room. A bunch of really cool bands are going to be playing, and I'm excited to see them. I haven't been to a show since the first time Matt and I hung out. It's weird, ever since Matt played piano for me that one time, I've never been able to convince him to do it again. He told me that he also plays guitar, drums, and even the trumpet, but he still won't play any of them. For someone so passionate about music, it's strange that he doesn't want to actually play it. It's probably related to his dead wife, idiot. You ready to go, Pops? I can hear Amanda in the hallway as she approaches my room. Yep. Amanda pops her head and looks me over. She pinches the bridge of her nose. Dad, we talked about this. What? The sandals, they're older than I am. Vintage, some would argue. I thought you threw them out. Amanda, since when did you enroll in the Fashion Police Academy? I got kicked out because I was a loose cannon who didn't play by the rules. For example, you're not allowed to mix florals, but you totally can if you have a good eye for color. You're out of your jurisdiction, rookie. Amanda guards the door until I pick a better outfit. Stop! Those sandals are going directly into the evidence locker. What's the trash can? It's the trash. You can pry these sandals from my cold, dead feet. I propose a compromise. I keep the sandals, but won't wear them tonight. Then we have this exact same argument the next time I try and pull them out. I guess. Come on, Dad, we gotta go. I've never seen the coffee spoon so packed. I spot familiar faces from the PUP concert, all sipping on their caffeinated beverages of choice. A couple of people are sitting up on stage. I don't see Matt, but I'm sure he's busy in the back. Amanda and Carmencita find each other immediately and do their secret handshake. Some complicated clapping with their hands and then a big hug. Jack. I turn to see Hugo sitting at a table with none other than Damien. Fancy seeing you two here. I am, as you know, a dedicated patron of the arts. It's a bit of a tradition between Damien and I now. Matt's open mic nights always seem to bring out the best talent in town. Sometimes. Sometimes it gets a bit odd, even for my admittedly eclectic tastes. You guys seen Matt around? Yeah, he was just hold on. Yeah, he was just helping that Pablo kid get some equipment out of his van. There we go, that's the voice. Whoa, Vacant Veil is playing a set?
Oh.
What? It's, Witch House. Damien's ears perk. What is that? I don't know. Well, it sounds delightful. Amanda says it isn't. Shame. Alright, I'm gonna go find Matt and see if he needs any help. Ooh, hydrate. Thank you, kitty. Cheers. Thank you. Alright, we're almost at 3 hours. We're not even halfway through the dads. So, that doesn't bode well, I don't think. If we get to the 4-hour mark, which is how long these episodes would usually go for, I'll take a short break to do, like, bathroom and bio stuff. You know, the things. And then we'll finish up. But, if we get to... I don't know, we'll still finish tonight. We're gonna finish tonight. I head to the back room with a coffee spoon where I find Matt going over some last-minute show details with Pablo. I don't want to turn this into a part 2. I promised a finale and we're gonna do it. My dude! Pablo and I share a full-on sincere bro hug.
Hey,
Glad you could make it, Jack. Wouldn't miss it for the world, man. You guys need any help?
hey,
I think we're all set, actually. Pablo, can you remind me what order people are going up in? Well, you got the handsome and unforgettable Vacant Veil opening up the set with selections from his new album, Witch Diaries. And then the Third Waves, who are all extremely attractive and could beat me up, and I'd still be into it. Are playing a 3-person acoustic set. Well, now we know what Pablo likes. We got a little bit of spoken word in there, a magic act, and then it looks like we're closing with Jonathan Jones and the Speakeasy Choir. No, absolutely not. I remember the ridiculous set that this band put on when they opened up for Pup. Sometimes when it's quiet, I can still hear the sounds of an accordion being violently thrown against the wall over and over. They weren't that bad. No, you don't understand. The last time they played open mic night, they lit their bassists on fire, and the fire marshal had to shut us down. What the fuck? Like, I get that this is clearly a band that's trying to do flashy over technical style, right? They're all about the spectacle of their performance rather than being any good as artists. And, you know, there's a little bit of credence to wanting to be flashy. Because, you know, some people can really enjoy a nice spectacle of a performance. But I feel like lighting one of your players on fire is perhaps just a bridge too far. Perhaps we should, in fact, not light people on fire on stage. I feel like that's the better option, if we're given the option between the two. Just a bit. Indeed, just a bit. It's just a little bit overboard, I think, to light your bassist on fire. I mean, I guess it is just the bassist, so no one's going to notice. I'm sorry. I really respect bassists, but it's just kind of a thing to make fun of a bassist for falling into the background and no one really noticing them. I feel bad for bassists because of that, though. A good bassist should be hard to notice, but when you do notice them, it's very, very good. Like, they're there to set everything else up on a platform, if you will. They're the foundation that the rest of the song kind of sits with. So you fail to notice them because everything else is kind of on top of them. It's not until you get to a moment where it's just the bass where you really start to pay attention to it. But I like a good bass. I've always said that if I had a theme song, the main two instruments would be piano and bass, which are both... It's an odd mix of instruments, I suppose. I've had people tell me that they're the two instruments you would pick if you were going to make a song sound evil for a villain. They also refuse to pay for their drinks. Yikes. They're not playing tonight. Well, they're outside, all 17 of them. Dear God, why do they have that many people? Tell them we're full. Then who's filling their spot? I'll do it. I'll play. What are you doing? What? What would you even do? Stop talking. Close your mouth. This Communist Manifesto is making a comeback solo show. I thought you didn't know how to play anymore. You don't know how to play anything anymore. Anyone hear that fucking trumpet sound? God comes to you in the hour when you need it most without fail. Stop being so desperate to please your hot friend, Jack. Is there a keyboard around? Your unending thirst will be your ultimate downfall. Yeah, I have one right here. Then it's settled. Dude, are you sure? No, I'm not. As sure as ska is generally played with staccato notes on the upbeat. Well, as long as nothing gets set on fire, I can't possibly be worse than Jonathan Jones and the Speakeasy Choir. Matt grabs me by the shoulders and stares into my eyes. Thank you, Jack. I owe you big time. Well, I mean, the only option was either I play or I tell him to play, and he's made it clear that he does not want to play. But perhaps if he sees me absolutely bombing, that'll give him the courage to play. So it felt like the better option in my head, and since he got a reaction from it, it probably was the better option. But this is going to get really bad. I settle back into my seat with Amanda and watch the show start. The house is packed now, with a few people even standing outside to watch. What have I gotten myself into? Probably Jonathan Jones and the Speakeasy Choir watching out back. Amanda, I may have made a mistake. Dad, if you bought a brand new pair of those sandals in hopes that I would be okay with you wearing them, I swear to... I agreed to pull out my ska. No. Absolutely not. I had to help Matt. Dad, I love you and I support you, but we left Scott behind for a reason. Look, it's either this or we're in the splash zone for a group of 20 musicians all crying at the same time for the sake of art. And I'm not being hyperbolic about the splash zone thing. They literally hand out ponchos. Somehow this is the preferable option. I just have to play the thing. Play what thing? You don't even know how... You don't know how to play any instruments. Just promise me you'll still love me after this. I promise. But I may have to change my last name, and I hope you'll understand. Oh, I get it. Of course. My new last name is going to be Fireblast. Amanda Fireblast. That's a pretty kick-ass name. Amanda. Or maybe Cold Steel. Amanda Cold Steel. Nah, I like Fireblast better. Matt takes the stage to a roar of applause from the crowd. He grabs the mic and addresses us all.
I don't know if I should.
Thank you everyone for coming out tonight. Not so nervous. And I'm so nervous. Can't stop staring at his mouth, and that makes me even more nervous. We have a jam-packed roster of amazing local talents who you might already know, or maybe have seen before, but would like to see again, and I'm rambling now, sorry. Aw, Matt. So, let me just bring on a dear friend of mine who's making his live show debut. Please welcome to the stage, Vacant Veil! The crowd cheers again, and Pablo bounds up to the stage, beaming. He sets up his 2 laptops and keyboards and launches into his set. Is he like Skrillex? Is that the kind of music he plays? He said, what was it? Witch House? Something like that? Thank you, everyone. This one is called Witch House Never Dies, and you're next. Pablo hits the crowd with a heavy, inaccessible synth bass layered under drum samples and clips from science fiction shows played in reverse. Maybe not the right show for this, but everyone seems to be enjoying whatever this is. At the end of the song, Pablo jumps on the mic. Thank you to all the Veil wearers who came out tonight. A portion of the crowd cheers. He has a fan base already? He has a name for the fan base? This is his first live show. You can buy t-shirts out of the trunk of my car after the show. Also, I'd like to thank my mom for coming out to watch me play. You're my rock, Ma. Love you, honey. Pablo plays a few more songs that are actually super fun to listen to. Wow, definitely did not see that coming. Especially after Amanda's strongly worded thoughts on the genre. Once he's done, he vacates the stage and Matt jumps back up again. Big round of applause for our very own Pablo, who coincidentally works here. Yay, Pablo. And hey, next up are a group of young ladies who've been tearing up the East Coast with Riot Punk for 3 years now. Years. I meant years. 3 years. Sorry, the writing on my hand smudged because I'm sweating. I shouldn't have told you all that I'm sweating. I'm sorry. Wow, he seems just as visibly nervous as I feel right now. Put your hands together for the Third Waves. Buzzcut Molly from Final Fantasy VII takes the stage, followed by 2 girls with colorful hair and fishnet stockings. All of them are wearing combat boots, and all of them look mad about something. Their set is so energetic that it almost seems like a pit is going to open up in the coffee shop. I look over to Amanda, who's clearly enjoying the hell out of this anarchic female-fronted punk rock. Dad, can I get a lip ring? Sure, if you pay for it yourself. Come on, it's no fun if it's not an act of youthful rebellion. After the third wave closes out the set, a variety of acts plays to the delight and sometimes horror of the crowd. The magician tries to turn a cup of coffee into a cup of coins, but ends up just spilling hot coffee all over himself and dropping the coins. As each act leaves the stage, I get more and more nervous. There's so many people here. I don't know anything about how to play the piano other than it has keys and you have to touch the keys to make sounds. Also, I almost spilled the flat white stripes in my hand because it's trembling so much. No joke, Dad. I'm rooting for you. You're gonna knock him dead. Thanks, Manda Panda. An improv comedy group takes the stage. They take suggestions from the crowd and end up doing a scene that was supposed to be about coffee, but instead turns to 5 minutes of dick jokes. Classic. I have a hard time laughing. My stomach is tying itself into knots. Not just regular knots either. Like the kind of knots you get when you throw your phone charger, headphones, and laptop charger into the same bag. It's so true. It's so real. Out of nowhere, Matt sits down next to me. Hey, are you doing okay? I'm totally fine. Everything is great. Nothing is wrong. Want to reassure him that I'm okay, but I just can't get the words out. I'm here. All right, just making sure. I know you're going to do great, Jack. So cute. Matt squeezes my shoulder and jogs back up on the stage. Everybody, we're down to the last act of the night. Now this person, who is my friend, is making their return to the stage after a long hiatus. Please welcome, formerly the Communist Manifesto, Jack Lombardi. Everyone cheers as I take the stage. Damien and Hugo are staring at me in shock. Hey everybody. Good to be here. Thanks for having me on. Great crowd. My name is Jack, but you can call me by my stage name. Frankie Two-Tone, Five Iron Freddy, Thomas Kalnaki. Oh god. I'm picking that one. Hey, somebody liked it. The crowd claps politely. I sit down at the piano. That's a lot of keys. There's so many keys. Do pianos usually have this many keys? God, these lights are really bright. Someone coughs. I guess that's some good stage banter. And now I have to play a song. The song is called Beat Me Up Scatty. Deep breath. How hard can it be? It's minigame time! No matter how disastrous this is, you just have to make it through this whole song, and I'll have saved the day. Here goes nothing.
Tickle that ivory.
Wonderful. What am I? Pick it up, pick it up, pick it up. Ooh, singing that easy ska tune. Unity, unity. Won't just fill up the room. Rude boys coming for ya. Take warning. If you don't skank tonight, it'll be alarming. Aye. Oh god, this is awful. Everybody ska. Beam me up, Scotty. Beam me up to the Ska Trek Enterprise. This is terrible. I can't press a single key. It's always 3 keys at once. Doing your best deserves an S. That was not my best. That was no one's best. Such ska. I look at the crowd. I see a bunch of people shifting in their seats. Oh no, I'm losing them. Scott really is dead, and I killed it. As for ska. Everybody ska? Everybody ska! Like a checkerboard tie wearing angel descending. Wait, what? He's not wearing a checkerboard tie. Like a checkerboard tie wearing angel descending from two-tone heaven, Matt walks on stage playing the guitar. We lock eyes and he gives me a reassuring smile as he effortlessly plays the chords of the song. I look out and see the crowd go wild to Matt's appearance on stage. Everyone's bouncing around now. It fills me with renewed energy as we jump into the chorus. Beam me up, Scotty! Beam me up, Scotty! Beam me up, Scotty, to the Ska Trek Enterprise! Matt jumps into an improvised solo that was way better than the one Darren Springsteen wrote in high school. We make it to the end of the song in one piece and the crowd goes wild. I'm moist with sweat, head to toe. Ladies and gentlemen, Matt Sella! The crowd practically screams. They all start chanting Matt's name. They want to hear you play, man. Matt smiles. I think I'm ready. I excuse myself from the stage and take my seat next to Amanda as Matt cozies up to the microphone. I take back what I said about ska. That was pretty cool. I high-five Amanda, and we look toward the stage. Hey, everybody. More cheers. I haven't played in front of people in a long time, but it's cool to be back.
Hey.
This one goes out to a good friend. That's me! Matt locks eyes with me. We both smile. Who helped me be able to do this again. Thank you. This is an old one from Stillness the Dancing. The entire crowd excitedly jumps to their feet. Matt closes his eyes and starts playing an upbeat, intricate melody. The crowd sways to the music. Matt looks entirely at peace with a small smile on his face as he sings. After he finishes his song, the crowd insists on an encore. He ends up playing a few more tunes to an adoring audience before thanking everyone for coming out. The moment he steps off stage, he gets mobbed by people. Everyone seems to be amazed that he's playing again. Damien and Hugo thread their way to the crowd to talk to me. That was amazing. It was certainly a sight. Do they make industrial darkwave ska? I'm not sure if that genre exists, but it's never too late to start a band, apparently. I glance back over at Matt, who's hugging a bunch of people. They really seem excited to see him play. Well, yeah, he hasn't played since he lost Rosa. See? I fucking knew it had something to do with his wife. What? I didn't realize. It suddenly all makes sense. Like it was so obvious. It suddenly all makes sense why Matt was so reluctant to play. It must have taken so much for him to jump on stage with me just now. The crowd slowly filters out on the street, and as the show ends, I decide to stick around a little longer to see if I can talk to Matt. Hey, I'm taking Carmencita to get ice cream. Oh my god, I ruined that sentence. Is it okay if she sleeps over? We're gonna paint our nails and start a punk band. Yeah, go have fun. Just please don't wake up the neighbors with any biting truths about the government or whatever. Don't worry, we'll wake them up figuratively instead. Amanda and Carmencita bump fists and head out. I spot Matt finishing up conversations with a couple stragglers on the way out of their coffee shop. Hey, Matt! Hey, dude. Need help closing up?
Hey.
I'd love that. Matt and I stack up chairs and sweep the floor in silence. We carry the stage equipment back to Matt's van where we see Pablo selling merch to a crowd of people out of his trunk. Armancita, it's true. Armancita. Despacita. Shirts of the finest quality, every step of production from thread to stitch overseen by yours truly. Graphic designs fit for a king. That kid's gonna go far. We head back into the coffee spoon and Matt puts the finishing touches on closing. When we're all done, Matt and I lean against the counter. Thanks for saving me from myself up there. All in all, it ended up being pretty cute.
Oh.
Plus, you protected us from Jonathan Jones and the Speakeasy Choir. Someone told me they tried to do a street performance down the road, and they all got arrested for trying to form a human pyramid in traffic. Did it feel good to be on stage again?
Hey. Oh.
Yeah, it really did. I heard that you stopped playing after your wife died. I didn't realize it had been that long. Yeah.
Hey.
Matt looks like he wants to say something, but is having a hard time getting it out. He takes a deep breath.
Oh man.
I'm not really a people person, obviously. Crowds make me nervous as hell, which is, not exactly the best performing live music. But when I was with Rosa, she lit up the room. I could follow her lead. After she passed, I was lost. Even touching a guitar hurt too much. I tried playing for people over and over, but the music would never come out, so I just gave up. I guess what I'm trying to say is, life wasn't this scary when I had someone in my corner. Someone I felt safe with. I, hadn't felt like that for a long time. Until tonight. What changed?
Hey.
You. Blood rushes to my face.
Hey.
When I saw you looking so scared on stage, you reminded me of myself. I didn't want anyone else to have to feel that bad.
Hey.
But when I got up there and started playing for the first time in forever, I felt comfortable. I was having fun. For the first time in forever. I had spent all this time being so afraid of performing that I forgot how much I loved it. And I'm done trying to sing this song like this because it doesn't fit the rest of the sentence.
Oh.
Your strength gave me strength. Whether you were trying to or not, you got me out of my comfort zone. So, thank you.
Oh.
Thank you for helping me realize that I can do this. I'm glad I could help. You coming on stage, I didn't think you would stick your neck out for me like that. especially considering all of this. It really means a lot to me. Well, you mean a lot to me. Matt and I lock eyes. He leans in and kisses me, quick and soft. He pulls away and covers his mouth.
What?
Oh God, I'm sorry, sorry, can't believe I just did that. Neither can I, but
Oh.
I'm glad you did. Aw, that is very sweet. Our lips touch again. I brush his hair out of the way and rest my hand on the small of his back. Matt pulls me closer. Everything about him is sweet and soft. His lips taste like vanilla. He smells like coffee cake. I can feel him smile through his kiss, which makes me smile. He laughs into my mouth, and I can't help but laugh too. Our teeth knocking against each other. Well, there goes one of my teeth. Ow! The moment I open my eyes, I realize we're still leaning against the espresso machine. Maybe the coffee shop isn't the right place for this. You're right. Go back to my place. Date complete!
That was the Holland 1945 dates.
We're never gonna get to... We're never gonna get to 100 million on our score, are we? King of Carrot Flowers. Go on all Matt dates. I know you guys can't see these little achievements popping up, but I can, so I'm reading them to you. Okay, we've seen this, so we can just... Is it possible? Possible? If it's possible, it's popsicle. I don't know. I had a crab cake sandwich for lunch. That's probably it. You're allergic to shellfish. Oh, no. Oh, no. I forgot. Again. Dad. Oh, gosh. I'm going to be sick. What have I done? I'm kidding. You're right. I have a little surprise. Okay, so this is where it picks up. Okay. Alright, okay. I'm gonna read Craig's because I didn't read his during Joseph's, and we didn't get this scene one because we did his first. Hey, bro! Bro! This is a real rager. Taking our older age into consideration, I'm trying to be in bed at a reasonable hour tonight. Don't let me get too wild.
Hey,
Don't worry, dude. I'll keep an eye on your fruit punch intake. You know, I'm really glad we're bros again. Let's hit the gym sometime soon, huh? Sure thing, dude. Brian and Hazel peek out behind Craig. Hi, little ones. Hello. Hiya. Thank you for all the ice cream cake. Wait, girls, how much of that did you eat? Briar ate 4 pieces. Ask any witness. No, I didn't. Hazel ate 4 pieces and wants to pin it on me because we look alike. I have your face. Nobody will ever believe you. Oh boy. I'll let you guys figure this out. Good seeing you, Craig. Let's hang out soon, yeah? Totally. Tell Amanda congrats for us. Fuck you. Fuck you, Joseph.
Oh.
Oh, wait. I should probably pay attention to this. Listen, it's like prison rules. First day of high school, you gotta establish yourself at the top of the pecking order. Really? No, just find a group of people that you like and then hang out with them. Be yourself. Don't worry about being cool. You'll find friends. And try not to kiss anyone who also has braces. You get stuck, kiddo. Hey, guys. Hey, Amanda's dad. Carmencita's here getting ready for high school. Got any advice? When you join band, pick the easiest instrument to carry. I'm still walking a little sideways from my sousaphone days. Flute it is. Alright, I'll leave you guys to it. Carmencita, me and Amanda still on for the dinner with you and your pops tomorrow? Yes, we're already planning a carrot cake for you guys. When my sister was in band, she played the drums. That's right, my sister was in the marching band in school. And ROTC. She did a lot of stuff. I better keep making rounds. I leave the two to keep conspiring. Okay, drums in the marching band? Rough. Looks like someone's been waiting. Okay, yes, Matt, sitting beneath a cherry tree. I take a seat next to Matt as the last guests make their way to the out of the party. Seems like Amanda really enjoyed this. Thanks for putting together such a nice surprise. My sister too did ROTC in band, flute, piccolo, and color guard all the same year. I don't think my sister did color guard. That's a lot of stuff. Carmencita's middle school graduation was coming up in a year or two. I'm sure for the right fee I could put something together. Only if I get to DJ. Matt looks down at his hands. It seems like he does that whenever he's trying to figure out the right words to say. Hey, just wanted to say that... Ah, gosh, this is gonna come out dumb no matter how I say it, so here goes. I haven't felt this happy in a long time. Whoa. You brought out the best in me. And it wasn't just because of the ska. Let's be honest, it was mostly because of the ska. Although that was really cute. Every moment that we've gotten to spend together since we met has been an adventure, and I just hope that we get to keep doing that. We make a pretty good team, you know? I mean, I'll let you handle the music playing, and the music singing, and actually pretty much everything related to music. What can I say? She figured out reasons not to be home. Yeah, that was my younger brother, but never for anything school-related. He was just never at home because he was always at some friend's or something. Ugh. Hold on, I'm stretching. I gotta stretch real quick. Ugh. There we go. I just had to get some blood pumping. But I can organize a party pretty well. I'm also good at kissing, so that's a big plus. That's true, you are very nice to kiss. I slide my arm around Matt and run my fingers through his hair, giving him a small kiss on the cheek. He giggles. See, that was a good one. And hey, I've actually been working on some new stuff. Feels really great to be writing again. Oh man, Matt, that's amazing. I'd love to listen to it sometime. If you were comfortable sharing it with me. Maybe I could show you some new tunes I'm working on in the studio later. You know I'm gonna insist that we add a horn section. We need more cowbell! Matt rests his head on my shoulder and sighs happily. You know what? I'd actually like that. Alright. Let me start reading the credits as soon as I can. Voice credits. Amanda, Erica Ishii, Brian, Barry Kramer, Craig, Nathan Sharp, Damien, Jason Larac, Hugo, Ray Neves Jr., Joseph, Aaron Hansen, Mary, Aaron Schmaltfield, Matt, Crispy Bacon. Crispy Bacon?! That's gotta be a pseudonym, right? If that is somebody's real fucking name. Oh my god. I didn't get to read the rest of the list. Oh, we just went on a third date with Crispy Bacon. That's who I want to go on a date with. Oh man. Woo! I don't know if your last name is Bacon. You gotta name your son Chris Peter. Crispy Bacon. Is it just me, or does our face look kind of green right here? We look like we're about to get sick. I mean, I know people can have the last name Bacon. But if you do name your kids Chris P, your kid's gonna fucking hate you. Damn, look at that. It's a shine on the glass? Yeah, I guess. But we still look kind of sick in that picture. Like we're getting all green in the gills. But yes, you're off green. Oh, with the guitar and the shirt open and the tattoos and the hair and the glasses. Like, I couldn't enjoy Joseph's because fuck Joseph. And, you know, Craig's was nice, but it was just him getting dunked with Gatorade. It wasn't really this, you know? So I think so far, this is the best of the pictures. Alright. Next we gotta do Robert, because we gotta get Robert and Joseph out the way, so that would leave room for more, you know, dads that we actually like hanging out with. Who knows? Maybe Robert will end up being enjoyable in his end. God, this scroll's slow.
Welcome. You've got dads.
Save. Robert! I wonder if we'll finally get to meet his kid. You gotta have a kid, right? It's Dream Daddy, and this is Dad Book, and he's one of the dads, so he has to have a kid. He's the bad boy dad. I haven't spoken to Robert since the night we drove out to his thinking spot. He seemed unusually somber then. Like, more so than the usual amount of somber that Robert is, which is already a lot. I've been thinking about him, hope he's doing okay. But I've been a little reluctant to reach out to him. Jack. Hey, Jack. Guess who's getting their drink on tonight? I mean, probably a lot of people, but especially Robert. And probably Mary. I take a look at my Dad Book messages. There's a flurry of them from Robert. Yes. It's you. But also me, but mostly you. Yeah, dude. I type back to Robert. Robert, buddy, tonight we ride. Yes. Meet me at Jim and Kim's at 8 p.m. Not that I'm unappreciative, but I think this is the first time that Robert's given me more than an hour's warning before hanging out. Amanda! Amanda pops her head in the hallway. Music I don't recognize blaring from her room. What's up? I'm hanging out with Robert later tonight. Okay, cool. Robert, who is my friend. I have friends. I'm happy for you, Dad. People enjoy my company, Amanda. Dad, I'm so happy your continued development as a human being. What are you listening to? Sad shit? Amanda, language. What would Grandma think? I don't give a fuck anymore. Amanda, You know what? You're an adult now. I gave it an earnest effort for all of 18 years of your life. Go forth and swear. Fuck yeah! Look, it might not be the best idea, but if I ever have kids, which is unlikely because I already spend so much of my time with kids that I don't have room for any kids of my own, I would totally let them swear in the house. I would let them swear in the house. That way they're not going to feel the urge to swear outside. Most people they know will probably swear anyway. I will give them the one rule that they have to swear inside the house or at least on the property. And that's the only place they're allowed to swear that I can hear them. And I'm going to phrase it that way too, so that they subtly get that I'm saying, okay, I know you're going to swear, or I can't hear you, just make sure I never catch you doing it. And I hope that will give them some freedom, but also will help them learn at least some restraint, because there are some places where it's not appropriate to swear all the time. I really hope I don't regret this later. Oh, I got an achievement. Let Amanda say fuck. How many have opinions that if they don't have teen in their age, they gotta be in context? Like a shit for stubbing your toe. That's not a bad idea. Allow them to swear, but only if it's contextually appropriate. And then when they're in their teen years, allow them a little bit more freedom. That's not a bad idea. I might alter my rules slightly to accommodate that. I might just hijack your idea there. Again, this is hypothetical because it's very likely I'm not going to have children of my own. I spend so much time with other people's children. Amanda goes back into her room and turns up the volume to her sad shit. I put on my going out coat and walk over to Jim and Kim's. I spot Robert leaning against the brick wall, smoking a cigarette, like Jay and Silent Bob. I stole it from Mama Cusses. As I get closer, I realize that he looks a little different. Cleaner, I guess. He doesn't actually look any different. It actually seems like he's combed his hair and his clothes are less wrinkled than usual. Hey. Hey. You take a shower just for me? I'm working on my relationship with existence. Damn, that hit too hard. That was too real. We both stand there for a second and don't say anything. Robert finishes his cigarette and abruptly goes inside. I follow him. For real, I know. By the time I get inside, Robert's already at the bar ordering 2 whiskeys. I spot a booth in the back and claim it for us. Robert slides in and hands me a glass. To you, to us, to toast. What do you toast? Oh, he didn't like toast. A toast to toast. Love you, warm bread. Hold on, let's fix that. We're cheating. We're cheating a little bit. Here's to us and all the property damage and petty larceny that we may commit tonight. There we go. We clink whiskeys and I watch him sip his rather than the traditional approach of slamming the whiskey back as quickly as possible. What's the plan for tonight? Hit some other bars, maybe grab some pizza. I think that'll kill some time before we'll burn down that old abandoned house in the woods. It's definitely not as fun if it's abandoned.
Hey.
Mary pops over to the back of the booth, a glass of wine in hand. She punches Robert in the shoulder. Where was my phone call? Sorry, I figured you were busy sinking your teeth into some poor sap. I am. He's right over here. I look around at the booth and see a guy sitting across from her. He waves meekly.
Come on.
You replacing me with the new kid? Mary, I could never replace you. Whether I wanted to or not. Mary leaves her booth and slides in next to Robert. The guy she was sitting with looks mildly relieved. She eyes Robert's clean pressed clothes and up and down suspiciously. What, you got a court date coming up? He looks handsome. He'd never convinced the jury. Date crasher. In fairness, I think I crashed their first date on mine and Robert's first date. I kind of crashed their whole time together. So I suppose turnabout is only fair play. I think he cleans up nicely. Nope, he did not like that. He did not like that. Was it their first? I mean, this is our third. They've been hanging out together for probably years by now. Alright, let's redo this again. Damn, Robert's so hard to please. Let's go with this one. He likes sarcasm. You would have had to shave first. Aha! See? Seriously, though, what's up with you? Robert stares down at his drink, suddenly looking serious. It's Pappy. Doctors say it's cirrhosis of the liver. I told that old bag of bones to quit it with the sauce, but it's all he's ever known. Especially since Ma's gone. The eggplants, I know, they've always been eggplants pop out whenever they particularly like an answer. Like, if they don't like it, it's that kind of weird dark void. If they like it, there's hearts. And if they really like it, eggplants. Okay, so he's obviously fucking with us. Because his first answer is always bullshit. That's why I invited you out tonight. Just didn't want to be alone. Oh, come on. Jack, don't be an asshole. You know the one thing Robert doesn't joke around about is his pappy. Whoops. They're giving him 2 months. I gotta help him straighten him out his affairs. Robert, I'm so sorry. They're both fucking with me. Robert takes a long look at his whiskey, eyeing it in the dim glow of the bar's lights. I look at his life, And then I look at mine, and I know history is doomed to just repeat itself. I know history is just doomed to repeat itself. Oh my god. See? Fucking... I'm just kidding. He's retired with his new girlfriend in Acapulco. They watch the sunset every night. Probably screw like donkeys. Motherfucker, I knew he was fucking with me. Wait, aren't rabbits the ones who screw a lot? Oh, sorry, didn't realize you were an expert on which animals screw a lot. I neither confirm nor deny knowing anything about animal sex lives. Cheers. Please stop saying the word screw. Robert finishes his drink and slides it away from him. He gets up out of the booth. Me and Jack are gonna hit the bricks. You coming with? Mary casts one last glance at the sad sap she'd been hunting and downs the rest of her wine in one gulp. This place is dead anyways. We exit the bar and find the typically empty street filled with a small crowd of people. At the front is a guy with a really deliberate attitude and bad posture. He carries a lantern that he shines up at his face for dramatic effect. What's going on? Looks like it's one of those walking ghost tours. They do that in this part of the town all the time. They're holding hands! You're right, they kind of are, but you can barely see it because of this fucking thing. There's no hide button to hide it so you can see the stuff. I've complained about this before. But it really does look like their hands are overlapping. Seems like Robert had an affair with Mary's husband, and perhaps he didn't know Mary at the time, but then he came to befriend Mary and felt really guilty about it, and that's why he has such an intense hatred of Joseph. That would explain a bit of it, at least. Especially their odd friendship. I've always wanted to do one of those. You know all the stories are fake, right? Pretty much all of my stories are fake. This is research. Or he's been sleeping with her because she knows. I don't think he's been sleeping with Mary. It's made pretty clear in that one scene that Mary does all of her flirting but doesn't actually cheat on her husband. Like, she'll go out and quote-unquote seduce men, but she never takes them home. And, you know, Robert was pretty pissed at us for going on a date with Joseph and hurting Mary, especially. So I feel like... I don't know, I feel like his affair with Joseph is what led to her relationship with Joseph probably falling apart as much as it has. But also, oddly enough, their weird friendship. The only question is if Robert knew that Joseph was married when he offered him an entanglement or whatever he called it. Robert makes a beeline towards the back of the group. He turns around when he notices I'm not following him. Come on. Can't just crash it, can we? Don't be such a square, Jack. Just act like you belong. Robert slides up. Sidles, not slides. Sidles is a weird word because I always mistake it for slides. And it's kind of like sliding, but like on your feet. Robert sidles up to the tour group. I reluctantly fall into step behind him. Well, here goes nothing. Hey, oh my god, it's this guy. Oh, the sad sack guy. Hey, it was this place. It was in this place in 1694. Oh my god. Let me try this sentence over again. Hey, it was in this place in 1694 that the most infamous... the middle of this number is 69. The most infamous witch trials were held. To date, we do not know if the people burned at the stake were actually witches, but it is widely reported that their ghosts still haunt this hapless dive bar to this very day. Oh, stretch. Thank you, kitty. Thank you for keeping me stretched and hydrated.
Ah! Yeah.
It'll be the best 69 that ever 69. Is that enough 69s? Never. One day we'll get to quote number 6969, and that'll be even more 69s. That's going to be a long time away, though. That's going to be like 5 to 7 years from now. Unless I just add like a bunch of new mods who just add quotes every stream. Which I probably am not going to do. I feel that modding is a responsibility that only a few should have. It was actually 1692, which still has 69 in the middle. What? And the site was over there by that coffee shop down the road. You still have quotes set up. I hope so. I'm sorry, who are you? Daniel Mitsturgis, ghost historian. And this is my colleague, Dr. Pepper. 80s reference, 90s reference, aughts reference, contemporary reference. I'm gonna go with 90s because I was born in the 90s. Dr. Prescott, paranormal. Hey, he liked that. Paranormal investigator extraordinaire. We're touring America's most haunted locations as research for our new book. You may have seen our guest cameo in Paranormal House Hunters Extreme Edition. A couple of people in the group start nodding. Man, Robert's good at this. Are you guys part of the group? I don't remember seeing you at the first stop. We like to keep a low profile. Easier to catch ghosts that way.
Oh.
They've definitely been here. Been standing next to him the whole time. Thank you, random lady who I do not know.
Hey.
As I was saying, the epicenter of paranormal activity can be found at the Coffee Spoon over there. The man who runs it has been plagued by haunting since he signed the lease. Damn near driven him mad. He's talking about Matt. But whatever you want to say is cool, I guess. It's your tour. Man, didn't know that about Matt. Wait, Robert's making this up. Obviously! The rest of the tour group listens intently to Robert's every word. I think the tour guide can tell that he's losing the group. He seems to be getting flustered. Thank you for your contribution and knowledge, Mr. McSturgis. Let's move on to the next haunted location. Robert, Mary, and I follow the group down the street. That tour guide shirt is cool. Yeah, everyone in this group gets one if we make it to the final location. I turn to Robert and grab him by the shoulders. I need that t-shirt. Well, guess we're in this for the long haul then. Just follow my lead. Don't arouse too much suspicion, and we'll have cool ghost shirts in no time. Our group arrives at an old, decrepit colonial-style house. Is this Damien's house? His house wouldn't be old and decrepit, though. A quick pause in the tour. My name is Quinn, but most people on the Ghost Tour circuit call me Tour Master Quinn. I'm a DJ, trivia master, and part-time actor. I do private ghost hunting events, birthday parties, MC bar mitzvahs, and perform traditional vaudevillian mime work. Tour Master Quinn gives us headshots to all of us. His resume is on the back. Shameless self-promotion. Stage combat experience. Anyway, here's a little bit of history for you all. This is the home of noted American author Dorothy Pembridge, whose prose was widely popular in the late 19th century. The 18th. The 18th, but it was 19th, and then I said late-teenth. Fuck me. I know how my brain is confusing these words together. I guess it's going faster than my mouth can keep up. In the late 19th century, it was in the attic of this very home where she wrote such classics as The Diaries of a Victorian Mistress, Lady Fitzwilliam's Courtship, and The Ghost of Sea Captain Reginald Barclay. She unfortunately died of consumption shortly after the turn of the century. Consumption? Several people reported that at some nights you can see a light from the attic, where the ghost of Miss Pembridge continues work on her latest bestseller. I guess you could say that she was consumed by her work.
Sad Master Quinn.
Sad Master Quinn. No reaction from the crowd. This guy needs to work on his dad jokes. Actually, consumption is the popular cover-up. Little known fact is that it was a murder-suicide. Yeah, let's get a bonum for murder-suicide in the chat. I know, I'm kidding. That's obviously not what it was for.
That's the good stuff.
I'm pretty sure she died of consumption. Sure, and we definitely didn't hire Stanley Kubrick to elaborately fake the moon landing. That's the watered-down censor version they teach you in school. But if you can't handle the real story, understand, it's not for the faint of heart. Can we...
Master Quinn.
I think everyone would much rather hear this world-renowned ghost historian has to say, right, everybody?
Hey,
The group murmurs in agreement.
I'm so sad.
He just keeps going on how sad he is. This is a topic we cover extensively in our book, Dr. Prescott. Would you care to tell the story? Oh, uh-oh. Improv comedy skills, something I know, or riff something highbrow? I don't know. If I go with comedy skills, I feel like that's making a joke out of it, and he's trying to take this seriously. So I should go with something I know, I think, so that I can best play it off as being serious. In the 19th century, Dorothy Pembridge was credited for protecting New York City from potentially world-ending paranormal forces. Despite her success, her ragtag group of ghost hunters were disbanded by government officials. However, after learning that the ghosts of Vigo the Carpathian... Isn't that the bad guy in the second Ghostbusters movie? Has taken an interest in her son, her and her ghost-busting friends... He's just reciting the fucking plot to Ghostbusters 2! This is literally just the plot for Ghostbusters 2! Lost a mission to defeat the ghost and once again save New York City. Hey, isn't that the plot too? Nope, it's not. And he liked it. The tour guide sees this as an opportunity to take back the group and addresses us with some razzle-dazzle. Ha! What an interesting story! Now, I just want everyone to know the next location is extremely terrifying. If anyone thinks they can't handle it, feel free to excuse yourselves.
Oh my god.
Alright, I'm bored. Harry turns to a young guy looking on his phone and taps him on the shoulder. Hey kid, fancy buying a gal a drink? Guy looks up at her and smiles. Only if the bar is haunted. Honey, I can show you the most haunted place in town. I think I could exorcise your demons if that's what you're looking for. Holy shit, she actually said that whole word. She said that whole sentence. Don't write checks your dick can't cash. His eyes go wide. Mary salutes me and Robert. She suddenly pulls me into a hug and murmurs into my ear. When you've known Rob as long as I have, you know when something's wrong. Keep an eye on for me tonight, okay? Sure, Mary. Good man. Mary pats me on the back and pulls away. She takes the guy's hand and leads him down the street. Take it easy, fellas. God help that poor soul. Mary or the kid? Both.
hey.
Our last stop. This burial ground is such a hotbed. Oh, hold on. Our last stop. This burial ground is such a hotbed of horrifying paranormal activity that I'm not even sure where to begin. There's the wailing ghost of the Wharf Man, the vampire of Maple Bay, the children of the moonlight. What about the Dover ghost? By this point, the tour guide is clearly irritated with us.
Sad Master Quinn.
What about it?
Oh,
Oh, nothing. I just think it would be a crime to come all the way out to the cemetery, the actual origin of one of New England's most notorious paranormal activities, and not even mention the infamous Dover ghost. That's not a real thing. That is absolutely not a real thing. I think someone needs to brush up on their paranormal history. I know tons about paranormal history. I know every ghost story in this area. I can guarantee there's one you don't know. Robert looks over to me and smiles.
hi.
Would you folks care to hear the tale of how Prescott and I met? No. The entire group shushed the tour guide. Okay, fine, fine. Tell the story. Well, it was a dark and stormy night. I wasn't always a paranormal investigator. Way back when, I was just a
Hey!
Bible salesman, traveling grifter, carnival barker. I'm gonna go with traveling grifter. Yes! Moving from town to town, always looking for my next mark. It wasn't an easy life, but I had fun. Taking from the rich, giving to the poor. Actually, also taking from the poor. I had a shaky moral foundation. I happened upon the quiet town of Maple Bay quite by accident, but little did I know that this city has a dark side. Now, about the same time, I was just starting out as an apprentice to a rather famous ghost hunter, who was an old family friend of mine. I carried the equipment, operated the EVP machine, all that. Wait. Yes? Who was the famous ghost hunter? Well, I don't like to name drop, but Georgia Mathers. The tour group gasps. Georgia Mathers? She's a legend. You know her? Knew her. Amazing woman. Died mysteriously. Miss you, Georgie. Anyway, we were in Maple Bay investigating some reports of strange lights and sounds coming from the cemetery late at night. Now, we had been warned by the old crypt keeper that this place was highly dangerous, but Georgia was never one to shy away from an adventure. We camped out in the center of the cemetery for 3 nights straight. We endured your so-called wailing watchman. Wailing ghost of the wharf man. Whatever. Your stupid vampire was just a teenager in a mask. But the Dover ghost, man, tell him, Prescott. So, there I was, just walking back to my hotel after a long day of... obviously. I'm gonna stay to the story I was doing. Classic pigeon drop scam. Putting out feelers for a rip deal. I was gonna steal a baby, probably. Would have made me rich. I found myself walking past this very cemetery. Now, I was never a very superstitious man, but something seemed off. I could hear some sort of commotion happening deep within the graveyard, and I felt compelled to investigate. And thank God you did. George and I were conducting a seance in the mausoleum. At first, things were pretty normal, but after about an hour, everything went south. Playing back on the EVP meter, we were able to hear a single word. Run. The air suddenly went cold. Something was very, very wrong. I just knew we weren't alone. We started hearing this faint, distant scraping noise, like something being dragged across the ground. It got louder and louder until it was deafening. Some kind of demented howl. And then I felt it. Someone, something, grabbing my ankle. Robert has the whole crowd hooked, line and sinker. You could hear a pin drop. I've only cried twice in my life. Once was at the birth of my daughter. The other was when that thing started dragging me. I wasn't sure where it was taking me, but I knew it was no place I wanted to go. I was sure I was going to die. The moment I crossed the gate in the cemetery, I heard this god-awful screeching. I ran to the mausoleum just in time to see a man being pulled across the floor by... God, to this day, the mere thought of it ties my stomachs into knots. It looked like a man, but like... Glance at Robert. Like someone who didn't know what a man was supposed to look like. Tried to put one together. The arms were too long. Its eyes glowed red. It was like a walking shadow. What did I do? What any good person would do. I lunged for... Shoot, what was his fake name again? Daniel Sturgis. Daniel. I grabbed his hand and entered into a tug-of-war with the unholiest of forces.
Really?
Why was that part in the thought and not said out loud? I thought I was going to be torn in half. But I had God on my side. The pocket Bible I always kept on me fell out of my shirt pocket, but we weren't a Bible salesman. To this day, I can remember what passage it opened up to. Fuck. I only know 2 of these. I only know Leviticus 2:5 and Austin 3:16. So I don't know what the other 2 are. And I don't know if either of them are appropriate for ghost hunting. Neither of the 2 I do know are appropriate for ghost hunting. Um. Hold up. Let me just, since we've already made so many good choices, I don't want to have to go back and repeat them all. Let me just look up what these mean real quick. Been a long day since my Bible school years, and I've quite forgotten a lot of it. So let's just see what these mean, and see if any of them are appropriate for the situation. Ecclesiastes sounds fake. It could be, but let's look it up first. You never fucking know with Robert. If it is fake, then that's obviously the correct answer. Right, yeah. Leviticus 2:5 is about flour, so definitely not appropriate for ghost hunting. Austin 3:16, that's probably the most famous Bible passage in the world. I don't think I need to look up that one. Dream Daddy getting extra religious folk to look up Bible shit. Oh, Austin 3:16 is a wrestling reference. Austin 3:16 says, "I just whooped your ass." That's John 3:16 that I was just thinking of. John 3:16. Austin 3:16 is real. It's a wrestling reference. It's professional wrestling. It's "I just whooped your ass." You talk about your Psalms, talk about your John 3:16. Well, Austin 3:16 says, "I just whooped your ass." Stone Cold Steve Austin. It's a real thing. I recognize it, okay? But my brain went, oh, obviously John 3:16, so I'm not sure the question. We're trying to find an appropriate Bible passage for ghost hunting. Let me look up this Ecclesiastes thing. Oh, then shall the dust return to earth as it was, and the spirit shall return unto God who gave it. Spirits, that could be a ghost thingy. Leviticus? I just read that one. It's about wheat. Alright, let me just check the Revelations one, and I feel like if I pick Austin 3:16 now, it's going to be the incorrect answer, because everyone's going to be like, isn't that a wrestling reference? Not Revelations about prophecy? Well, then let's go with the Ecclesiastes thing. And if we get it wrong, fuck it. Then shall the dust return to the earth. Okay, so he knows it just off me saying it. And the spirit shall return unto God who gave it. I have no idea where Robert pulled that verse from. Hey, correct answer. With a horrifying growl, the entity finally relented. Dan and I collapsed into the ground, exhausted. We were both covered in blood. That damn creature clawed into my chest. Got me real good. Had to get 16 stitches. Robert pulled down the collar of her shirt to reveal a long, wicked scar across his pecs. And that's how I got the scar. I followed Georgia Mathers to the ends of the earth. We faced exorcisms, demons, poltergeists that threw out our equipment across the room. But I had never seen Georgia so scared. She was never the same after that night. And neither was I. Watching what happened to Daniel and Georgia shook my faith. But I came out of that experience a better man. And a better friend. And we've been brothers ever since. Tour group gives us a round of applause as Robert and I share an emotional hug. As he embraces me, I can smell the cologne on his neck. Wow, Robert does clean up good. I mean, we can't see it, but I find myself lingering a little too long on the hug. Tour guide seems to have bought it. Even he's wiping a tear from his eyes. That could just be because he's sad in general, though. Thank you, thank you. It's an honor to have been able to share our story. Be sure to watch for our book. No, not a final choice. Paranormal excursions of the supernatural ice road go tracker. No, I saw a demon. The shocking true story of seeing a demon. The bro's guide to the hottest ghost. I'm gonna pick the middle one. Robert has to suppress a laugh at that one. Well, I think you both definitely earned your t-shirts. The tour guide hands us the coveted t-shirts. He then slips us both his business card and leans in close. If you guys are ever in need of a professional actor, balloon animal artist, Elvis impersonator, or nude model, please don't hesitate to contact me. You got it, buddy. After a couple of tourists take selfies with us, we split away from the group and walk home. That was incredible! Really can't believe they bought all of that. I didn't know you had it in you, Jack. Excuse me, Dr. Prescott. That bit about the pocket Bible was aces, although giving the Dover ghost glowing red eyes was a little cliche. And the Kubrick conspiracy and the Kubrick conspiracy theory bit wasn't. No part of the character. Well, we got the shirts out of it. We arrive in front of Robert's house. Want to have a drink? Is that even a question? Robert, how long have you known me for? You really think I would turn down the opportunity to share a fine alcoholic beverage with my treasured friend and accomplice, Dr. Robert Bobbert Small? If you ever call me Bobbert again, I will kick you right in the shins. Both of them. Then you can expect an angry phone call from my orthopedist in the morning. Bobbert. Robert just laughs and starts unlocking his door. My shins live to die another day. See, he's one of those friends that enjoys shit talking. Like 90% of the stuff he says is just shit talking. But he takes it a little too seriously for my taste, because he doesn't know when to turn it off. Robert leads me inside. I can't help but think what Mary said to me. Robert did seem a little off, but that completely disappeared when we were joking around about the ghost tour. I don't know. He's hard to read. While I'm thinking, I hear claws skidding across the floor. Oh god, it's his pit bull. I'm about to be torn to We've already met his dog, and it's not a pit bull! I shut my eyes tight and brace for impact. Betsy, hey, be nice. I don't feel anything but tiny paws scratching at my shoes. I open my eyes. Betsy? Yeah, see? That's the dog we saw him walking in the graveyard! Robert's dog jumps away at me, running around in circles and sniffing Robert's leg. He pats her on the head. Hey, that's not a pit bull. That's the cutest, dumbest Boston Terrier I've ever seen. Betsy, you're not a pit bull? And you weren't taken by the Dover ghost? Betsy's made of tougher stuff than that, ain't you, girl? Betsy rolls over some well-deserved belly rubs. Oh, we gotta pet the puppy. I just keep a picture of a large pit bull in my wallet in case of emergencies. Comedic emergencies. We make our way to Robert's living room. For a quiet man with arguably the oldest pickup truck that can be legally driven, his place is amazing. There are sleek, modern appliances throughout the room, with a big flat-screen TV mounted to the wall. It's also kind of a mess. He has shelves upon shelves of DVDs. Guess he wasn't lying about really being into cinema. Pours us both a glass of whiskey from a well-stocked bar in the corner, while Betsy curls up into a pile of cushions. So, how did you really get that scar? And don't tell me you got it fishing for Alaskan king crabs in the Bering Sea, or something. You trained me too well. Robert laughs and takes a sip of his drink. My daughter and I were riding our bike, so he does have a kid. Yeah, I hit a rock, flew over the handlebars, and then we went to the hospital. And that's it. Not a very interesting story. Never heard you talk about your daughter. Well, I have one. That's her. He points at a picture on the wall of a very serious little girl with dark eyes. Yep, that's definitely Robert's daughter. How old is she? 25? 26? Not too sure. Excellent dadding, Robert. Does she live around here? No. Val is back home in Brooklyn. Works at some new media online magazine thing. Makes buckets, though. Suddenly seems really serious. I probably shouldn't press him about it. You like Santana?
Hey.
Great. Robert puts on Santana, then takes a seat on the couch next to me. He suddenly downs his drink in one gulp. Hey, are you alright?
Hey.
Robert leans in and kisses me, the taste of whiskey burning my lips. I'm surprised at first, but slowly relax into his arms. He pulls away slightly, his lips barely brushing against my mouth. I am now. Can't say anything, but best managing a sigh. Robert leans in again, kissing me harder. He pulls my bottom lip between his teeth and bites lightly, sliding a hand under my shirt. My heart pounding in my chest as he lies us both down on the couch. He kisses a trail down my neck, his teeth grazing my skin. He's giving love bites! I love that shit. I just... Wait, is he saying that or am I? It's not that. Robert bites down and I have to stifle a moan. Stop! Robert stiffens up and pulls away. No biting? No, I'm more than okay with that. Something's up. Robert runs a hand through his hair and looks away. I'm fine. I just been kind of stressed out. Tired. Not a big deal. I'm gonna push it. Listen, I want this as badly as you do, but I know something's wrong. I need to make sure that you're okay. Robert stares at the ground. You don't know me that well, Jack. I'm not a good person. No fucking shit! Takes a deep breath. I spent my whole life only taking, and taking. And now here I am, an old broken man sitting on top of a pile of everything I've ever taken, alone. But I want to know you. You don't have to keep hiding behind fake stories and acting like you don't have feelings. He sighs heavily. It's Val. She's visiting tomorrow. She wants to patch things up. Are you... I'm sorry, but... Is this a bit? No. When was the last time you saw her? 3, 4, I think. Months? Years, obviously. Years. Sit up straight. Jesus, Robert, what happened between you two? I don't want to talk about it. Robert and I sit in silence, neither of us wanting to look at each other, both of us unsure of what to do next. Fine. Things were already bad between us. I cared about her, I always did. Things just got in the way. Before I knew it, she was leaving for college, wanting nothing to do with me. Marilyn and I moved out here to settle down. We thought it would help to get away from all the distractions, all the money, the drinking. But temptation gets to you. I tried to be better, but I just couldn't. And then, the accident changed everything. I think every day about how she must have died hating me. I never became the better man she wanted me to be. The one she always saw in me. She was the last thread Val and I had connecting us together. I didn't know that when I lost my wife, I was going to lose my daughter, too. Robert. I spent so much time chasing after things I thought were going to make me happy that I ruined my only real chance at happiness. Now my wife is dead and my daughter hates me. Then I convinced myself that this, gestures vaguely in my direction, is going to make me happy. Why do I even try anymore? I'm so sorry. I know how hard it is to... No, you don't. How could you possibly know how this feels? You did everything right. Your daughter loves you. You're a good person. I was a terrible husband, and I'm an even worse father. I have no idea why she's even bothering to contact me now. I know I'm just gonna fuck it up like I always do. Broken. I shouldn't even go. Robert puts his head in his hands. Tell him what he needs to hear. Nothing's going to change until you do. Robert pauses. He looks at me. There are a lot of things in my life that I regret, that I wish I could take back or do over. It hurts so much to know that I can't. What I can do, what you have the privilege of doing tomorrow, is to wake up and try to be a better person than you were the day before. Things aren't going to fix themselves tomorrow or the next day, and patching things up with Val isn't going to solve all your problems either. But nothing is going to change if you don't. And you can't love anyone else until you stop hating yourself. And you're right. I don't know you that well. But you have the same capacity for good that we all have. And I know you can find it. Vala's giving you a chance. Don't waste it. But, Robert, listen to me. It's gonna be okay. But, I lean over and embrace Robert, pulling him in as tightly as I can. He buries his head into my shoulder, hugging me back. It's gonna be okay. I place his hand on the back of his head and stroke his hair. He shudders, then sobs, and I realize that he's crying. Thank you. We stay there for a while, holding each other. We both eventually drift off to sleep. Well, that ended differently than I expected it to. Sad snuggles. Knife Dad, go on all Robert dates. Alright. Okay, we'll see the ending for Robert real quick. And then we're at 4 hours, so I'm going to take a short break. And then I guess we'll go for however long it takes to get to the last half of the dads. Alright. Gotta take it slow, that way I don't actually skip over anything that I haven't seen. Oh, okay, this is new. I walk over to Mary, who's having a lively conversation with Amanda. Listen, kid, you're gonna need some real-life skills out there if you're gonna make it out in the streets. Do not teach my daughter how to seduce men. Do not teach my daughter how to seduce men. Do not teach my daughter how to seduce men. I'm going to college? Same thing. Look, I know you're not old enough to drink. Right? And I know you're smart enough not to drink until you're of legal age. Uh-huh. But hypothetically, if you were to drink, it'd behoove you to drink a glass of water between rounds. Got it? Hypothetically. And if you wake up with a headache, all you gotta do is take a jar of pickles and drink the pickle juice. You're gonna be fine. What's going on here?
Give it a rest, buddy.
Girl talk. Mary turns back to Amanda. Now let me tell you how to deal with a bad roommate. First thing to know, you get straight A's. You get straight A's if they die during the semester. That's technically true. Mary! Relax, it's a myth. Supposedly. It's true in a sense. It can happen, but it doesn't always happen. Against my better judgment, I leave them be. Who the fuck is this? I don't think I recognize this girl by the snack table. This has gotta be his daughter, right? Robert's daughter, Val? Look at her. That's obviously Robert's fucking daughter. I should go say hello. Hi, I don't think we've met. Oh, we've met years ago. Oh, she's gonna be fucking with me too, isn't she? She gonna fuck with me like her dad does? Well, hopefully not exactly like her dad does. That'd be weird. And I'm here for my revenge. You're Robert's kid, aren't you? Spot on. I guess that makes you Jack, huh? Yeah, it's nice to meet you. I'm glad Robert brought you along. He promised that there would be free food, so that's kind of hard to pass up, and... Look, I don't know you, but can I get real with you for a sec? My old man's a real closed book, you know? Me and him, we got a long way to go. You don't erase decades of neglect in a week. But you sure can get tired of staying angry about it. That kind of bitterness, it poisons you, I think. I'm too young for that. Anyway, lately he's been better. A lot better. And between him shaving for once and how much he talks about you, I get the feeling you have something to do with it. So, thanks. Robert means a lot to me. I'm glad he's getting better. Just keep an eye on him while I'm not around, okay? Or else. What? I'm kidding. Or am I? I don't know why I'm like this. Oh, I fucking know why you're like this. I think it runs in the family. Amanda trots up to the conversation. Hey, I love your necklace. And your hair. And just, geez, your whole vibe is cool. Thanks. I like your jacket. My girlfriend collects pins too. Oh, this is my daughter Amanda. Amanda, this is Robert's daughter Val. Nice meeting you. I heard you're a photographer.
Huh.
Aspiring photographer. I'm going to school for it. You take pictures? Yes.
Hmm?
Then you're a photographer. Welcome to the biz. Val hands Amanda a business card. If you're ever looking for internships, shoot me an email. Anyway, I need to go make friends with that woman over there who's dual-wielding wine glasses. Catch you later. Probably talking about Mary. Sweet! That was very nice of her to give my daughter a business card. Val walks away. She's so cool! She gave me her business card. She touched my hand. Does Amanda have a little bit of a crush on Val? Congrats, you just networked for the first time. I'm a regular business lady now. Quarterly projections, stock market, synergy. While you're making a fortune as a businesswoman, I gotta keep this party going. Get you around, Pops. Okay, now I can fast forward again.
Hey. Oh. Oh.
Aw.
Okay, there we go. Robert is sitting beneath the cherry blossom tree. Take a seat next to Robert as the last guests make their way out of the party. Hey. Hey. Good talk. Robert gestures vaguely to the snack table. Is it gonna be the same fucking thing? Good stuff. Yep. So, I had a chance to talk to Val. She physically threatened you? Yeah. That's my girl. She said you've been doing better. Trying to work on the vices. I also showered today. We sit in silence for a moment. You know, every day for me is a battle against my own self-destructive habits. But lately, it's gotten a little bit easier. Thanks for talking some sense into me. It's hard to get through things It's hard to get things through my thick skull sometimes, but what you said that night has actually helped. I'm glad. I like you, Jack. I like you a lot. I haven't felt this way about someone in a long time. I lean in and kiss him for a moment before he pulls away. Same, Rob? Takes my hand in his. You're special to me. But I have some stuff I need to work on. Emotionally. Before I can get anything romantic with you. You deserve better than who I am right now. I need to be on my own for a bit. Figure some things out. Of course. I think what you need right now is a friend. And I'm very happy to be that for you. Wow, so both Joseph and Robert end up being, oh no, you're not actually going to be in a relationship? Is this still a breakup? I think it is. But it's a much healthier one than the Joseph one, I think. So it's slightly happier? Because at least he's doing it to work out his shit. Thank you. That means a lot to me. And if you're ever ready for more than that, you know where to find me. Let's hunt ghosts sometime. I would love that. I would not. I put my head on his shoulder and we watch the sun slowly dip below the horizon together. Okay. This time I need to get not stuck at crispy bacon. Voice credits. Matt, Crispy Bacon, Quizmaster Quinn, Brian Wecht, Robert, Dan Avidan, Val, Susie Burhow. Oh, so that's Val. Announcer voices, Nathaniel McDonald. There we go. All the major voices. I lost my drugs. Oh no! You better find them. Okay. I'm gonna take a short little break to get up, stretch my legs, use the bathroom, all things like that, because normally this would be where we'd be ending it tonight. But we still have 1, 2, 3 dads left. I think. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, 3 dads. So that could be another 2 to 3 hours left of stream. So we're definitely going to go long tonight so we can see all the dads' endings. So I'm just going to take a short little break. Okay, so let me just go to the BRB screen real quick. And I'm not going to put on the regular music because I'm just going to... Oh, wait. Okay, that's just my microphone. I'm just going to let this play out for you. I'll be right back. Hello, I'm back. Oh, Kitty, enjoy your lurk. Have some good foods. I got a few snacking things while I was in the kitchen before I went to the bathroom, so. All right. We need to pick up right here.
Welcome.
If you make it back before we're done, we've still got Damien, Hugo, and Brian. I think I'll do Hugo right now because I think right now everybody's lurking, and his next date will have to involve wrestling, right? So I'll probably be the only one who gets those references. So this is one that you probably all don't mind missing out on some of it, at least. Oh, wait. Dave first. I almost forgot about that. Are you kidding? I love him. I love Hugo too. But I don't know if everyone will get the wrestling references this date will probably have. I'm lurking with the sound on? Okay. Well, you'll at least be able to appreciate it as a podcast. Ever since the first night the charcuterie pies, or the charcuterie pies, Hugo and I have made a point of weekly visits to trivia night. Flav and I will get it. Real Monsters has come in first place ever since, despite Provolone 2 lost in New York's continual efforts to dethrone us. I've been able to do a complete overhaul of my interior of my car thanks to all the Phil's Auto Care gift cards we've received. Air fresheners, car chargers, you name it. Amanda's riding in the lap of luxury. Aside from the trivia nights, I don't actually get to see Hugo a lot. The end of the school year is coming up, and he seems to be having a lot of trouble dealing with the stress of teaching. I should do something nice for him. Maybe help him take his mind off the screaming teenagers. Books? He likes books, but I would have no idea where to even start with that. He probably reads more books in a month than I've read in the past year. Oh, so true. I know he's really into wrestling, but he's been reluctant to talk about it since he showed me his wrestling room. I know he's kind of shy about it, but maybe... Whatever, let's roll the dice. I think I have a plan. Hey, alright folks, looks like we finally have the points tallied up and we're ready to announce our winner. You know who else is a winner? Me, because I've finally seen just how beautiful and loving my wife is. A few weeks ago, all the regulars staged an intervention for Quizmaster Quinn. We sat him down in a circle and told him we wanted to see him better and love himself. He agreed to start going to couples therapy with his wife, and last time he told us they had adopted a dog together. Aww! Look at him being happy and not a sad sack. I love you forever, my Quizmaster Queen! I can't tell which version of Quizmaster Quinn I prefer. Definitely the happier version.
Oh.
There were things to like and dislike about both, huh? Ash has probably read more books this year than I have in a decade. But how many of them were about gay romance? And the winner is, for the 4th week in a row, Real Monsters!
Oh.
Hugo and I cheers our small slices of camembert, and I go up to accept our gift card, along with an uncomfortably long hug from Quizmaster Quinn. May Real Monsters' reign be as long and wonderful as my marriage to my beautiful wife.
Oh.
We make our celebratory round of high fives to the rest of the teams, and sit down to finish our cheese board, savoring every last bite of Baruta with pesto and slices of tomato. Hey, I got a surprise for you.
Oh.
For me? Yes, and for once it isn't more cheese. Well, if you think you can somehow top that, be my guest. Pull out a book that I've been carefully hiding in one of my pockets and slide it over to Hugo. Oh. Hugo picks up the book and reads the title aloud. Harry Butt's Crapper Keeper? I wanted to get you a book, but I figured you probably already own every classical piece of literature, so I thought this would be fun. For when you're pooping.
Hey.
Hughes laughs. You should flip through it. Hugo looks up at me and raises an eyebrow. After flipping through a couple of pages, he finally comes across the small gift I strategically hid inside. Okay, actually larking now.
Oh.
You're kidding me! Hugo looks around, worried that he made a scene. He leans in. You're kidding me! Hugo pulls out the wrestling tickets I hid inside the Crapper Keeper. Haha, nice play. This is to the World Federation of Wrestling's Power Slam series. You've been working so hard lately. I thought you'd like them. Like them? I love this. Thank you. But wait, there's two? Yeah, I figured we could go together.
What?
You'd go with me? Heck yeah. I need you to explain the finer points of wrestling to me, though. Hugo gets up, walks around the table, and effortlessly picks me up in a big bear hug. Has he been this strong the whole time?
Ah.
Thank you. I let out a little squeak to sort of say, you're welcome. Oh my god, he actually changed his outfit. It's the night of the Power Slam. So I'm guessing that's what, this game's version of SummerSlam? Hugo shows up at my doorstep in a loud, oversized wrestling tee. Right. I'm trying to read what it says. Pablo Escabra? Pablo Escabra? Oh, Pablo Escabral. Okay, I get it now. And genuine? Is that genuine? Genuine Wrestle Boy? What? I've got to be reading that one wrong, right? Genuine Wrestle Boy? He's a little blushy and extremely cute. We drive about an hour to another city for a big event. Hugo spends the entire ride teaching me the basics of wrestling and the terminology I need to know. So, it's fake, right?
Oh.
Well, yes and no. While wrestling in the act of hurting another wrestler is fake, the work requires remarkable athleticism and oftentimes results in actual injury. These people are getting hurt, sure, but not in the way we're led to believe. Historically, wrestling as we know it today was created by carnival workers to fix gambling, and the people who actually believed it to be real would bet on these matches were called marks. I know this. That we know it's technically fake, but still choose to suspend our disbelief makes us smarks. Smart marks. I knew this too. So, I should be watching this for the acrobatics?
Hmm?
And the tension, and the drama, and even the storylines. I think that anything or anyone can tell a good story. You just have to look for the story. Yeah, I always tell people that wrestling is more like a soap opera, but every character does their own stunts. Even something like what we're about to experience will tell a phenomenal, sometimes understated story despite a ridiculous premise. Wow.
Hmm?
What? I just really wouldn't have pegged you for a huge wrestling fan.
Eh.
Hey, nowadays, being a wrestling fan is considered a nerdy pursuit, okay? Wrestling's not mainstream anymore. You gotta be a wrestling nerd to like wrestling these days. And I am, in fact, a wrestling nerd. As is Hugo, clearly. Nobody does. I get it. I'm the button-down teacher type. I like poetry and art history. I write dissertations on heavy tomes by Russian authors for fun. But I like wrestling. It's a big part of who I am because it's considered kind of lowbrow. I feel like I can't share it with anybody because they'll just make fun of me. Till now? Hugo smiles to himself.
Ah.
Till now.
Hey.
Hugo and I enter the stadium and are directed to the upper level. Now, see, if this were an actual wrestling event, they'd probably have some of these cordoned off because the cameras wouldn't be filming in those sections. if they didn't have as many ticket sales as they would need to fill up all these seats, they would only cover up the sections that didn't sell, and then they would film it so that only the seats available, so that only the seats that were seen were the ones that were packed. So instead of just like a handful of people sitting in every areas, they cordon off like a whole area and pack everybody together in the remaining areas so it looks fuller. And if there's camera work, they very, very deliberately avoid filming where the areas are cordoned off so it doesn't look like there's not people there. So if you're ever watching wrestling and you see it and it's like they're only giving it to you from like 2 or 3 angles, it's because they've cordoned off a section of the arena. I went to a wrestling show where they cordoned off part of the arena, and that was a pretty great show, all things considered. Cody Rhodes was there, and I got to see Kenny Omega dressed as Sans from Undertale. It was fucking awesome. But they still had to section off a part of the arena. I was up in what you would call the cheap seats, which would be in an area above these ones, which this arena does not seem to have, but it would be above the lights here if they had cheap seats. Hugo and I enter the stadium and are directed to the upper level. After grabbing some snacks, we made our way up a set of stairs. The further up we go, the more my heart sinks. I thought we'd gotten good seats, but by this point the ring looks like a postage stamp. Well, that's why they have prawns like this, so you can watch the stuff happening on there. We finally settle into our spots and wait for the match to start. Ah, I'm sorry. I thought I got us tickets on the lower level. Those tickets are fucking expensive. No way was that gonna happen. I look over to Hugo, who apparently didn't even hear me. He's vibrating with excitement.
Oh.
This is so cool. I guess he doesn't mind. I wouldn't mind either, and I didn't mind. I have to admit, I've been too embarrassed to come to one of these since I was a kid. What's there to be embarrassed about? Everyone here loves wrestling. Plus, who are even going to see that we know? We're like an hour out of Maple Bay. I guess you're right. So what do we have to look forward to tonight? Oh man, the lineup is stacked. All the matches are going to be great. The one I'm really looking forward to is the Eastern Dragons match. The Eastern Dragon? Yeah, he used to wrestle as Pablo Escobar. That's who his shirt is, I guess. But I guess he eventually had to change it. Sometimes that happens if you like switch promotions. Because one particularly famous wrestler, Daniel Bryan, his name is Bryan Danielson, and he used to wrestle under that name, but then he switched it to Daniel Bryan when he went to a different promotion. And now that's what most people know him as, because that's when he really exploded in popularity. But he was called the American Dragon for a time, too.
Oh.
Wrestler names are weird. He's actually an Iranian guy from Utah. Oh, so that's where your shirt's from. Yep, I've been following that guy since his debut in an indie wrestling league. It's been amazing to see him rise through the ranks and into the professionals. I like to watch some indie stuff from time to time, but sometimes it can be hard to find. But I watch the wrestling news every day, that way I'm still up on the latest. Every morning, first thing I wake up, I put on wrestling news. Who's he up against? The corporate shill. Technique-wise, I don't think he's that good of a wrestler. And I don't even think the fans like him. Certainly an interesting character, though.
Oh.
Stadium lights dim and the crowd starts screaming. Butt Rock blasts with his sound systems and some pyrotechnics set off around the ring. Ladies and gentlemen, the sold-out crowd in Mill Creek, Massachusetts. Who's ready to power slam? Hugo and I scream. We watch two wrestlers, the Southern Dandy and Johnny Snowman, walk out to even more butt rock. Giving this music a second. It's hard to gauge, but it could be a reference to Diesel's old theme song. Or it could just be nothing. The Southern Dandy mixes and drinks a mint julep in the ring before the match. The crowd eats it up. Yeah, I mean, a lot of what goes on in wrestling is spectacle, as I was saying earlier.
Oh.
The Southern Dandy's from Maine. Is Johnny Snowman not from the North Pole?
Oh.
He's from Georgia, actually. After a long match, Johnny Snowman, who's dressed up like a muscular elf, does what Hugo calls a German suplex on the Southern Dandy. Ooh, German suplex. That's a good one. Personally, I like the belly-to-belly suplex, or what is called the Perfect Plex, because it was the finishing move of Mr. Perfect. It's essentially a fishhook suplex where you grab the neck and hook one of the legs and suplex them up and over. There's a lot of different versions of a suplex. A belly-to-belly suplex, if I can explain that for a second, is when you grab the opponent from the front, thus your bellies are touching, and you lift them up and suplex them up and over you. It takes a lot of effort to do. I think it's one of the hardest suplexes to pull off, which is why it's a personal favorite. I don't know what's happening, but this is amazing. Did you see what that guy did to that other guy's face? Is he okay? Are they going to be okay?
Oh.
Wrestling is a sport of communication. All these guys train together to know not only how to perform moves, but how to respond to them. It allows them to look like they're being hurt, but only be kind of hurt. Yes, they are selling, as in they are making it look like they are more hurt than they are. When you see a wrestler throw a punch, they'll usually like stomp the mat, and it looks like they connect, but they don't really connect, or their fist isn't closed so it doesn't actually hurt that much, but they stomp to make the impact seem louder. Then the person who takes the punch sells it as if they got really, really hurt by that punch that doesn't actually hurt them. It's a very important part in the storytelling of a wrestling performance. The crowd cheers as Johnny Snowman pins the Southern Dandy and is announced as the winner. The next match features a wrestler named Generation Y2K. That's obviously a Chris Jericho reference. I mean, he's called Y2J, which is based on Y2K, but I feel like that's got to be based on Chris Jericho. Or it could be D-Generation X or the Generation Y2K thing. But it's just a single wrestler, so I'm assuming it's a Chris Jericho reference. Who comes out looking like a hipster barista. I would not put that past Chris Jericho. The dude changes his look up fairly frequently. Although, I feel like he's been stagnating a little bit in AEW as of late. He hasn't changed up in a long time. I feel like he's overdue for one. That's just my opinion, and not solid fact, of course. He takes selfies with the fans on the way up to the ring and pauses after everyone to post it onto Instagram. God, that must take forever. Like, there are wrestlers who have gimmicks where they post stuff on social media, but they don't actually stop to post. They just make it look like they are. He's really playing up the millennial thing, huh? He's sort of the boogeyman to old-timer wrestling fans. His opponent, the old-timer, of course, walks out. Oh. The crowd seems to be divided on who they're rooting for. The old-timer pulls some pretty sweet moves after he takes out a walking cane from under the stage and beats Generation Y2K over the head with it. Up against the ropes, Generation Y2K blinds the old-timer with the flash of his camera phone. He's able to pin him to win the match. Both of these things would be illegal. Is this a no disqualification match? They didn't say that outright. These would both be disqualifications. Getting hit with a foreign object is illegal, and using something to, I don't know, blind your opponent would be illegal. That's not something that happens very often, though. Getting hit by a foreign object happens all the time. I don't know if I've ever seen anyone actually try to blind someone with a flash on their phone, but I think it would still be considered illegal. I think it would be considered using a foreign object, aka something not included in the match itself, as an assistance, which is considered disqualification. So I have to assume this is a no disqualification match. He takes a celebratory selfie with his unconscious opponent. So his finisher is a camera flash? That's dumb. The character has some merit, at least as a goofy character, because sometimes wrestling is just goofy like that, and that's fine. But you need more to it than just gimmick. You think the fucking Undertaker could have worked for as long as he did if he literally was just gimmick and no substance? No, that bitch had the Tombstone Piledriver, and that's considered one of the most legendary moves in the existence of the sport. That's why he had such a long undefeated streak at WrestleMania before fucking Brock Lesnar ruined it for everybody. During a break, Hugh and I leave to get refills. I'm having fun with this one. I get to talk about wrestling, which I don't usually get to do during streaming, because most people who come to my streams don't get it. I really need to play a wrestling game for a stream one day. During a break, Hugh and I leave to get refills from the concession stand. We wind our way through the clusters of wrestling fans to get to the line. So, what do you think so far? It's actually really cool. I'm glad I'm here with you. Wrestling is cool, but I really like seeing you so enthusiastic. It's... Don't say hot. Don't say hot. Cool. You know, I'm kind of surprised. I was sort of expecting the crowd to just be a bunch of aggressive, sweaty older guys, but it's so diverse. Wrestling is pretty diverse, actually. Yeah, let's see. I can't remember her name. Damn it, I feel bad about this, but I know there was recently a transgender woman won a women's title at, I want to say it was an AEW. I can't think of her name, and I feel really, really bad about that. I don't get to watch AEW as much, so I don't know all their talent. But I know, like I said, that makes it's diverse. It's they're not afraid of that kind of thing. Wrestling has always been an oddly progressive sport at times. Even if some of times that progressiveness is not portrayed in the kindest light, like classic Goldust. He was basically a play of gay characteristics at the time, gay stereotypes, and he was a very popular character. But there's no doubt that, especially in the early days of Goldust, he was considered a bad guy because he was gay, quote unquote, and he played up all those gay stereotypes so that he would seem scary. But he's a wrestling icon nowadays. And Dustin Rhodes, the character who plays Goldust, is a bit of a gay icon, even though the man himself is not gay. But just because it made it seem okay for gay people to watch the sport because there was representation for them. At least in theory. Again, he's not actually gay. But Goldust is still one of my favorite wrestling characters. And he's still wrestling. Dustin Rhodes is still wrestling to this day. Man's got to be close to his 60s, I think. He's in a casual tee? Yeah, he changed his shirt. He's the only person to ever actually change their outfit. Except, Craig was in his underwear once, I guess, but I don't think that counts. Because that wasn't really an outfit. That was a lack of outfit. Yeah, I mean, I guess it makes sense that he's not going to go to a wrestling promotion in his business suit. Does he wrestle other 60-year-old dudes? It depends. The best match of his career is one that he's had not that long ago with his younger brother, Cody. They had a match in AEW a few years back. I think it's one of the best matches ever. If I was to make a top 10 list, it would definitely be somewhere in it. So, Dustin Rhodes and Cody Rhodes, they had a match together in AEW at All Out, and it tore the fucking house down. And his younger brother is significantly younger than him, because he's his brother from another mother, quite literally. Cody Rhodes, by the way, is actually the current WWE champion. So, it ties in pretty well, I think. So no, he doesn't always wrestle other 60-year-old dudes. Sometimes he wrestles youngsters, as it were. But he's still pretty spry for his age. I mean, he's slowed down quite a bit. But, yeah, he can still go in the ring. Oh, right. It's so diverse. I've even seen a bunch of families with their kids. Everyone looks super happy to be here. Kids were a big part of wrestling in the aughts because, after the end of the Attitude Era and Ruthless Aggression, especially Ruthless Aggression, was what we call the PG era, where John Cena was wrestling in really bright colored shirts and posing with kids. And that was the big time of where it shifted from being very kind of bold sport for older audiences to more family-based entertainment. And really, I feel like only recently have we entered the quote-unquote new era away from that, where it is sometimes less PG than it usually used to be. At least for WWE, anyway. Other promotions all have their own kind of thing going on. Some indie promotions make their business model be like, oh, we're garbage wrestling, which is slang for they use a shitload of weapons in their matches, so people get beat to hell and usually ended up bloody. And that's usually not appropriate for children because it's very violent. I mean, I wouldn't take my nieces to see an exploding barbed wire death match, which is an actual thing. I'm not making that up. It is a real kind of match that has happened multiple times. Oh yeah, that's how I got into wrestling. When I was a kid, my dad used to take me and my brothers to matches all the time. Yeah, I got into wrestling when I was a kid. My dad was a big fan of Kevin Nash, so we watched a lot of WCW for the NWO, and when I really got into it on my own, for me and my older brother, it was the Hardys, Matt and Jeff Hardy, and the whole tag team division that was going on with those two, and Edge and Christian, and the Dudley Boys, and their whole trilogy of ladder matches and whatever. Fluff used to go with his grandma. That's what really got me into wrestling was the Hardys and Edge and Christian and them, particularly the Hardys, because those were my favorite. They were my favorite team. So that's how I got into wrestling was as a kid. And okay, I think I've mentioned this before, but I can't prove it, so take it with a grain of salt because it's just something my parents tell me. Apparently, when we were super, super young, we were neighbors, and this is neighbors with parentheses because we were just the people who lived closest to him because he had a big ranch where no one was really that close. But we were neighbors with Terry Funk. I think she was into Rich Hard or something like that. Rich Hard is certainly a name that could have been a wrestler. Doesn't ring any bells off the top of my head. He might be a little older than my generation. But most of those guys I named being the ones I grew up watching, Matt and Jeff Hardy, they both still wrestle, although I think they're kind of starting to circle their retirement drain, if you will. Because Jeff recently got injured, and I don't know when the last time Matt wrestled is. I don't even think he's currently employed to any promotion. Edge, also known as Adam Copeland, he recently came back from a long time injury, and he hasn't wrestled extensively, but I feel like he's kind of stepping away. His partner Christian, who in storyline was also his brother, but they're really just like best friends, he's already retired. So that only really leaves the Dudleys, and they're still wrestling pretty intensely because they just did a match in Chicago, home of ECW, I think. I'm pretty sure Chicago is the home of ECW. I know ECW, but could be Philadelphia maybe. I don't know if it's Chicago or Philadelphia. The history of some stuff is there's a lot to remember. But they were originally ECW, which was Extreme Championship Wrestling. And they did a match that was just basically a hardcore match very recently in that crowd to play up to the audience because that crowd still loves anything ECW related. But yeah, we were supposedly neighbors to Terry Funk, who was a legendary wrestler back in the day. Most notably, he had a big feud with Mick Foley, who's another one of my favorite wrestlers. And again, this is what my parents tell me. I was too young to really know, so could be right, could be something they made up to brag about. I don't know. I don't think they would, but I don't really remember it. It's just something they say that happened. So take that with a grain of salt. But apparently I once was neighbors with a wrestler. And again, neighbors being a broad term here because we didn't actually live all that close to him. There's one gaggle of kids loitering in a corner that are exceptionally loud, even over the din of the stadium. Looking closer, I can't help but feel like these kids seem familiar. Oh my god, it's some of Hugo's students. Oh god, I know these kids. They're Hugo's students. See, I called it. So don't turn around when I tell you this, but some of your students are here. Hugo immediately tenses up. Oh my god, I can't let them see me here. They'll never listen to me ever again. I position myself between the kids and Hugo, hoping that I can act as a human shield. Glance over at the group of children again, and I recognize that Colin kid. He kicks one of his friends in the shin and laughs. Man, that Colin kid is a piece of work. Colin, if he sees me here, he'll never let it go. He's a master manipulator. Is he Triple H master manipulator? We have to get back to the relative safety of our seats. What's the plan? This is a sneaking mission. Create a diversion. Just walk back to your seats. I'm gonna create a diversion. I turn to Hugo. Hugo, I'm gonna draw their attention. While they're busy watching me, run back to the seats and I'll meet you there, okay? Don't get hurt out there. As Hugo begins to leave, I turn to the crowd of people and start stomping around and raising my arms as if I were trying to frighten off a bear. Hey everybody, look at me! I'm a big old wrestling fan who came all the way from Maple Bay to see this event. I wasn't that big of a wrestling fan to begin with, but in the time that I've known it, I've come to find it very endearing. I really enjoy watching those very oily boys get into fisticuffs, and I hope that you are all having a pleasant evening watching them as well. It's working. All the people near the concession stand have stopped to look at me, with odd looks at their face. They're looking at me like I'm crazy. I feel my social anxiety hitting peak levels. There's only a finite amount of time I can keep distracting people. Quick, think of something. Do a cartwheel, run away, just scream? Oh my god. Do a cartwheel. I summon every last piece of athleticism I have for my body. Go for the full cartwheel with a running start. I immediately fall over, laying spray eagle on the cold floor of the stadium. While people run up and ask him okay, I spot Hugo darting through the doors and back to our seats. Mission accomplished. Yes, I did it! Hugo and I sit down and breathe a huge sigh of relief. Whew, that was close. Now we can hide out for the rest of the night and enjoy ourselves in the comfort of anonymity within a large crowd. Lights dim again.
Oh.
This is the match we've been waiting for. So brave, I know, right? Facing my social anxiety to help my friend. The corporate chill walks out to elevator music. He wears a three-piece suit and sunglasses. Once he gets to the ring, he takes off his sunglasses and rips the sleeves off his suit jacket, flexing his arms for the crowd. Okay, sometimes people do wrestle in suits, but it's usually because, oh, it's a guy who had like the night off and showed up in a suit and then got put into an impromptu match and doesn't have time to change type of situation. They sit next to you anyway. God, don't jinx us. Most people don't wrestle in a suit for realsies because it's incredibly uncomfortable and you don't have a lot of free range for movement in a suit. One of the people from his entourage produces a graph chart and sets it up in the center of the ring. Oh my god, does he have a fucking talk show that he's gonna do? The corporate shield grabs a microphone. I got a message for the Eastern Dragon. If you'll refer to the graph in the center of the ring, you'll see a quarterly projection of how much I'm going to kick your ass. The whole crowd erupts. Now, if you'll direct your attention to the Jumbotron. We all look at a PowerPoint presentation titled Kicking the Eastern Dragon's Ass. Key Performance Indicators. The corporate chill takes out a laser pointer and gives a lengthy presentation on just how and why he'll defeat the Eastern Dragon. He showcases several well-utilized clip art graphics. That was informative. Lights dim again and pan flute music plays. I think it's a pan flute? A pan flute would be the kind of flute I would play. Although the pan, the satyr guy, the satyr, whatever it's named after, is kind of like a rapist, so maybe not. Is that where the pan and pansexual comes from, too? Because he was, like, basically a sexual deviant? I hope it's not. I'm actually not sure if I know what a pan flute sounds like. You are a pan flute. It's true. Eastern Dragon walks out to cheers from the crowd. Aren't pan flutes a Central America thing? Now my joke is so much darker. It's okay. I appreciate it still. Hugo shrugs.
Oh.
Wrestling. Eastern Dragon. Oh my god. If a gimmick was this, like, fucking scattershot, it would not work, though. Okay? It wouldn't. They've done shit like this before, and it always fails. You can't scattershot a gimmick like this, where none of it is cohesive. Unless it's deliberately a comedy gimmick that you're not supposed to take seriously. And this sounds like we're supposed to take it seriously. Like, if it were R-Truth doing this shit, it would make perfect sense. Because that dude's insane, and everything he does is hysterical and hilarious. And none of it makes sense. But you couldn't get this by on, like, I don't know, fucking Drew McIntyre. He could not pull this off. Corporate Shill, it's nice to see you again. More cheers from the crowd. That was a good presentation. The clip art was a very nice touch. He points to the Corporate Shill menacingly. I'm looking forward to a nice and exciting match. Crowd doesn't really know what to do here. He's not the best at trash talk, but I promise he's one of the most talented wrestlers you'll ever see. The match starts, and it's just as exciting as Hugo had hyped it up to be. Yeah, you need good mic skills to be a top-tier wrestler. Like, you need talent in the ring when you're wrestling. You need talent out of the ring when you're doing a promo. That's when you're talking into the mic. And you just need good stage presence, really. I know a lot of athletes try and get into wrestling, but honestly, if you want to get into wrestling, I'd say take acting classes. And then just do a lot of exercise and participate in physical activities with your acting. It's very much more like acting with your own stunts involved than being a sports person. Like, a lot of sports people do come and become professional wrestlers. That's not like a thing. But I'm saying the acting skills are so much more important than just the athletic skills. Because I've seen any number of people who were decent enough in the ring, but they just could not cut it on the mic. And that staggered every single one of their careers. Unless you get like a mouthpiece like Jimmy the Heart, or Jimmy the Mouth Hart, the Mouth of the South. Oh god, I can't believe I messed that up. Or a Paul Heyman. That's a more contemporary version, but whatever. But if you see like a big guy walk to the ring and you see like a little guy with him doing all the talking for him, that's his mouthpiece. The guy who does the promos for him because he can't. Cheers. Thank you for the health check, kitty. Oh, and the head pats. All right, let me stretch. I might need to adjust at least. I watch so much wrestling. Yeah, I knew I was gonna do adjust this because I moved it for my sister's birthday stream. The googly eyes are probably off center too right now. Yep, because they were also on my sister. Get them in place. There we go. I'm gonna go ahead and turn them off though. Just wanted to correctly adjust them. Like none whatsoever. Oh god, your knee has a face. It does. Well, not anymore, but it did. I appreciate the use of double A's though. Anyway, the match starts and it's just as exciting as Hugo hyped it up to be. The Eastern Dragon performs some ridiculous aerial stunts that make me concerned for his safety. Ah, so he's a high flyer. He does what Hugo calls a moonsault from the top rope onto the corporate sill. Chill, ugh. A moonsault's not, like, ridiculous aerial stunt. Oh no, a new problem in your chat. It's fine. A moonsault's a pretty basic move nowadays, actually. Like, high flying in wrestling has come so far. Have you guys ever... Oh, what am I saying? Of course not. But, if you've ever seen a wrestler like John Morrison do shit, the dude is literally into parkour. So he'll do, like, splits, moonsaults, twists, flips, grinds, everything. Flying high will get you far. Unless you're Evan Bourne, whose career stagnated because he was a stoner. He got too high. He tried to be the next RVD, but he couldn't. RVD, also a high flyer known for being a stoner, but his career didn't get... Well, I guess it did kind of get derailed by it eventually, but not as quickly. I don't mean on the job. The air in the stadium is electric as these two athletes lock arms and try to demolish one another. Can't help but get into it. I don't mean on the job. I think most of the time they don't. Although there was that one terrible Jeff Hardy time. I mean, I'm sure he's done it more than once, but that one terrible Jeff Hardy match in TNA between him and Sting at Victory Road, where he was just completely smashed out of his gourd on certainly more than one kind of drug, for sure. I don't know what all drugs he was on, but it was more than one. Dude was not well. The corporate chill pile drives the Eastern Dragon. Oh god, pile drivers are banned. Pile drivers are banned for the reasons that they are very dangerous. Like, literally Stone Cold Steve Austin's career was shortened because of a botched pile driver. It literally broke his neck, and it shortened his career so much that he basically had to retire early. This is why we don't do pile drivers anymore. Except for the Undertaker's tombstone pile driver. But that's because the head never actually touches the mat when he's dropping the opponent down, since he drops to his knees and not his ass. But the pile driver has basically become the most dangerous move in wrestling as a result of stuff like that. He climbs up to the top rope and motions to the cheering crowd. He's working the crowd. Oh no, he's about to do his finishing move, the corporate ladder. Is that anything like The Rock's corporate elbow? Back when he wasn't the People's Champion, he was the corporate champion. He had the People's Elbow, and when he was the corporate champion, he renamed it to the Corporate Elbow. Is it just like an elbow drop? The corporate shield poses at the top of the ropes. The Eastern Dragon still isn't moving. Could this be the end of his young career? No, it won't be. Not unless one of them makes a fatal mistake. Get up, Eastern Dragon! You can do it, Eastern Dragon! The corporate shield launches off the top rope in a huge arc. He brings his elbow down. It was literally just an elbow drop. It literally was just a corporate elbow. That's such a... Look, I'm not saying a person can't make an elbow drop their finishing move, but so many people do elbow drops that it's not really considered special anymore. Just like nobody other than Shawn Michaels could make a super kick their finishing move. Just too many people do them. They don't have the credibility they once used to have. It's not the Macho Man days, where his finisher was an elbow drop. Everyone does them nowadays. In fact, they're so overused that almost nobody uses them anymore. Have you ever thought about getting into wrestling? I have. I have not, however, done any sort of athletic work that would allow me to do that. I am not even remotely in good enough shape. Anyway, after his lame-ass elbow drop... The corporate shield pins the Eastern Dragon and the match ends. Hugo sinks into his chair. Oh no, the heel won? The heel is the bad guy. So there's baby faces, which are good guys, and we just shorten that to faces, and there are heels, which are bad guys. So usually in a main event, you'll have a heel versus a face. And if it's a go-home show, normally you have a go-home show being a show just before a big pay-per-view, which I assume this is the pay-per-view. Same, homie. Oh, God. So I'm assuming if there was a go-home show before this, then the Eastern Dragon probably won that. Because usually the go-home show, the person who's going to lose at the pay-per-view wins, just to buy them some extra credence. That way they don't get, too devastated by the losses. People will stop buying into you if you lose all the time. But yeah, I'm guessing the corporate shield must have lost whatever go home match they had. That way he could win this one. Although it's rare for a big pay-per-view to end with a heel winning. Not unheard of, but rare. Especially in the main event. Man, he should have won that. I sit down with Hugo. What a match. It was amazing. I think I'm a fan of wrestling now. Hugo looks over to me and our eyes catch. I'm glad. The event goes on. Okay, if the picture we get at the end of this date is not Hugo in, like, wrestling spandex, I'm going to be very disappointed. If we do not get Hugo in wrestling tights, in, like, shorts and boots and elbow pads, I'm going to be very upset. The event goes on, and we have a little downtime before the next match. Okay, so this wasn't the main event. That makes more sense, then. We decided to just relax in our seats and avoid the middle schoolers. It's unlikely they would ever notice us in the upper-level nosebleeds. I mean, even elbow pads? Oh my god, you need elbow pads. Guys who throw their elbows all the time and don't wear pads end up developing this weird fucking lump on their elbows, and it's disgusting. So yes, elbow pads. And knee pads. Trust me. Fucking, you need them. Plus, it helps sell the look. And if you want to get, like, rugged with it, you can put wrist tape on your hands. It's not necessary, but a lot of wrestlers do it, and it looks pretty cool. And it's supposed to help you maintain grip even if your hands are getting sweaty. Some people just wear gloves, though, so, choice of apparel. But elbow pads and gloves, super necessary. Elbow pads and knee pads, super necessary. I look up at the Jumbotron. Oh, hey, they're doing that kiss cam thing. Oh, God. It's gonna land on us, isn't it? And his students are going to see us on the kiss cam. It zooms on in a bunch of cute couples who all do a quick smooch to raucous cheers from the crowd. Aw, that's so nice. It's about to get less nice, depending on circumstance. And then it zooms in on Hugo and I.
Whoa.
What? What? What do I do here? I look over to Hugo and see the same mortified expression on his face. The entire crowd is chanting and neither of us know what to do. Protect Hugo's identity! I jump in front of Hugo and start giving the camera the finger. They can't show it on television, can they? It depends on what station and on what time. Camera immediately moves on. I guess all the sweaty violence is fine, but a finger isn't. Thanks, I think. I sit down again, trying to ignore the dirty looks I'm getting from people who came here for wholesome content. So much for laying low, I guess. I should have just given that. I should have just given him a big old kiss. The rest of the match thankfully goes off without incident. Hugo and I eventually laugh off the kiss cam and get back into the wrestling. Go back? It's not like there's a back button. I'd have to reload the last thing. Alright, hold on. We'll see what happens if I do.
Ah. Oh. Hmm. Huh?
Alright, let's see what happens. I slowly lean in, awkwardly tilting my head. Thank you for your bravery. Cheers from the crowd erupt all around me. I look back to the Jumbotron and see a couple behind us making out with full force. Oh. Ah, well, he liked this answer even better, because last one was hearts and this one had eggplants. So, worth it. Hugo and I turn beet red and sink back into our chairs. So much for laying low, I guess. The rest of the match thankfully goes off without incident. Hugo and I eventually laugh off the kiss cam and get back into the wrestling. After the show ends, he convinces me to hang back and let the rest of the crowd exit, so we wouldn't risk running into Colin and his awful group of friends. By the time Hugo and I walk back to his car, most of the wrestling fans have cleared out. The parking lot is surprisingly empty, save for a beat-up car parked a few spots down from us. It's gonna be Colin's car, isn't it? It's his calling card. Eh? Colin? Calling? Car? Card? Fuck it. Looks a little sad. Maybe. We'll see what happens. He might just be like, yeah, warily keeping an eye out for any stray middle schoolers as we hang out by my car. Man, that was an experience. Right? It's one thing to watch it on TV, but to be there in person is just, wow. Thank you again. I would never have gotten to experience this if it weren't for you. It's just me and Hugo in front of the car in an empty parking lot. I look down. Kinda funny about the kiss cam, huh? Yeah, it was super funny. But neither of us are smiling. We look into each other's eyes and I can feel a warmth radiating from my cheeks. We stare at each other for just a little bit too long. Hey, cool shirt! Oh, okay. Turn around and see a guy in a hoodie and basketball shorts walk up to us, a duffel bag slung over his shoulder. I haven't seen one of those in years. Look at them dads. Hi, Casper. Yes, we're the dads. We're at the dad train. We're gonna finish dating all the dads today. We're on Hugo, and then we're gonna do Damien, and then Brian. And then we'll have finished up dating all the dads today. How are you doing? We went to a wrestling show with Hugo, so I got very distracted talking about wrestling stuff. Because I am a big wrestling nerd. Yeah, date those dads. Casper, the ghosty boy, wants me to date the dads.
What?
Oh my god. Yeah, I got it from a trade with a guy from streetsmarks.net. I'm doing good hanging with Kiddo. Ooh, that's nice. I love that website. Someone always posts these awesome, super detailed breakdowns of matches in the indie circuit. Have you seen those? The name's like, J something. Oh my god, please tell me it's Hugo. Please tell me it's Hugo. JD Sleminger. Yeah, that's him. Those are my write-ups. You're JD Slaminger? You're kidding. Oh man, I'm such a huge fan of your work. It's so nice to meet you. The man vigorously shakes Hugo's hand.
Ah.
I'm honored. Ah man, I wish I could stay and chat. I have so many questions, but I'll PM you on the forums if you ever want to talk shop. Hanging with the kiddos. I get to do that a lot. I did that earlier today, in fact. I was hanging with my nephew when we watched the Puss in Boots movie. The second one, The Last Wish. While we were playing with a new kitten. She likes to hop when she runs. Absolutely. The man starts walking away. Hugo coughs nervously to get his attention again. Is there any chance you could sign my shirt? The guy turns around and beams. Is this the Eastern Dragon guy? Because he looks like he could be what he was describing. Because he said he used to be called Pablo Escobar. Sure thing. Wait. It all finally clicks into place for me. You're the Eastern Dragon! I love your work! Thank you, man. Eastern Dragon signs Hugo's shirt, waves goodbye, and walks to his car. I stand there with my mouth open the entire time. That was the Eastern Dragon!
Oh.
He likes my work. Dude, you're like friends with the Eastern Dragon now! He's gonna PM me! To be fair, I would be reacting just the same way if I fucking had a professional wrestler that I liked come up to me and tell me that they were familiar with any of my work. Hugo and I high five. He's so excited he's shaking. Mr. Vega? Oh, fuck, it's Colin. Oh, man. Colin and his cronies just pop up out of nowhere. Oh, no. Here we go.
What?
Colin, nice to see you and your friends all the way out here. What are you doing here? I don't see a library anywhere near us. I was watching the Power Slam series with my friend. Ha! Mr. Vega likes wrestling? What a fart knocker. You're fucking here too, you little dipshit. Actually, that's pretty cool. Shut up, dickweed. Nah, man, that's actually rad as hell. Who were you just talking to? Oh, who were you just talking to? Probably one of your stupid book nerd friends. Actually, he was talking to his good buddy, the Eastern Dragon. All of Colin's friends gasp. Guys, come on, he's lying. There's no way the Eastern Dragon would hang out with these losers.
Oh.
Oh yeah? How did I get his autograph then? Colin's friends lose their minds, screaming their heads off. Colin is red with anger.
Ah.
See you in class, bitch. Yes! Oh, fucking nail him, Hugo. You can't say that. Who's going to believe you? Abuse that power! Hugo and I hop in the car to the tune of more children screaming. We laugh all the way home. Hugo and I... Oh my god, he really does have a wrestling room. Holy shit. Did we see this room already? Because it does not look familiar to me. I would have needed a minute to look at this. Okay, so... Okay, this poster here. Clearly a reference to the John Cena versus The Rock poster at WrestleMania. That could either be The Rock or Stone Cold. It's a little hard to tell because it's dark in this room, so the coloring's a little off. That is obviously a title. This looks like it could be one of those wrestling slam dolls. Probably Hulk Hogan based on this mustache. Fuck Hulk Hogan, by the way. He's got a lot of action figures. A lot of action figures. It's hard to tell what some of them are supposed to be. A lava lamp. Got a tablet here. It's got a calendar, a foam finger. This is a pretty cool wrestling room, to be honest. You feel pretty strongly about that? Oh, I feel very strongly about fuck Hulk Hogan. And if you knew the stuff I knew about Hulk Hogan, you'd be pretty strongly about it too. Fuck Hulk Hogan forever. He might be incredibly important to the history of wrestling as a sport. In fact, he might be one of the most important wrestlers to have ever wrestled, but fuck him. Because he's a shitty-ass person. Fuck Hulk Hogan forever, exactly. Hugo and I descend the stairs of his home into his wrestling man cave where we both crack a beer. A stone cold beer. We're both winding down after an exciting evening. So if you were a wrestler, what would your persona be? Your gimmick? It's called a gimmick. Hugo answers immediately.
Oh.
J.D. Sleminger, my forum name. I gotta represent my literary roots. My costume would be a tweed coat, and my finishing move would be a catcher in the eye, where I poke my opponent's eyes out and call them a phony. So he'd be a heel. Wow. I've given it a lot of thought. What about you? I would be... Bomb Clancy. Nope. Mario Brawltali? Nope. Dad. Nope. I wouldn't be any of these things. I have thought about what my wrestling gimmick would be, and it would not be any of these things. I don't know. I'll go with Dad. Tell me, please. Maybe later. I don't want to get... I've already spent an hour and a half on just Hugo, when the last 2 to 3 dads took like 40 minutes. So I really need to move on a little quicker, or we're gonna be here for 9 hours. I've spent so much of this date just talking about wrestling shit. I can't keep getting distracted. Oh. I don't even wrestle. I just throw dad puns at the opponent until they submit. Nice to meet you, Hungry. I'm Dad. You know. I'm just now realizing that I don't know any actual wrestling moves. You know, I could teach you some. Are we gonna get him in? Are we gonna get him in wrestling gear? We need to get him in wrestling gear. I smirk. I'm game. Hugo and I square up in the center of the room, ready to go at it. I'll go easy on you. On Dad? Absolutely not. Before I know it, I'm on the floor. Hugo wraps his legs around me and squeezes. Oh, he's got me in a vice. I can't move. This is a figure 4 leg lock. If I were applying full force right now, you would be in extreme pain. The figure 4 leg lock is a staple move of Ric Flair, who can also get fucked. I've been in a figure 4 leg lock before, and yes, when they're putting pressure on it, it fucking hurts. I've also been in a Go-Go Plata, and that also is very painful. He effortlessly twists around again and grabs my arm. Good lord, he's strong. Any movement on my end is useless. And this is an arm bar. Simple but effective. You're, pretty good. You can tap out anytime you like. That's plata with a T, but thank you, kitty. A Go-Go Plata is a submission move where the one performing the maneuver locks their shin underneath your throat, grabs you at the back of the head, and locks their other leg around their shin to prevent you from being able to escape, and then squeezes your neck onto their shin, basically. You are essentially getting choked out by someone with their leg. No, thank you. It's not a fun experience. But that's why, you know, in wrestling, you don't actually apply pressure. They can get fucked. Well, I'm working on it. Not a chance. Hugo flips around one last time on top of me. He hooks his arm under my leg and presses his body down on my chest.
Ah.
And this is me pinning you. Our faces are inches apart now. I can't tell if I'm breathing heavily because of the physical activity or because of something else. Go for it. I lean forward and kiss Hugo, who seems just as surprised as I am. I pull back, a little embarrassed, but he kisses me again. Pinja. Pinja again. Nala, exactly. He slowly releases a submission hold on me and cradles my face in his hands. He presses his forehead against mine and we laugh. I guess we both win. Guess so. I pull him back in for another kiss. Do you have any more moves to show me?
Hmm.
I think I might have a few. There we go. We finally finished the date with Hugo. I did really get distracted, but again, I don't often get to talk about wrestling shit in stream. So
I'm JK Rowling with delight.
fuck JK Rowling. Asiak go-getter. Go on all Hugo dates. Alright, 2 more dads to go. If the police are driving behind you, don't give them probable cause to pull you over. That's not even a dad tip. That's just good life advice. You guys really feeling like everyone can get fucked tonight? Okay, but all the people I've said are hate fucking, so... Oop. Another hydrate. And another stretch. Thank you, kitty. Cheers. And a stretch. Getting those nice muscle pops. There we go. You know it's a good stretch when your joints are popping. Okay. Fluff's using his teacher voice right now. What does his teacher voice sound like? True facts about joints. Ah, yes, indeed. And when we team up and fight crime together, it's known as joint justice. Okay. Not sure I could describe it. Oh, and he's in his wrestling shirt. Oh, that's adorable. Oh, we got something for Quinn. We've never seen him at the party before. Jack! Quizmaster and, like, Spin Master, I guess. But it's a deep breath and, like, okay, so. And then he goes a little deep and forgets to breathe sometimes. It's cute. Hey, who's ready for a crazy graduation party? You don't have to be on right now, Quinn. It's just a party. What do you mean? It's the, you know what? Keep that energy. Hold it close. You deserve it.
That's the good stuff.
Just like me and my loving wife deserve happiness, right? You know what? Okay.
Hey. Dude. Oh. Oh.
Oh, wait. Turn to see Ernest looking like he has something to say. I haven't seen him at the party yet. Hey, Ernest. Thanks for being nice to my dad. Oh my god, Ernest is being Ernest! Whoa. People are really mean to him sometimes. I mean, I guess I am too. But, he seems happy when you're around, so, that's cool. Holy shit. Geez, Ernest, I don't know what to say. You know, I think people got you pegged wrong. You got a soft side. If you're telling me about this, or that you saw me weeping at the theater, I'm gonna set your trash can on fire. There we go. There it is. Also, you don't know me. Before I can respond, Ernest walks away. A cloud of vapor trailing behind him. Fucking vape. Well, that was at least a little bit pleasant. And Hugo sitting on the bench beneath the cherry blossom. Take a seat next to Hugo as the last guests make their way out of the party. Cool shirt.
Ah,
Thanks, it reminds me of a special night. So the secret's out, huh? Hugo likes wrestling? You know, I was really nervous to come here dressed like this, but everyone in the neighborhood, they were nothing but accepting of me and my hobbies. It turns out that Craig's a huge fan, too. And Colin told everyone at school that I'm into wrestling, but it actually backfired on him. Kids have a sort of respect for me now. Have a weird sort of respect for me now. Few of them even asked to be the sponsor for their wrestling club. Not the Olympic wrestling. The wrestling that I like. I've never had a wrestling club like that in school before, but if there had been, I would have joined it. I actually like both, but there's an important distinction, and I think you know which one I'm talking about. Yeah, collegiate wrestling and professional wrestling. One of which is an actual sport, and one of which is not. Professional wrestling is the one that's not a real sport. Despite being called professional wrestling. Collegiate wrestling, that's actually real. And, at least in my opinion, a little less entertaining to watch. It goes wrestling, UFC, collegiate wrestling. UFC is basically just watching guys try and punch each other in the groin in several different ways. And the matches are insanely short, so there's not as much drama between the matches, but it can be entertaining to watch sometimes. But I think it's a little overblown. I prefer me some good old-fashioned professional wrestling. Step into the squared circle. See, just goes to show there's nothing wrong with being open about what you like. Whereas in UFC, they fight in an enclosed cage that's called the octagon. Because, shockingly, it's shaped like an octagon.
ah.
But there's nothing wrong with liking UFC. And a lot of UFC fighters have become wrestlers, and some wrestlers have become UFC fighters. So, not a big deal. I just prefer wrestling over UFC. And collegiate wrestling is just literally people rolling around on the ground. And, you know, I can watch porn for that. I agree, and as long as I'm being open, I'm also a huge fan of very handsome dads who throw great parties for the kids and love a good word jumble. I blush. And I'm a big fan of... Quick, think of something clever. Hugo's? This Hugo specifically. Hugo laughs.
Oh.
He drapes an arm around my shoulders and pulls me closer. Plants a soft kiss on my forehead. I'm happy here. Me too. Hugo and I watch the sun dip below the horizon together, and that's usually where it ends. Hey, you think maybe later you could show me some new wrestling moves?
Oh.
Jack, how about I show you my pump handle pile driver? Why would you do a pump handle into a pile driver? Why a pile driver at all, but also why a pump handle into it? I get what he's going for. Like, it's supposed to sound sexual, but a pump handle is an actual maneuver. But I don't understand why you would do one into a pile driver of all things. And I can't help but giggle. What's that?
Oh.
He wants to show you his pump handle. You'll see. It's not nearly as sexual as it sounds. A pump handle is basically just a move that's often used as a transitional move. Typically, it's a submission by itself, where you just kind of... I don't know how to describe it in words. You take one of the arms, and you kind of stretch out the abdominals a bit. And from that position, it's very easy to lift up your opponent onto your shoulders. So it's often used as a transition. There's even an entire move called the pump handle slam, where you lift someone up from a pump handle and then slam them. I guess I'm just not a huge fan of pile drivers in general. Maybe that's why it seems weird to me. Because I guess it's not really a bad transition. Come on, come on, come on. Okay, that's pretty good. Like the meats and the cheeses. But I am a little upset that we don't get him in wrestling gear. That's not bad, though. Is this the charcuterie place where we go for trivia? Because that's a lot of cheese. Very nice. Right, 2 dads left. Damien and Brian. And since we're doing Brian last, that means Damien is next. So it's time for Goth Dad. Distinguished.
You've got dads.
Yes, I dad. I mean, do. I do dads. What? Let's go! Don't trust anyone who likes their meat well done. Ever since we had that picnic in the graveyard, Damien and I have been spending a lot of time together. I do dads. You've never met an authority on fisting? I've met at least 6. Oh, God. That paired up insanely well for what we're doing here today. Damien and I have been spending a lot of time together. We go on nighttime strolls pretty regularly. He was so impressed with the first letter I wrote him that he insisted we only communicate by post instead of through Dadbook. I initially protested, but he gave me one of his old signet rings to use as a seal for my letters, and I just couldn't say no. Hang out with Goth Dad again? Please, Amanda, you know his name. And yes. Be honest with me here, Pops. Is he actually a vampire? I remember you inviting him into our household that one time, and I've seen The Lost Boys, and I honestly would have preferred trying to see if he could walk through the threshold of our home under his own power. Yes, Amanda, I have become Damien's familiar. I am compelled under his curse. I'm sorry, sweetie. Turn into a bat. I don't think... What's the point of being a vampire if you can't turn into a bat? A vampire thrall wouldn't turn into a bat. The vampire would. Well, okay, I'm off. Are you taking the car, or are you flying off in the night on the leathery wings of a bat? One of those. While I'm out, can you throw away the garlic bread that's in the freezer so I don't die? That would be great. Thanks. I'm keeping it there as insurance. You understand, right? That's my girl. Damien and I walk along the water's edge, chatting. Damien's cape, I mean cloak. That's the end of the sentence. Damien's cape, I mean cloak. He hates it when people call it a cape. Damien's coke. Damien's conch flutters behind him in the breeze. This is gonna seem like a silly question, but why do goths wear black? Gothic subculture has always been associated with death. So it would make sense that the style surrounding it would be greatly influenced by mourning. Interestingly enough, though, was that in the Victorian era, Queen Victoria herself mourned the death of her late husband for 10 whole years, wearing black for the rest of her life. If that's not goth, I don't know what is. Her dead as a walking ball of insecurities. Insecurities nuts! I made myself sad. I don't think that fit quite as well with Conk. No space. Also not double Z's. Also it's an S. Also it's D's. Exclamation mark D's plus. So, you know, 0 for accuracy, but I appreciate the effort. I know, but you read a quote. I understand. But see, damn it, I got. You can suck these. I was gonna say, but you fuck up so often. How am I supposed to know if you're actually trying or not? But I failed. I failed before I could even get the first word out. I'm sorry. I knew you were kidding, though, and I appreciate you. I have another question. Go ahead. How are you so comfortable with death? You mentioned in the graveyard that it helps you appreciate your life or something? I've experienced several losses over the course of my life, and I truly believe the only manageable way to cope with it is to accept that death is simply a part of living. It's the single universal truth for every human who has ever lived. I am going to die. You are going to die. And life carries on without us. Doesn't that make you feel scared? Not at all. Without the advances of modern science, death was everywhere in the Victorian area. And yet, funerals were a major social functions. Victorians were obsessed with mementos of their loved ones, even going so far as to take elaborately staged photographs of their dead relatives. Like that fucking meme of the guy posing at a grave. The minutiae of mourning was so complex that there were set periods of grieving that were deemed acceptable based on who in your life had passed. Now we don't have any of that. If you lose someone, you end up feeling lost yourself because we have no modern equivalent of those formalities. We need to allow ourselves time to grieve, to truly feel that loss, but not allow it to consume us. 0 for accuracy. Which would be great if there was an E at the end of that quote. I'm sorry. Just the irony of you trying to make a quote of me giving you shit for messing up and you messing up the command. I'm so sorry. Oh, it's just a couple layers of irony. It adds a lot to that. I saw it already. Oh, I'm so sorry, kitty. I shouldn't be laughing so hard at you. But I so appreciate having you in my life. My whole life in a nutshell. Oh, man. I fucking love hanging out with you. No worries, I'm laughing so hard too. Good. Great. I'm glad. I appreciate you too, man. Thank you. Thank you so much. So no, I'm not afraid of death. I believe it is a waste to spend your life dreading the end of it. The time we have here is brief and fleeting, and occasionally cruel, but is that at all times precious. To stare death in the face and live despite that, I think, is a noble existence. Let's save the mourning for the dead. Wow, that's beautiful. I can soon see the moonlight in the bay glint off Damien's eyes. He smiles. We turn to the harbor and watch ships pass, breathing in the salty sea air. I look to Damien again, and I can't help but be entranced by his charm, his mystery. I find everything about him so fascinating. I lean in closer to Damien, closing my eyes as I do so. I'm so sorry. I have to take this. No! We got phone blocked! Damien steps away from me to answer his phone. Oh no, I hope it isn't Lucian again. After speaking in hushed tones for a few moments, Damien returns to me. Everything okay?
My.
There's an emergency. Lucian? No, thankfully, but I must take my leave. Oh. Okay, is there anything I can do to help?
Huh.
Dads do have to stick together, right? You know it. Then come, there isn't time to waste. After a short drive in silence, we arrive at a rundown building on the outskirts of town. Where are we? It's better if I just show you. I push the surprisingly heavy door open and find myself in a dimly lit waiting room. A few rickety chairs line the walls, and there don't seem to be anyone behind the front desks. There are a few paintings and pictures on the walls, but they're so nondescript I'm still unsure what kind of place this even is. Well, there's animal carriers back there. A vet? Are we gonna meet Mary? Because I think it's mentioned that she's a vet. Damien walks off down a corridor, his boot heels echoing through the halls of the seemingly empty building. What kind of heels does he wear? Because I have boots, but mine aren't very heel heavy. Mine are more toe heavy. I like boots. I got 3 pairs of boots. Think goth boots? Yeah, probably, but I too crave boots, and not Dora's friend Monkey. I got a pair of black boots, a pair of tan boots, and some brown boots that are kind of inspired by moccasins and socks. I've got some cool socks too, but I don't crave them as much as I crave the boots. Distant howls echo from some place I can't see, and there's a faint scratching sound like claws on tile. So yeah, this is a vet. I do have some really cool socks though, and I do appreciate socks. It's just I've never bought any cool socks of my own. They've always been gifts. I cautiously peek down the hall and find stall after stall of scared-looking dogs. Few of them notice me and skitter up to the chain-link fence, sticking their noses through to sniff at the air. So, yeah, a vet's or something to that effect. What have I gotten myself into? Suddenly, the light shut off. I panic. Unsure of where I am or how I can get out, I stumble through the darkness, my breathing getting heavier and heavier. Do I have my phone? Is there a flashlight on my phone? Damien? Lights finally turn back on. Hey, sailor. Yep, it's Mary. We're at a vet's. Mary, what are you doing here? You aren't here for the fight club? I don't want to get punched in the face? Great, because this is an animal shelter. A what? We take care of stray animals, and then people adopt the stray animals. Didn't you see the pets when you walked in? Oh, sorry, I didn't really expect to see you volunteering at an animal shelter. Didn't it mention that she's a vet? Wow. Okay, kid, way to put me in a box. Dames, you hear this baloney? Just one moment. Solid answer. Thunder cracks and door bursts open. Peering from the shadows, I see Damien? Holy shit. Wow. I needed a second for that. He's so different when he's not dressed up in his goth gear. So does he volunteer here? Is that the thing? Adorable. It is very cute, but it did take me a full second to take it in. Hey. It's Damien. He looks completely different. No cloak, no Victorian-era clothing, no makeup. I wasn't planning to share the side of me until much later, but I'm not as goth as you think. I'm a systems administrator for the IT department of a realty company. He's a tech nerd! I wear tennis shoes to work, and I listen to Bruce Springsteen. I enjoy going to the hardware store and looking at storage solutions, and I volunteer at this animal shelter in my spare time. I'm a fat nerd. I'm boring. I'm fascinated with Victorian history and the goth lifestyle. That much is true. It's just not all that I am. And I need you to know that. Oh my god. Could you imagine how annoying it would be if that were literally your only character trait? That would be the definition of a flat character. A whole three-dimensional person! Exactly, right? Oh, I hate to kill the moment here, but there's some pressing business that needs attending to.
What?
Oh, right. It's Duchess Cordelia. Again? Who's Duchess Cordelia?
Oh my god.
She's one of the pups. Gets out all the time. She somehow learned to open doors, and now she's unstoppable. When did she get out? This morning, I went to go sing sea shanties to the cats, and when I came back, she'd already bolted. I have to stay here with the pets, so I need you two to go and find her. Of course. Where could she be? She's always ending up running off to the same places. Here, let me draw you a map. Mary starts scribbling on the back of a pet adoption form. She's very smart. Ruthless, even. You need to stay on your toes and get her back by sundown, or else she turns into a werewolf and starts eating people. What? You're a perfect little peach, Jack. We just don't want her to be stuck outside when it's cold. Oh. I'll grab some treats and we can hit the road. Amy and I look over the map Mary created for us. Oh my god, what the fuck? Mary's map. Softball field, the aquarium, the shelter, Bayside. Coffee oh, that's the cul-de-sac. Mario Batali. Other nerds' house. Dames. Smalls. Mary's sick pad. Nerd's house. Coffee Dad. Kale. Okay. We gotta figure out who all these dads are. Okay, so obviously Dames is Damien and Smalls is Robert. And Mary's sick pad has to be her house. So there's nerd and other nerd. So Hugo's probably got to be nerd, and I think we're probably other nerd, I guess. Coffee Dad is Matt, Kale's probably Craig, and Mario Batali, I'm going to say probably Brian, because he's the only one left. So neat, we got to see where everyone lives in comparison to each other. Coffee spoon. A cat thingy. The ocean or whatever. Bayside. Yeah, it's nice to get a map of the area. A rough one, but it's still there. Oh man, I'm Nerd's house. Oh, at least you're not other Nerd's house. Looks like you're moving up in the pecking order. Okay, so this is our house, and this must be Hugo's house. I assumed that Hugo would be Nerd because he was there first, and we'd be other Nerd because we were there second. Congrats, kiddo. Where should we head first? Okay, so we're at the shelter. So it looks like the closest things are the aquarium and the softball field. So let's start at the softball field. Damien and I exit the parking lot and start driving towards town. I look over to him, and he seems concerned. Wouldn't be too hard to find the Duchess, right? She's a pretty big pup. Mary wasn't kidding when she said that dog was smart. One time she correctly guessed the winner of the Kentucky Derby. It was a really great year for Bark, Bark, Bark. I get it. I don't know. What do you think our odds are, Jack? Gotta stay positive. My dad once told me, Jack, you can't shove raisins out of your nose. And that hurt my feelings. I felt discouraged. But I kept a positive attitude, and you know what? I made it happen. I don't think he meant you physically can't. I think he meant you shouldn't. Ew. It might not have landed me in the It might have landed me in the ER and forced me to have 10 golden raisins removed from my nasal cavity. Oh my god, 10? But on that day, I learned that anything is possible if you have a good attitude and normally large nostrils. Young children really are resilient, I suppose. Yes, young children. I was 16. Let's just hope for the best. We got this. We drive to the football field. It looks like Craig's team is practicing. I wonder if any of the kids saw something. Craig spots us and jogs over, softball bat slung over his shoulder. Hey bros, what's up? Craig, you wouldn't have happened to have seen a dog around here, would you? One escaped from the animal shelter and we're trying to locate her. I don't think so. Maybe one of the girls saw something. Girls! Girls! Watch out! Watch out! There's a two-legged animal running about. That's from Fallout, obviously. Hi, Amanda's dad. Hi, Lucien's dad. We have names. Girls, have you seen any dogs around? Yeah, a huge dog ran through here a second ago. Nailed it! You just missed it. We're on her trail. We tried to play fetch with her, but she just took the softball and ran. I think she ate it, actually. She was a lot of dog. Here, take another softball. Might come in handy later. Many thanks, Craig. Okay, so that was a good choice. Right, so if she just passed by the softball field, is she moving up or down? Let's try the coffee spoon and see if she was moving down. We park in front of Matt's coffee shop and walk inside. It seems like a slow day. Matt sits behind the counter reading a book. Hey, Matt! Didn't expect to see you two today. What's up? Have you seen any stray dogs around? Can't say I have. You're looking for one? Can you describe them to me? Enormous. That pretty well covers it. Cool, I find strays digging for food scraps in the alley out back sometimes. I'll be sure to keep an eye out. Head back to the car. Okay, that was kind of a bust. So, aquarium? Maybe she was heading up. Davey and I stopped by the aquarium. Everything looks in order here, but it might help to get out of the car and take a look. You see anything? No dog here. Not even any sign of her. Did you know that penguins are considered the goths of the sea? Damien, I want to believe you so badly. Okay, so that was another bust. Let's check the cul-de-sac. We drive to the cul-de-sac and everything seems to be pretty normal. It looks like Brian's doing some yard work. Pull into Brian's driveway and hop out. Hey, don't step on the grass. I just mowed. Have you seen any unusual activity in the area today? Aside from your underwater lawn... You motherfucker. Oh, here we go. How dare you? I take my lawn care very seriously. Jack, please. You haven't seen a dog run through here, have you? Well, a few hours ago I heard Maxwell barking at something. When I came outside, my garden had been torn to shreds. It's going to take forever to re-till the soil. That could be a dog. Or a rather feisty raccoon. Oh my god, another stretch and hydrate. Thank you, Kitty, for keeping me on my toes today. But make sure you save up those points. You never know when we're going to have to do another spooky stream. Cheers. And you want those points to be able to scare me, don't you? Yeah. Okay. Thank you. I have 2K. Oh, goodness. That's actually not a lot comparatively. For considering how much you used to have, that's actually kind of a low number now. Whatever it was, it must have been hungry. Ate all of my tomatoes. I'm very sorry to hear about your garden. If you need assistance restoring it to its former glory, please don't hesitate to contact me. I blew him. Will do, buddy. Good luck finding that dog. She's probably still hungry. I wonder if she's looking for more food elsewhere. The coffee spoon! Fear that the hours are growing short. We must make haste if we're finding the Duchess by sundown. Damien's looking more stressed out by the minute. I gotta think of something to lighten the mood. What kind of dog does a vampire have? I would imagine it would be unwise for a vampire to take up the company of a smaller mammal for the means of companionship. It would be too tempting to... A bloodhound! I was gonna say a bloodhound, Damien. Oh, yes. Haha, shit, he didn't like that. Hold on. Knock, knock. Who's there? Death Cult. I don't see his picture anymore. Death Cult who? Death Cultivate a more chipper attitude, friend. We're gonna find that dog. Okay, I don't see him, so I don't know if that was regular hearts or eggplants, but a slight smile cracks on Damien's lips. That's better. Right, let's load one more time and see if I can... If I pick the third option, if it's also good. How many Goths does it take to screw in a light bulb? I don't know. How many? 1! Goths are very capable, especially when looking for a dog. Ah, okay, I saw the things come off the side there, so that must have been the good one. Damien smiles to himself. Oh, wait, there's the picture. I keep reading Damien's directions from the map as we drive around town. Okay, so now we're going to check the coffee spoon to see if she's out back eating it out of his dumpster. We head back inside the coffee spoon. Hey, Matt! Guys, I think I may have seen that dog you were looking for.
My.
You did? You did? A brown mastiff? Size of a house? Yeah, I saw it digging through the trash in the back. It ran away when I tried to get closer, though. Did you see what direction it ran in? Matt thinks for a second. Might have been running east, I think. That pup tore through 3 pans of old Grateful banana bread. Want to take some of the road just in case? Sure thing. Matt packages up a slice. Thanks for the slice, the road slice. This Grateful banana bread is going to be so good. I think he meant for you to give it to the dog. Right, I meant it's going to be so good for the dog to eat. I feel like we're on the right track. You think? If we keep this up, we'll find the Duchess in no time. Hey, if you like dogs so much, why don't you have any? Lucien is severely allergic. I wouldn't put him through that. But there are still dogs in my life. So for that, I'm grateful. There's about to be one more dog in your life, buddy. Splendid attitude. Let us not waste any more time. Barely. Okay, so... Is there a compass? Never eat shredded wheat. So, east of here is the cul-de-sac. Or... I guess the aquarium is also kind of east, but maybe it's just Bayside? Alright, we already checked the cul-de-sac, so let's check Bayside. We arrive back at the Bayside. Just like old times, eh? I remember as if it were yesterday. I mean, earlier today. What do you think? Any sights of the pooch? None yet, although who knows if she made it into any of these ships. The Duchess would do that? I wouldn't put it past her to know how to navigate in rough seas and without a compass. Very smart. Pops? Amanda and I turned to see my daughter. Amanda, what are you doing here? Did you think I just stayed inside all day, vegging out on the couch and watching TV? Oh, sorry. What are you doing? I'm heading home to go veg out on the couch and watch TV. Had to get a burrito first. Young miss, have you seen a dog around here? Oh, you bet. I saw a Pomeranian with a bow around its neck. I saw a big old Doberman named Henry. There was a stroller full of Yorkies, a Greyhound, a Golden Retriever. Did you see a Mastiff anywhere? No dice. I would definitely have remembered that. I gotta run, though. This burrito has about 10 minutes before the cheese breaks down to the molecular structure of the tortilla and makes it all soggy. You understand? I do? Of course. Have a lovely evening, Miss Lombardi. Matt says the Duchess went east from the coffee spoon, but there's no sign of her here. I suppose we need to go not so east? I fear the night draws closer and closer with every passing breath. We must find the Duchess soon. This is serious. I hope we find her. Okay, so less east. The aquarium or the cul-de-sac? I'm going to try the aquarium again, because we're at the cul-de-sac. Jamie and I stopped by the aquarium. Everything looks in order here, but it might help us to get out and take a look. Shit. Okay, total waste. Let's try the cul-de-sac again. Oh, Hugo's front door's wide open. She can open doors. This is classic Duchess Cordelia. A telltale sign. A telltale heart. We should approach with caution. Whatever goes down in there, I've got your back. We creep under the porch and step inside. Yes, we found her! Damn, she is big. She's almost as big as Damien. There, sitting in the center of Hugo's living room like she owns the damn place, is one of the biggest dogs I've ever seen. She's like that fucking dog out of the Sandlot. Woof. Well, she hasn't broken anything in here yet. Wonderful. And all we have to do is get this leash on her before she tries to escape again, and get out of here before Hugo comes home. Easy peasy. Duchess, come here. The Duchess eyes Damien warily. He approaches, she begins to growl. On our guard. We'll need another plan. Alright. Let's try the banana bread. Reach in my pocket and pull out a slice of the grateful banana bread Matt gave me. Duchess sniffs the air and hones in on the bread. Come here, girl. Nice and easy. I got some yummy homemade vegan and possibly gluten-free banana bread if that's what you're into. Duchess cautiously approaches me and gives the bread a good sniff before gently taking it from my hand and dropping it on the ground. Like dogs always do for some reason. He curls up and starts munching on the bread. Success! Damien walks up behind the Duchess and attaches the leash to her collar. He immediately notices and starts whining. Time to go home now, Duchess. Damien gives a tug on the leash. She won't move. Duchess, what happened to our rapport? You and I used to be bosom buddies. She still doesn't move. She's huge. There's no way we could even try to lift her. Well, this is a weird situation to be in. I think we're literally trespassing in our friend's house with this large dog. What are you nerds doing? Ernest stands in the doorway with a plate of pizza rolls. Don't tell your dad about this. We're definitely not trespassing. What flavor pizza rolls are those? Pepperoni blast? Nice. Duchess notices Ernest and starts pulling against the leash. Why is this dog in my house? It's a long... Duchess suddenly breaks free from Damien's grip and hurls towards Ernest. Get him! Get him! Ah! Ernest and the Duchess fall to the ground, pizza rolls flying everywhere. This is bad. Ernest, are you okay? Ernest feeds the Duchess a pizza roll. Hey, she likes pizza rolls. Ernest sits up, but the dog keeps licking his face. Oh my god, is he gonna adopt the dog? Oh. Hey. But stands at the door, looking like he's at a loss for words.
Huh?
Why are you guys... Whose dog is this? The dog adopted him. It's kind of true, actually. It's a long story, but it involves a large dog who knows how to open doors. Oof. Hugo, may I present to you the Duchess Cordelia? How do you do? Oof. We're friends. The Duchess looks at Ernest's face. She's from the local animal shelter. She got out and we've been chasing her all around town. Your house was her final stop. Dad, can we keep her? Ernest, I don't know if we're set up to take care of a...
Sweet Manchego.
Wait, did you just call me Dad? Come on, please. Look how cute she is. Hugo sighs. We've been talking about adopting a dog for a while. But you have to promise me you'll take care of her. Yeah, I'll give her all the pizza rolls her little heart desires. Until it explodes. I suddenly remember what's on the back of this map and pull out a pen of my pocket. Got the forms ready for you if you're interested.
Oh.
I'll even waive the adoption fee since, you know, we technically broke into your household.
Ah.
Well, alright, it's a deal. Hugo steps onto the porch with us and signs the form, while Ernest plays with the Duchess inside. But Hugo and... We're still inside, and Duchess and Ernest left. So, what? Shouldn't the three of us have transitioned to an outside scene and not them leaving the inside scene? I don't know, fuck it. He sure seems to be happy with his new friend.
Oh.
I know, he called me Dad. Can you believe it? Damien places a hand on Hugo's shoulder. I certainly can. I think this will be really good for Ernest. Should teach him some responsibility. You should probably look into getting better locks on your doors, though. The Duchess is a wily one. Do right by her, and she'll love you two forever. Thank you. And long story short, the Duchess now lives in a happy home and neither of us were charged for breaking and entering. So in all, I think it was a fine day's work. Nice work, you two.
Hey.
Jack, you could be a valuable asset to our team of volunteers, you know. If you ever feel like petting some puppies, hit me up. Mary, I always feel like petting puppies. Good thing that she didn't offer that to my daughter, because she would literally never leave this place.
Ah.
Good to know. Well, I'll catch you fellas later. Mary starts to leave. Oh, and one last thing.
Ah.
Damien's been telling me about you. Glad he finally brought you around. Hard to believe that Damien and Mary are friends too. This is literally the first I'm hearing about this. Oh yeah,
Come on.
Damien's my special boy. I love him. We go way back and I got a vested interest in his health, success, and well-being. If you ever hurt him, Mary,
Hmm.
you can fill in the blanks. I gulp. Yes, ma'am. She's friends with all the gay dads. I mean, they're pretty much all gay dads. And I don't think she's friends with all of them, so... Certainly not her own husband. Mary leaves me alone with Damien. So, about the whole goth thing. I, completely understand if you aren't interested in me anymore. Friends of children? I mean, she got along kind of well with Amanda in that one scene they had, I think. Although she was teaching her about alcohol, and that was not exactly perhaps the most appropriate, but... What? Am I missing something here?
Oh no.
I'm not a cool goth prince. I'm boring. I own 5 pairs of tennis shoes. I wear dumb glasses. Don't you care? You look so nervous. Damien, do you really think I only like you because of all the goth stuff? That's all cool, but the best thing about you is how passionate you are about the things you love. Meant like they are friends with children, not with benefits, because they don't benefit from being married. Oh. Eh. Well, she says that her and Damien go way back. And since we know that Damien is a transgender dad, it's possible that she knew Damien before he transitioned. Whatever his previous identity was, not that it matters. Because he's just Damien now, and that's who he was. And Robert, I'm guessing they bonded over their mutual dislike of her husband. So, I don't know. I could be wrong. I could be reading things into it that aren't really there. History, art, Victorian fashion, dogs, storage solutions. Doesn't matter what it is. You care, and that's awesome. And also, the glasses are very cute. Plus, you're wearing glasses, so... You read better than I do? Oh, well, maybe. I mean, you might not necessarily be wrong, but I don't think she's actually having an affair with anyone. So, it's hard to gauge what her relationship with people actually are, because Mary's kind of an odd pill. You don't think I'm boring at all? If you're boring, then I don't know what that makes me. I spend too much time online shopping for flashlights. I get excited to mow my lawn on Saturdays. I get cranky about commercials being too loud. I've even been thinking about making my own peanut butter. Then maybe we can be boring together? It would never be boring if it was with you. Damien suddenly closes the gap between us and pulls me into a hug. He buries his face into my shoulder. His hair smells like lavender and rosemary. Aww. I was so scared he wouldn't like me. Quite the opposite. Damien pulls away for a second and looks me in the eyes. Without the colored contacts, his eyes are so dark and soulful.
Oh.
May I kiss you? Does a bat have wings? Ah, I believe I have my answer then. He smiles slightly and leans in, giving me a gentle kiss. Damien pulls away and gives me an intense look. Do you want to go somewhere? Help me take care of the puppies. I was on the wrong track with that. My bad. Yes! Damien and I arrive back at the cul-de-sac, our fingers intertwined. Like a proper gentleman, he walks me to my doorstep.
Oh,
This was lovely. Thank you for understanding. Thank you for everything. I'm very happy I can be myself around you. Both versions of yourself. I'm glad, but I have one request.
huh.
What's that? Can we keep sending each other letters? But of course. Damien kisses me one last time before turning around and heading home. Amanda runs back to the couch from the window and tries to look as nonchalant as possible. You were watching. Don't act like you weren't watching. You silly goose. Amanda, you silly Billy. This isn't even the first time she's watched me come home from a date. So, clearly she's got a stalking problem. Or a problem with peeping. She's a peeper. Hello, Father. I was sitting here on the couch this entire time. Hi, Amanda. So, are you guys, like, starting a vampire coven together? Oh, plot twist. Mothman. Damien's actually Mothman. No, I don't think so. I didn't see it coming either. Genius. Well, whatever's happening, I'm really glad you two are happy. You deserve it, Dad. Aw, shucks. I'm gonna head to bed. Catch you in the morning? Sure thing. I make my way to my room and fall into my bed with my heart full, excited for the day to come. The days to come, whatever. Oju-sama? We didn't get any of that.
Are you familiar with the works of Corey Feldman? He simply slayed in The Lost Boys.
Excited for the gays to come? Hello? Excuse me? Yes, I am familiar with Corey Feldman and the Lost Boys. Interview with a vampire. Go on all Damien dates. Oof, I think we have everything finally set up. Man, it should be here any minute now. Yep, skipping. Been through this already. We got one more dad to get through. With any luck, we can get in under 7 hours. Okay, they're probably talking about the pet place now. Roger, we call him. It's one of those ironic names. You know, if you're really interested, I could probably steal one for you. Really? Nah, but I could get you in to meet all of them. We could always use extra hands around the shelter. Okay, yep, so they're talking about that this time instead of drinking. And if those extra hands also happen to steal a dog? I'm glad you two were able to bond over cute dogs. Really warms my heart. Dad, we're having a moment.
Hey.
Hey, Sailor. Your kid's a good egg. Where's your goth prince? You two are usually attached to the hip these days. He's around. Stellar. Mary turns her attention to Amanda. It's not too hard to sneak a dog into college. Trust me, I did it plenty back in the day. Apparently me and Craig did too. At one point I had 3 cats living in my dorm. Decided to leave them to it. All of a sudden, a huge dog leaps up into my arms. Duchess! Hugo and Ernest run up to me. Duchess gives my face a few broad licks and hops down. We're working on that. Got her in a disciplinary class. She's a wild spirit who runs where she may. I don't mind at all. Looks like the 3 of you are getting along nicely.
Ah,
They're almost kind of color coordinated too, if you think about it. Because they all kind of have the same shade of sort of brownness to them. Well, I mean, his is a little darker, but you know what I mean. Plus, they're like going in order from tallness. She's a valuable addition to the clan. If I hold up my homework in front of her, she'll eat it. Cool.
I don't know.
We'll deal with that later. Duchess Cordelia spots the squirrel and darts across the yard. Ernest follows her, laughing. He's actually been a lot more manageable lately. I think taking care of the dog is good for him. Thanks for breaking into my house, I guess. Anytime. You're next, pal.
Hey. Hey. Hmm. Hey. Ah.
Yes, Lucian? Thanks for inviting me to your party. Anytime, bud. I know we had a rocky start, but I'm glad to know you. I hope you know how much your dad cares about you. Yeah. My dad's had a rough couple years, and I know it must not have been easy to raise me alone. He's kind of a weird guy, but I love him a lot, and it seems like you make him happy. So, you're cool in my book. Thank you, Lucian. That means a lot to me. Aw, both Lucian and Ernest were actually cool with us dating their dads, because we make them happy. Sure. And let me know if you want me to give you a stick and poke sometime. Also, I'm sorry about the oregano thing. Thanks for coming by, Lucian. See you around, Jack. Alright, Damien's sitting on the bench underneath the cherry tree. Take a seat next to Damien as the last guests make their way out of the party. Did you know that Victorian era they would call these benches seedy boys? What? Really? I'm kidding, Jack. But what if? It's good to see you in your civvies again. Thank you. I had a revelation the other day, Jack, and I think it was largely due to your continued influence on me. There was a version of myself that might have been embarrassed to show you my true form, my information technology form. What you said about me, about how my passion was what you truly admired, that emboldened me to feel like myself regardless of how I choose to dress and act. Instead of separate entities, they are simply different facets of myself. A three-dimensional human being with his own thoughts, wants, and needs. I love dressing the way I do, but feeling constricted by what I thought was my own personal brand made me lose sight of why I did it in the first place. To make myself happy. Place my hand on Damien's and feel a light squeeze. Looking up, I'm greeted by Damien's warm smile. I'm trying to be more comfortable with who I am, rather than dwelling on who I could be to other people. I can't stop smiling. I'm so proud of him. Damien, I'm so happy you've realized that you can be a dog-loving goth. Me too, Jack. Me too. I feel myself inching closer and closer to Damien. I go to brush a lock of his hair out of his face, and I'm shocked at how soft it is. How is your hair so soft? Dog shampoo. I keep running my hands through his hair as he leans closer to me. Placing a hand on the side of his face, he strokes my cheeks with his thumb. You know, public displays of affection were considered scandalous in the Victorian era. Damien pulls me in for a kiss. But I think I can make an exception for you. Aww. Skipping. We still haven't done skee ball. That has to be for the Brian final day, right? Alrighty. Perhaps not the most provocative of all of them, but it certainly has the kind of flair that Damien would go for, doesn't it? Alright, one dad left. One dad left. One dad left. One dad left. Okay, we're at 6 hours and 30 minutes uptime, so I don't think we're getting this in under 7 hours unless I skip past a lot of shit. But it's okay. Because we only got one dad left, unless there's some sort of secret bonus ending. How you holding up? I mean, I've done streams this long before. It's only 1:30 a.m. It's not the latest I've ever stayed up. When I was first doing Fire Emblem Engage, those streams could take anywhere from 8 hours. So I'm doing alright. I'm doing alright, getting good grades. The future's so bright. I gotta wear shades. But that is also why I got up to...
You've got dads.
Oh, I'll get a stretch in. Yeah. That is also why I got up in between dads. To make sure I was keeping moved and not getting all shrimpy. Alright, final dad, final date. Brian Harding. I mean, I guess I don't need to save it because I'm not coming back unless there's some sort of secret ending where we can date all the dads. I spend the day lounging around the house in my bathrobe and slippers, committed to enjoying my day off as a testament to dad laziness around the world. Eat you Harding out? We'll see if I can put Harding on the menu. Third coffee of the day and doing my second word jumble in pen. Man, is this the life. Hey, this one spells door. You're still taking me to the fair later, right? It's nighttime. There's a fair? Dad, it's literally around the corner from us. It's not ringing a bell. I came home yesterday with cotton candy. Nope, nothing. I gave you a teddy bear that I won, specifically stating where and when I got it. Seriously? Amanda walks into the windowsill and slides the drapes open. There's a big Ferris wheel in the distance. Oh, right, that one. I thought you meant another carnival. You're coming with me tonight, right? Gosh, honey, I don't know. I've got all this... I look down at the mug of coffee and word jumble in my hands. Pressing business I need to attend to. Just take your daughter to a fucking carnival, man. Amanda points to my word jumble. Park, dog, clock, cereal. I knew that. I totally knew that. The secret word they... The secret word that they all spell out is pool. Hey, you're pretty good at this. Now you don't have an excuse. You're coming with me. Amanda pushes me into my bedroom and forces me to change out of my bathrobe. Wear something nice. I want some arm candy tonight. Weird thing to say about your father, but okay. Got it. And no flip-flops. Not after last time. We don't talk about last time. Or Bruno. That movie's a couple years old already by now. Isn't that a sad thought? Encanto is already a couple years old. So that's not really a timely reference anymore. Van and I step outside and follow the faint sound of carnival music. I'm so old. What's the first thing you're gonna do at the fair? Eat greasy food, like deep fry everything and put it in my mouth. I don't care if it isn't tasty to start. I believe that the deep frying process can transmute any non-tasty thing into a tasty thing. Please don't throw up this time. I know my limits. You said that last time. I was still calibrating. I'm dialed in now. You'll ride the rides with me, right? If you're looking for someone to ride scary rides with, that's a straight veto from the dad constituency. However, I am happy to stand at the fence and take blurry pictures of you riding on the rides, as per dad custom. Define scary rides. Roller coaster? Anything that moves. Well, you're no fun. Maybe I'll find someone at the carnival who'll go with me. Wouldn't that be a surprise? He's setting me up. Maybe I'll find someone at the carnival who'll go with me. Wouldn't that be a surprise? He's fucking setting me up. Yeah, maybe one of your friends from school will be there, like, who's that one friend with the eyebrows? Teresa? She's got mono. What about the one who vapes? Alex got suspended for vaping in the school bathroom. I almost said basement for a second for some reason. Well, I hear carnival rides are fun as a solo rider. But then I'll have no one to puke on. Or will I? What? Hey, look, we're here. She's setting me up. She's setting me up! The carnival ride is packed with people from all over town tonight. Screaming kids run around with cotton candy and buckets of soda clutched in their grubby fists. Colorful lights flash all around us. I feel like just smelling the air will clog my arteries. Hey, let's go over to those greasy food carts first. Amanda leads me by the hand in what seems like a very specific direction. I know my favorite one is around here somewhere. Wait a second, is that Brian? She's setting me up! My daughter is setting me up! Wow, look who it is! Sure enough, it's Brian and his daughter Daisy. Brian has the same confused look on his face that I'm sure I have. What a coincidence that we all happen to be here at the same time in the exact same place. The only question is, how much is Daisy in on it? Wow, this is so weird. Can you believe we just happened to come to the carnival at the same night at the same time? She's totally in on it. They planned this. Yes, Daisy, that's so strange. How bizarre. Brian? Jack? I can feel my Confederate? I'm not Confederate. My competitive fire burning inside me again. Last we met, Brian had made a fool of me by besting me at fishing, and then out-humbling me in front of my very own daughter. I still want that pole saw. There's plenty of Midway games here. Okay, how about we hang out as a team and explore the carnival together? Yes, Amanda, that sounds like an amazing idea. Let's all go and do stuff together. Amanda and I follow Brian and Daisy as they lead us towards some rides. Can't believe Brian's here. Dad, you need to relax. Daisy and I have been spending a lot of time together. She helps me with my algebra homework, and I've been corrupting her young soul with rock and roll music. She's really cool, but you and Brian won't stop complaining about each other. Oh, he's complaining about me? No, Dad, that's not what I meant. You and Brian will just talk to each other. Maybe you would see that you have a lot in common. See, now I gotta turn it up to 11. Brian's getting obliterated. Dad, you have to chill. Please chill. For my sake. I'm chill. I'm so chill. I'm like stupidly chill. And once I prove once and for all that I'm clearly the better dad, I'll be so chill that you could call me liquid nitrogen. I will destroy him. I'm just gonna let that speak for itself. I spot the entrance to the Midway. A perfect opportunity. Hey Brian, check it out. Want to get a couple games in? That sounds fun. Maybe a little. Friendly competition. No, we wanted to check out some clowns over there. Amanda, you're scared of clowns. Overruled. Ugh, fine, sure, let's play some games. But if we spend the whole night in there, I'm filing for emancipation. Oh, lighten up. I'll win you something nice. And I'll win you something nice too, Daisy. Clowns! Bring out the clown parade! I'll win more nice things than Brian. I'd like to see you try. Brian and I glare at each other. We've been at it for longer than I'd like to admit. Amanda and Daisy sigh heavily at each other. At each new game, Brian and I challenge each other to. Their arms overburdened with stuffed animals and t-shirts with rainbows airbrushed onto them. For every game I win, Brian seems to answer back. Dad, please, enough. Just one last game, honey. So, Jack, we're tied. What's the ultimate prize? I spot it from across the Midway. We lock eyes. It swims absent-mindedly in a bowl of water. That goldfish will be mine. Amanda, sweetie, how about I win you a goldfish? It'll get us out of here. Great. Look over at Brian. We don't say a word, but our eyes locked to confirm it. But our locked eyes confirm it. The person who wins the goldfish wins the night. Looks like it's skee ball. You any good? See, I knew the skee ball would have to be this one. It was literally the only thing left. I am the best skee ball player to ever grace this earth. Think you can handle me? Still willing to pull up your weed whacker? Only if you're willing to part with that pole saw. Lawn grooming equipment goes to the skee ball champ. We share an earnest shake.
Ski that ball.
Ah, shit. Damn it. Suck it, Brian. Oh, shit. He's got a lot more points than I do, actually. Oh, this is on a timer. Fuck, I thought we had a certain number of balls. Okay, I definitely did not win. The bell sounds and lights flash. Feels like things are moving in slow motion. Guy running in the booth points at Brian. My worst nightmare. I fall to my knees, grasping at the dirt between my fingers. How could I let it come to this?
Aw.
Dad, you're making a scene. I am defeated. The attendant reaches up and dumps the goldfish into a plastic baggie. He hands it over to Brian. Brian hands the fish to his daughter. This is for you, sweetie. Dad, we don't have the proper resources to take care of this goldfish. I think it would be better as a peace offering. Amanda, do you want this? Amanda, we do not accept gifts from the enemy.
Yeah.
That would be lovely. Amanda, no. He places the goldfish in Amanda's hand. I promise to take care of him to the best of my ability, but you should come and visit and develop a relationship with him. I have a feeling he's going to miss you. Amanda. I think I'll name him Brian. Like daggers through my chest, child. Hey, who wants to check out the Ferris wheel? Yeah, I want to ride the Ferris wheel. Of course. I'll hang out and watch you guys. Still not a fan of carnival rides. I'd be happy to ride some rides with you kids. I'm just kidding. I love carnival rides. I'm the best at them. We traverse the fair and end up in a relatively short line for the Ferris wheel. Doesn't seem like a very popular ride. Daisy and Amanda chat excitingly. I can feel Brian glaring at me. So, how'd you do on the trig final? Way better than I thought I would. Those cosine problems still trip me up, so I drew a cat instead of answering the questions, and my teacher gave me a point for effort. Wow, is high school really that easy? Absolutely yes. The School of Hard Knocks, though? That's another story. Amanda playfully punches Daisy on the arm. Welcome to the streets.
Oh.
You check out that art book I gave you? Yeah, I love that section on female photographers. You have good taste. You know, I bet your photos will be in that book someday.
Oh.
Daisy, stop or I'll cry. They're too cute. Next. Amanda pushes me forward. You first. I sit down in the carriage. And now you. Daisy pushes Brian in the carriage next to me. Before I can say anything, the ride operator closes the gate. They've parent trapped us. Now wait just a second. We're gonna go get some deep fried pickles. You two take this time to work out your differences. Hold on. Get along. Amanda and Daisy run off into the crowd. The ride starts moving. They parent trapped us. I sit in the Ferris wheel with my arms crossed, not talking to Brian. I don't even know what Amanda's talking about. Neither do I. Carriage wheel creeps slowly upward. Ferris wheels are boring. Did this ride go any slower? Oh, is it too fast for you? That's not what I meant. How could this get any worse? Suddenly the ride jerks to a halt with us at the very top of the wheel. I can hear the faint yell of the ride operator down below. Sorry folks, ride's stuck. Guess a raccoon must have stolen a key component to the motor. They're very crafty animals and are frequently attracted to shiny objects, so it makes sense that they would pilfer something like that. Anyway, it'll be some time before we can get you all down. Settle in and get cozy. Oh my god, is he on it too? Did they get the ride operator in on it too? Well. And hey, no hand stuff while you're up there. Well, and no mouth stuff either. Oh, this is just great. I look down over the expanse of the carnival. I hate to admit it, but it's a pretty good view. I spot someone down in a food cart melting cheese onto a pile of steaming steak and peppers. Oh man, I'm so hungry. Why didn't we get funnel cake first? My stomach rumbles. Oh, I know that sound. Brian reaches in his cargo shorts and pulls out some fruit leather, offering it to me. Cherry or mango? I don't want your stupid fruit leather. Brian opens one and starts eating it. Fine. My stomach growls again. God damn it, why didn't I take the fruit leather? We sit in silence as a crowd begins to form under us. A group of carnival workers attempted to restart the engine. I suddenly remember that I have a tiny book of word jumbles and a golf pencil in my pocket. I pull them out and start working on a fresh page, determined not to look at Brian. Hey, I always bring a puzzle book with me too. Brian pulls out a small book of crossword puzzles and a pen. Are you kidding me? I throw my book of word jumbles off the side of the Ferris wheel in a fit of rage. Oh, I bet we can find it when we get off this thing. Here, you can do my crosswords. Oh my god. Brian holds his book and pen out to me with a smile. Absolutely not. Why do you hate me so much? Hate you? Why do you think you're better than me? What? I don't think I'm better than you. Oh, okay, so you were just offering me fruit snacks and crosswords out of the kindness of your heart? Oh my god, yes! That's exactly what he was doing! What? Yes? A likely story. All you do is brag about your smart kid and your landscaping and your stupid weed whacker. I'm sick of it! And all you do is one-up me every chance you get. The only thing I wouldn't win is a one-upping other people competition, because you would win that, because that's what you do. I don't do it on purpose. Wait, what? You're messing with me, right? Oh? But I don't think I'm better than you, at all. You and your daughter are amazing. I thought we were all competing just for fun at first, but the more we started doing it, the more it felt like you must hate me. This is my friend, I swear. Which one? And the more we did it, the more I wanted to impress you. There were times when I didn't want to beat you, Jack. But really, all I wanted was for you to like me. Oh, wait, there were times where I did want to beat you. But really, all I wanted was for you to like me. Oh my god. I feel like such an ass. You being like, why would you be kind to me? Brian, I'm so sorry. This whole time, it's all so clear now. This is what Amanda was trying to tell me? I've just been projecting my own insecurities onto you. Everything about you makes me feel inadequate. I think I was just trying to tear you down to compensate for my low self-esteem. I feel like a total idiot. If I'm being totally honest, I think you're really cool and strong and a good dad, and you're really... Maybe we don't go there just yet. Anyway, I have a lot of respect for you, Brian. I'm sorry I got so weird and jealous. I think if you're willing to forgive me, we could probably be good friends. We sit in silence for a second. Can we start over? What do you mean? From the beginning. Brian holds out his hand. Hi, I'm Brian. I take his hand and shake it vigorously. Hey, Brian, I'm Jack. It's really nice to meet you. Great shirt. Thanks, Jack. Brian and I look at each other. We both share a smirk over this silly little game, but it feels good to be on the same side for once. Alright, folks, thanks for being patient. Turns out the raccoon didn't steal a part, but was instead still rummaging around in the inner workings of the engine. We formed a weary yet mutually beneficial truce. The carriage starts moving, and we find ourselves down on dry land in no time. Brian and I wander around for a bit, looking for Daisy and Amanda. You know, getting stuck on that Ferris wheel could have been a whole lot worse. I'm glad we worked things out. Me too, buddy. Now that that's over with, can we both get home to quietly enjoy our evenings? Agreed. Dad! Amanda and Daisy run up to us. I think you kids will be pleased to find that... I think you kids will be pleased to find out that Brian and I have worked out our different... Dad, that's great and all, but Brian's in trouble. But Brian's right. The fish, Brian! What? Daisy and I got on the log flume, and when we were going down the hill, Brian just flew right out of the log, and now he's hanging from some pipe on the ride. We have to save him! Egg. The fish! Brian the fish! Oh, right. Come on! We sprint over the log flume, spotting Brian the fish? Stuck on the rafters of the ride. We'll get you down, little buddy!
Oh.
You have to get Brian before the fair closes, or who knows what'll happen to him. But the fair closes in 10 minutes! I guess we need to hustle then. What's the plan? Well, one ride on the track lasts 90 seconds. Brian's hanging from a pipe right above the drop, so you'll have a window of about 10 seconds to grab him. Wow, did you just do all that math in your head? That's really impressive. I just counted. It's not that impressive. I'm so proud of you, honey. Okay. That raptor is pretty high up. How are we gonna reach him? Y'all think for a second. I got it! Brian runs over to the midway, last game that we played, and snags the pole from the game attendant that they used to grab the stuffed animals. I think this'll do the trick. Amanda presses 2 ticket stubs into my hand. Here, these are our last 2 tickets. Brian's fate is in your hands now. There's no time, come on! Brian leads me by the hand to the entrance of the log flume, getting there just in the nick of time. Looks like you guys are the last ones. Take our seats on the slippery vinyl. Ride operator pulls the bar down over our laps. Ready for this? The log starts drifting down the fake river. Unnaturally blue water sloshes over the slides, stoking my shoes. This is gross. You know how earlier I said I was the best at carnival rides? Ride jerks forward and let a small yelp. That might have been an embellishment. Our rickety log makes a slow climb up the track for the most gruesome minute of my life. I see him! Hanging from the rafters just before the drop is our beloved Brian, the fish, not the guy. Are you ready? I don't think I can reach it from where I'm sitting. It's all you, buddy. Brian presses the fishing pole into my hand. Oh god, I don't know if I can do this. Hey, I believe in you. Gulp. I can do this. Another minigame? We're doing this again? That it? Was that all I needed to do? With the precision only attainable from playing midway games at a competitive level, I hooked a baggie that contains Brian the fish and placed it in my lap. I did it! I grasped the bag firmly. He'll be nice and safe during the... Oh god, the drop! I momentarily forgot there was a drop. It's a big drop. Oh, it's coming up real fast. Oh man, it's a big drop. So when I told you that I had sort of over-exaggerated my proficiency with carnival rides, it turns out that I had under-exaggerated just how bad I am with them. I am utterly and completely terrified of carnival rides. Brian looks over to me and takes my hand in his. I'm right here. We can do this. He gives my hand a squeeze as our log tips over the edge and flies down the drop. Ah! A wall of water rains down on us. I realize I had my eyes squeezed shut and opened them to find Brian still holding my hand. He smiles at me. That wasn't so bad. Told you we would make it. Brian and I walk off the ride and approach Daisy and Amanda. I hand the baggie to Amanda. Brian! Hey. No, the fish. Aw. I mean, hey, thanks for saving the fish. Don't thank me. That was all your dad. Aw, shucks. It was a team effort. Yeah, you all used your special skills to get him back. Brian got the pole, Daisy did the math, and you got the fish. And I didn't get to do anything cool. Well, honey, I'm sure you... Hey, what are you guys doing up there? That was totally dangerous. Amanda steps in front of all of us and plants her feet. Listen, dude, it might have been totally dangerous, but I'll have you know that we triumphed over more than just your silly rules today. We overcame adversity through teamwork and friendship and love. We banded together to achieve a common goal, and here we stand, stronger than some of our parts. And for you to... I actually don't care. The fair's closing. Just get out of here. Right, operator wanders off. You really are a sparkling conversationalist. We join the crowd of fairgoers, slowly ambling back to the parking lot. You kids want to stick around for the fireworks? Ugh, do we have to? I've never seen a child less enthusiastic about fireworks. Yeah, can we just go home? We've been hauling all these prizes around for hours and my back is killing me. You kids run ahead. We'll catch up with you later tonight. Man and Daisy skip along. Probably find them later curled up on my couch and watching Long Haul Paranormal. Nope, I'm not reading that. Brian and I sit down on a bench a little further away from the rest of the crowd. We've all gathered to watch the fireworks. Hell of a day, huh? You can say that again. Hell of a day, huh? This is the one time I will let you out-dad me. Ha! I'll take it. I breathe in the cool night air as the first firework launches and explodes over the sky over the fair. I'm glad we talked about all that stuff. Me too. It's good to have a friend like you, Brian. Fireworks launch in a full swing, bursting around us in a rainbow of reds, greens, blues, and whites. But these are all yellow. There's one more thing I have to admit, though. What's that? I don't know anything about fishing. Brian bursts out laughing. Oh, buddy. I know. What? You knew the whole time? I mean, you weren't exactly subtle about it. I can feel myself blushing. He laughs again. It's okay. It was cute. If you're interested, maybe I could teach you sometime. That's what friends do, right? Ah! Laughter dies down and we watch the fireworks a little longer. You can tell he wants to say something, but he's having trouble getting it out. You know, it's kind of funny. What is? We're not fighting anymore, but I still feel like we left some stuff, unresolved. Oh, lawn mowing is still happening. We're cool now. I don't think I forgot about that. Brian laughs. No, it's not that. Don't you feel like there's maybe something else here? Or is it just me? Looking at Brian, his smile illuminated by the crackling embers falling through the night sky, I suddenly understand what he's talking about. Oh. This whole time, with emotions running so high, I realized what I've really been feeling. What I thought was jealousy was actually... It's not just you. Brian inches towards me. You know, it's hard paying attention to the fireworks when you're right here. He and I lean in and our lips touch. He places one hand on my shoulder, then another at the base of my neck, gently pulling me closer to him in a warm embrace. I feel safe. Brian pulls away from me for a moment and smiles. I guess now we get to compete over who's better at kissing. Brian stifles a laugh and pulls me in for another. I'll accept that challenge. Sure enough, when we get home, Amanda and Daisy, they're now one being called Amazy. Daisy. When I get home, Amanda and Daisy are passed out on the sofa, surrounded by giant stuffed animals. Amanda's snoring drowns out the paranormal, not reading that, and still playing on TV. I turn everything off and we throw a couple blankets over the kids before heading to bed myself. Date complete!
That was a great date.
I think we got the least amount of dad points with him, like, total. In terms of all dads. Dreamiest daddy, go on a date with every dad. Soft boy, go on all Brian dates. Oh, so we got 2 achievements for that one. Oh, well done me. Well, we're not fully done yet. We still gotta watch the ending. And I pray to God there's not actually a bonus ending. Because if there is, I'm going to be crying about it, I think.
Ah. Hmm. Yes.
I want to make sure I'm not skipping past anything. Okay. This should be new. I see Daisy and Amanda in a corner of the party and walk up to them. I swear if you two are planning another parent trap. Relax, Dad. We already won the game. We're just having a friendly chat. Tell me more about college. Slow down, kiddo. You're not even in middle school yet. But I want to go to class in my PJs now. I mean, nothing's stopping you. But Daisy, I hear ya. I know you're stoked on college and skipping grades and taking over the world with science, but you gotta enjoy being a kid first. Growing up is weird and scary, and eventually you'll be able to rent a car, but you gotta get through middle school in one piece first. You know how you wish you were going to college? I wish I was in 5th grade. I want recess and snack time back. Cherish it while it lasts, girl. You got a big future ahead of you, but I don't want you growing up too fast on us, alright? Alright. Thanks, Amanda. I ease away slowly. Amanda seems like she has a handle on the situation. As the party starts to wind down, I take a seat on our back... Okay. So, there we go. And now, Brian is sitting on the bench beneath our cherry blossom tree. For the final time, I take a seat next to Brian as the last guests make their way out of the party. Nice job. I couldn't have thrown a better party myself. I smile. So we're doing like opposite competition now? Yeah, we're just gonna compliment each other, relentlessly. I bet you could do more push-ups than me. I bet you're better with computers than I am. I bet you could trim a tree faster than I could. I bet you could de-ice a sidewalk more thoroughly than me. I like this a lot better. Brian blushes. I nestle myself into a soft space between Brian's shoulders and chest. No matter how many times he washes that shirt, I bet he'll never get the smell of campfire out of it. Not that I mind. Got a long summer coming. Interested in some more fishing trips with me, Daisy and Amanda? Oh, more fishing trips with me, Daisy and Amanda? As long as you'll save me again if I fall into the water. I'd be happy to. Gotta sneak in as much father and daughter time as possible before Amanda heads out. Also, be careful. She's probably gonna try and steal your dog and take him with her to college. I also get the feeling Daisy might try to stow away in her suitcase, so watch out for that. The sunset casts a pink glow over everything, and a quiet calm seems to descend upon my backyard. It reminds me of the lake. I'm glad we're not rivals anymore. Me too. Although, I don't think I've ever been more productive than I was when I was trying to one-up you. Maybe a little friendly competition is what we both needed. I sigh and nuzzle against Brian a little harder. I am the cuddle champion. We'll see about that. Ah, we did it! We did it! We got through all the dads! In 7 hours-ish. Please, please tell me there's no final bonus ending with all the dads. As much as that would be cool, right now I am actually dreading it. What do we got? Whoa! That's the least amount of shirt anyone has worn today in any of these pictures. As in none. It's actually a little surprising how similar I look to Brian in real life. Although my arms are not nearly as muscular. To be fair, he's in a lake. Yeah, I guess that's fair. All the dads are colored in! We did it! Which means we can quit and end for today. Thank you everyone for hanging out with me while we dated all the dads. This has been a fantastic adventure. But we finished up another series, which means we'll have to start another one soon. Oh man. Who is your fave dad? I think I have a soft spot for Craig the most, honestly. Ugh, sorry, I'm just getting a final stretch in. It's just there was like implied history between my character and Craig. So there was a lot to bond over. It felt like a natural step forward in a previous relationship. instead of something that happened in the span of, I don't know, a week, however long it took in game for things to happen. Okie dokie. Alright, I'm gonna go to the goodbye screen. Hello. I'm gonna set up a raid. If anyone has any suggestions before I start looking, please let me know now. Because once I start looking, if I find someone, we'll probably raid them for the night. And then I will see you all tomorrow for more Dark Souls 2. And then we'll figure out what next game we're going to play now that we've finished up Dream Daddy. We'll still probably do a little bit of Minecraft next week, although we did some this week for my sister's birthday. Do I have to skip Minecraft for next week since I already did it this week? Legasp. Vivi! We want to raid Vivi? Alright, let me see if Vivi's still up. Vivi's playing Fallout 76. Been on for 2.5 hours. You can do anything you want, Mav. Right now, all I want to do is not play Dream Daddy again for a while. I love the experience, but I've been at it for 7 hours today, so. Alright, we can raid Vivi. Alright, let me set that raid up. I don't want to set the world on fire. I just want to start a flame in your heart. In my life I have but one desire, and that one is you. No other will do. I've lost all ambition of worldly acclaim. I just want to be the one you love. And with your admission that you feel the same, I'll have reached the goal I'm dreaming of. Believe me, I don't want to set the world on fire. I'm singing this because Vivi's playing Fallout, so. And I've been watching the Fallout show lately. I just want to start a flame in your heart. Alright, we'll start the raid and I'll sing the actual goodbye song. Hey, it's been really fun. We hope you liked it too. Seems like we've just begun when suddenly we're through. Goodbye, goodbye, good friends, goodbye. For now, it's time to go. But hey, I say, well, that's okay, 'cause we'll see you really soon, I know. Really soon, I know. Goodbye, goodbye, good friends, goodbye. And tomorrow, just like today, the moon, the bear, and the big blue house will be waiting for you to come and play. To come and play. To come and play. Bye now.